to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
Out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, hell yeah. There are so many positive things right now on a Thursday morning. First of all, it's a Thursday morning, which means it's a baby Friday. And for those of us who have Friday off, it's a Friday. That'd be me. What has two thumbs and has Friday off? You're looking at YouTube right here, baby. But obviously, we had a lot of fun on the baseball diamond last night. What the hell's going on with that? Rafael Devers acting like Barry Bonds down there at the yard. So with all that positive, as I turn to Marcus the Waterboy Boucher sitting on my right, with all that positive, Thursday vibe, the 4-day weekend vibe, the 3-day weekend vibe, Devers as Bonds. The 49ers are a mess. They're the only thing bringing us down. Good morning, Marcus.
Murph, let's focus on the positivity to start a Thursday morning because you're right. You're off tomorrow. This is your Friday. And I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of negativity with Dieter Kurtenbach filling in on Friday. So let's focus on the positives on a Thursday morning to
Dieter
get us
going to
going.
turn a Reggae Friday into like somehow a negative?
Yeah,
Is
most
he gonna blame, and Dieter, if you're listening, good morning, buddy.
Yeah, morning,
I love
Dieter.
you, buddy.
Looking forward to you tomorrow.
Is Dieter going to somehow blame Reggae Friday on Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch?
Yeah, somehow,
That's what
some
he's
way.
gonna
He's got the demise of reggae music started with Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, man. Well, that'll
Bob
be fun.
Marley is just a system reggae guy.
It'll be good. You don't
808
need,
KNBR.
you don't need Little Miss Sunshine over here. You need somebody to bring the rain clouds and the storm. Dude,
Yeah,
that'll be tomorrow.
But I do want to celebrate this sunshine that is the San Francisco Giants back in our lives now, Murph, on a bit of a winning streak.
So what's the opposite of a jinx? Is it a blessing or what's the opposite of a jinx?
You're talking like the Midas touch or something like that?
Yeah, thank you, buddy. So it's the Marty Midas touch.
Yeah, well,
That you understand, ever since we had Marty on the show, giving his unbelievable optimism, which was like, "What are you high, Marty?" And in fact, young Tony, we've cut it, we've saved it here. Marty Lurie came on our show Monday morning to talk about baseball mensch, his preview, and we were like, "Marty, what the hell is Buster going to do with this mess?" Marty took a whole different direction.
I'm optimistic that they're going to make another run. It's not over yet.
Okay, we were like, "What, dude? Are you literally smoking a joint right now? Or how many gummies are you on?" And then he kept going.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
Okay, since those words were spoken, they haven't lost. So it's the Marty Midas touch.
I've got the magic touch.
What did I tell you, B? I told you. See, that's why you don't know. That's why you don't know S.
Some people are saying that Marty Lurie is the Kiara Mia of baseball because everything he touches turns to gold.
Do you still have that, dude?
No, I think we might have it in the system, but that's
man.
also the second Kiara Mia riff I've made this week. Shout out Jimmy Garoppolo and that pants commercial.
You been on OnlyFans lately? Is that what you've been
No,
doing?
just
All right.
once I saw that video of Jimmy and that girl in the bedroom, like,
Oh, speaking of which,
hey now.
for you, buddy.
Oh, is that Travis Matthew? There it is. First time I think I've ever seen it in person.
Yeah, I was surprised. You and Maria were talking about Jimmy G's commercials. Shout out Emlo, and you guys were like, "Yeah, what is Travis Matthew?" I'm like, "Bro, have you not been hanging around the golf course?"
I have not. the answer is no.
What do you mean? I've seen you hanging around the golf course. I've seen it with my own eyes.
That's true, but like I had this Nike Polo on that I've had for a couple
I
years.
saw you holing out for a 42-yard chip.
This is true, but I wasn't wearing Travis Matthew to do it.
Disappeared in the cup,
Yeah,
buddy.
I had no idea. This is not a riff. I had no idea this brand
I think it's
existed.
it's actually not, it's not really a 1%er brand. It's sort of a standard shirt brand.
And
is
you
what
know
it
me,
is.
I'm more of a Ben Davis Carhartt kind of guy myself.
Like my cousin Mike,
Yeah.
rest in peace. We lost him. He was a bit of a ruffian. He had WPOD tattooed on his knuckles. Actually, it wasn't even tattooed. He just wrote it in like permanent ink. Couldn't afford the tattoo. WPOD, Young Tone, White Punks on Dope is what that stood for.
on dope.
Yeah. That might be what did Young Tony learn today.
Yeah, they're out here on Dope, Tony.
I think there's actually a song. Is it The Tubes? Anyway.
Wow.
And he was a bit of a ruffian, and this was the late 70s. And we were over at the house in Pacifica, and somebody was talking about back to school because time to go back to school shopping. And my cousin Kathy said, "Well, that's easy for Mike. He just goes to JCPenney's and gets 5 white T-shirts and 5 pairs of brown Ben Davis pants.
That's hilarious. That you're just describing my wardrobe. White T-shirts.
Do you have WPOD
no,
written on your
that
knuckles?
I don't, Murph. I'm clean.
No tattoos. You have WBOD, Waterboy on dope.
Dude, I should get that tatted on me.
Well, look at these guys. I mean, it's the Marty Midas touch.
These are the San Francisco Giants on dope.
I mean, they're playing a good team. The Cubs are like, serious about trying to go to October and have a winning record, and they came in here looking to slap the Giants around. Instead, the opposite has happened. The Giants have slapped them around. The Giants have now won 4 in a row. And if you missed it last night, we better call it in. Why don't we call it in bright and early at 6:05?
Yeah, wake up, clown.
On a Thursday morning. Pat Burrell's flip phone, which had, Rob Manfred thought the battery had run out on that thing. He said, what, did you forget to charge this thing? You haven't called me in weeks. He said, don't worry about it. You empty suit, because I'm calling you for the 4th game in a row. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 12, baffled Chicago Cubs 3.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning's fun.
Yeah.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! Hey, you don't go.
It's time to go.
Flores lakes it out.
Rafael Devers is a dude.
Patrick Bailey, but he does have the clutch gene.
Patrick Bailey scores!
Yeah, the long audio package for a 65 and 68 team.
Notice we haven't added any new elements lately.
Inching closer to 500, 3 games under. It's still a climb. God, can you imagine? They were 7 under when we gave up on them. They've now won 4 in a row. By the way, I've been carrying guilt and shame all day. Do you know yesterday I gave the wrong score? It was a 5-2 win, and I said 5-3. And you know what? I'm not even kidding when I say that bothered me for the rest of the day.
Who noticed?
I did.
When did you notice?
As soon as I said it, I said 5-3, and I was like, "Why did I say that?" I looked at the score; it's 5-2.
Oh,
and I was like, "Oh man!" And I said, "Just keep moving."
yeah, I had no idea.
Well, here I am, 24 hours later, admitting.
Yeah, I know. I think you were the only person who
Can I do a
realized
double
it.
tap? My bad.
Yeah, that's it,
My
Murph.
bad.
That one's on you.
Told you that's gonna be my final words on my deathbed.
Yeah, don't let it happen again, Murph.
My bad.
Yeah.
After I say, "Man, that Padres series sucked."
My bad.
That Padres series in 2025 was a total waste of my time.
My bad.
My bad.
As a little league coach, do you ever get mad at kids for saying my bad?
Nah, no.
Uh-huh.
No. Actually, I like it.
I had one coach one time because we kept on saying my bad, my bad. He said, "How about you just make the damn throw? How about you don't say my bad and you just make the damn play?"
Well, as we like to say frequently, physical errors we tolerate. The mental errors are when we get pissed.
That's key. But how about the Giants playing some clean defensive baseball last night and helping out Carson Wizenhunt, getting out of not 1 but 2 bases loaded jams?
So what am I? I know I want to be positive. We got to report the big flies because there were a lot last
Mm-hmm.
night. My God, what do you want to do chronologically? We'll report them here in the very first inning. My God, Rafael Barry Bonds Devers, and when he hit his first one, it was number 26.
Big fly! Boom!
Yes, sir. And then we get to the 6th inning, and he said, "I want to do it again." Oppo this time. Rafael Barry Bonds Devers, number 27.
Big fly! Boom!
By the way, I was off Taylor Rogers, too. Yeah. How about that? Forever Giant crime. And then in the 7th inning, your boy Matty Chapman, he's getting hot. Number 18.
Big fly! Boom!
And then the embarrassment of facing a position player in the 8th inning. And Elliot Ramos, as he said after the game, quote, "I didn't want to look like a dumbass." That's what he said. And so he took one of those lobbed 30-mile-an-hour wiffle balls and hit number 16, Elliot Ramos.
Big fly! Boom!
So there you go, man. 1, 2, 3, 4 home runs last night.
Who the hell are these swinging Giants?
12 runs. Was the weather warm? You tell me. You were out there.
Not as warm as it was 2 nights ago, but it was another pleasant night. Like, I wasn't freezing my ass off or anything like that. I thought we've had some great weather over the last week.
Well, that's usually our nice time of year as we head towards Labor Day weekend. That's where it gets hot. 13 hits last night. And now they go for the sweep. They go for the sweep today, and Logan Webb's pitching. I mean, like, they got a real chance. If I would want to invest any negativity in the game, and I don't because it was fun and it was enjoyable, and Devers went 4 for 4 with 5 RBIs and 4 runs scored, and he hit some mark like no Giant since Buster Posey's gone like 4 for 4 with 5 RBIs and 4 runs scored since Posey did it, I think, back in like 12 or something like that. So it was a significant night. But Carson Wizenhunt, I'm worried. He just it seems like big league hitters don't have trouble with Carson Wizenhunt, and he leaves. It's funny, Mike Krukow told us yesterday, he's got to attack. Well, when he attacks, he leaves it over the fat part of the plate, and he doesn't have any kind of late movement or velo that fools guys. Nico Horner tattooed a 3-run homer off him that he left right down the middle of the plate. Now, that said, he got the win, so I can't complain. But I am just a little worried about maybe his lack of he doesn't make big league hitters super uncomfortable.
No, I thought the changeup was going to play better than what it's been playing so far. And I think the thing is, a lot of guys are sitting on that changeup. So he really does need to improve that third pitch, that slider, that off speed to get guys looking, because he's not going to blow you away with the fastball. He'll sit 92, 93, can maybe dial up 94 if he really needs to, Murph. But I will say it was encouraging, at least seeing him being able to work out of jams with those double plays that he got. I didn't love the pitch count and the walks. You don't want to give away free 90s.
3 of them.
But he's been able to battle through some adversity, even giving up a couple home runs.
Like I said, he got the win.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to give him love. And that double play by Adames to Schmidt was something to behold, man. Adames behind the bag. It goes off of Adames' defense, which was a serious concern in the first 6 weeks of the season, has done a 180. He's turning into a very, very, very capable shortstop out there. And I'm like to see it because I was seriously worried that first month. He must have been feeling a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
he was playing poorly
everybody
defensively.
was worried about Willie offensively and defensively the first couple months of the season. But to your point, lately he's been playing great defensive shortstop, and he's got over 20 home runs now on the season as a shortstop for the San Francisco Giants.
You gave me a great stat. That's only happened less than like 5 times.
Yeah, I saw the graphic last week, I believe, during the game. Like, he joins company like Brandon Crawford, Rich Aurelia, and I should probably have the full list before I go on air with it. But yeah, he's one of the rare Giants shortstops that hit 20 home runs in a season here in San Francisco.
If anybody missed it, there was he was in trouble. He was in a jam. Ground ball up the middle, deflects off Wizenhunt's glove, and goes away from Adames out towards center. Adames reverses course, tracks it down in center field. No look, Jamal Holloway, Oklahoma Sooner option pitch to Casey Schmidt, who's on second. And Schmidt, by the way, with a rifle to first base to complete one of the better double plays. Kipe called it the turn of the year.
Casey Schmidt showing off that arm that he used to throw across the diamond from over at third base. And Murph, it feels like maybe that might be the pairing moving forward when we're talking about the infield and being locked in with Devers, potentially Eldridge over at first, Willie Doms at short, Chapman at third. Is Casey Schmidt the second baseman of the future for the Giants?
Dude, and in 1929, primary shortstop Travis Jackson hit 21 homers.
Travis Jackson.
There it is, buddy.
Add him to the party.
Travis, you're a year too late. Anybody? No. Such a deep pull.
No, you lost us there.
Such a deep pull.
You lost us there.
Levi's jeans. This is like commercials used to unite us. I told you, Mikey, he likes it. It's Life cereal. Levi's 501 jeans, which were all the rage in the 80s, man, had this ad. It was like this long prairie. It was like, no, and then this car pulls up, and this very attractive gal stands up in a Jeep, and you see her rear end. She's wearing 501s.
Ooh.
They look good on her.
501 jeans.
And she just yells to this guy who's sitting on this prairie homestead home. She just yells, Travis, you're a year too late. And then it just says 501 jeans. Nobody had any freaking idea what it meant.
What does it mean?
To this day, I don't know what it meant.
So provocative.
But all I know is we were just staring at her rear end.
Yeah.
Like Jimmy G's gal with the Travis Matthew pants.
Those are some nice jeans.
And to this day, I don't know what she means. All I know is when you just said, I just said Travis Jackson. I said, Travis, you're a year too late.
Well, you didn't forget what kind of jeans she was wearing.
No.
So the ad worked.
It did.
It worked.
Did you wear 501s? They were like all the rage.
Oh, yeah. 501s are super popular
The
style
button fly.
jeans. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, that riff reminds me of a riff that Noah, my white water rafting instructor, had on the raft because we were talking about the gold rush and, of course, Levi jeans being started around the gold rush. He goes, yeah, the guy who started Levi's. He was terrible at finding gold, so he decided to make pants instead.
Hey.
And he built an industry, and that's how we have blue jeans.
He's got riffs.
Yeah, he's got rift. Also told us a fact about how the first millionaire in California was actually a guy who was selling shovels. I thought that was a good fact.
Noah's got facts and riffs.
He's got good facts.
By the way, I believe Mayor Daniel Lurie married into the blue jean dynasty.
I believe you are correct.
Yeah, and I think the former owners of the A's, the Haas family, was the blue jean dynasty.
Really? I
Yeah,
thought they
I
were
do
more of Gap.
No, I think they founded the Gap, but I think it all started with the Levi Strauss.
Wow.
So I think I got that right. All I know is that Travis was a year too late.
Yeah, a year too late.
Not in 1929 when he hit 21 bombs.
No.
All right, dude.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, listen, there's some Giants. That takes us away from the Niners. No Jauan Jennings anywhere in sight. What the hell? What the hell? Eric Branch wrote a piece in the Chronicle that has me alarmed about this team. Marquez Valdez Scantling is all of a sudden your hero. I mean, Kendrick Bourne might be on the way. All stuff we can talk about on the other side. We'll say good morning to young Tony on a Thursday, baby Friday. Some would say Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Baby Friday. Did the 49ers make the right move keeping Jauan Jennings after his trade request that was denied, all caps denied, by John Lynch and the 49ers? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now he's swinging. He belts one into deep center field. Way back there. Still going. Adios! Pelota! Here it is. A high fastball driven into deep left field. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Another fastball over the plate. And Devers launched this one out of here to the opposite field.
Here's the pitch. Chapman blasts one down the left field line toward the corner. It is gone! Straight down the left field line and down into the tunnel. And that's a milestone home run for Matt Chapman, his 200th career home run.
One of the backup catchers is pitching now. Here's a drive into deep left center field. Off the bat of Elliot Ramos, way back there, and a home run. There's a smash on the ground to third. Backhanded by Schmidt. Here's the long throw to first. In time to get the fast-moving Shaw. The game is over, and the Giants win their 4th in a row.
That's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
Very, very good. I like it. It happened. And that's 4 in a row, y'all. 4 in a row. And you heard 4 home runs. How about Matt Chapman, 200? Kind of slept on that one. Congratulations.
Nice little milestone for Matty Chapman.
Nice milestone. Now you got an immaculate grid, like 200-plus homers, played one game at third for the Jays.
Has a platinum
A's
glove.
And Giants, yes. So probably the A's are playing good ball, too. They just swept the Tigers.
Wow.
How about that? I don't know if anybody cares, but they did.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a couple
And you know what? I
people.
knocked their pitching the other day, and I got to come correct. I guess I was just listening on the way, and since July 24th, they're like the 3rd best ERA in baseball. So,
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I know, right? I know.
That's
So I knew.
surprising.
I don't know. I just felt like
up in Sacramento.
Today's the day I'm apologizing for everything. I got the score wrong yesterday in the Cubs game, and I dissed A's pitching when, in fact, they're pitching the ball well.
Anybody else you want to apologize to?
No.
Okay.
That's it. End of my apologies.
What about myself, Young Tony, and John Joe Curley for you taking off another Friday?
How about no? That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not apologizing for us.
You don't have to apologize.
Who said I'm? You know what's funny? You know what's a funny story? I was going through my phone on Google Photos, right? And I was looking for something. I was looking for a video, and I stumbled on a video that I made in COVID for the Fantasy Football League when we used to have to make apology videos. It's hilarious because I'm sitting in a car. I remember where I was. I was waiting for Declan to get out of a weeknight travel baseball practice at Albert Park in San Rafael. And I'm just chomping on this gum. And I'm filming it in the car. And I'm profanely attacking everyone in the league. And I said to them, listen, I'm not apologizing for us. I'm like, F everyone on this thread. And I said, by the way, on this, I said, half of you have phone numbers that aren't even in my contact list. I said, so I'm going to kick your ass next week and F you.
Yeah.
And I was like, look at me. All right, look at me.
And people were not happy with Murph. Oh, you didn't apologize, which I never really understood the full concept of the apology video. Like, I thought the bit of just doing like a funny video or a funny skit, like you doing Michael Jordan.
Well, that was supposed to be an apology, too.
Yeah, so that was supposed to be an apology.
Yeah.
Like, I had an apology video one time, and my team name was Dude, Where's Lamar? So I walked down to the restaurant Lamar off of the Embarcadero, and I walked in, and I said, hey, can I speak to a manager? I'm looking for Lamar.
Okay.
Dude, where's Lamar?
Okay.
So, like, you can do funny
See?
bits, but I'm not just going to be out here like, oh, I'm sorry my team sucked. Yeah, sucks to suck.
Very creative of you to do that. I remember Copes had a really good one when Mark Willard left our radio station for another one.
Mm-hmm.
He did a very funny one that involved walking in front of the that building. That was very creative.
That was very good.
And then, like Thin Tim would do one, and we would all be like, or we'd just be bored. We'd delete it.
Dude, I mean, A for effort for Raph, but it was always an F for
Oh,
execution.
yeah, Raph's was like, Raph's too earnest.
Yeah, dude.
Raph doesn't like to break balls.
No, dude.
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, but then he'd try doing like the Marshawn press conferences and stuff. It just never really worked.
Raph, just be a nice guy. Just be a nice guy. By the way, I heard Thinny yesterday. Dude, welcome to the big time, kid. He was doing the talkback with John Miller on the game.
How about that?
I was like, John Miller's like, and you are who again? Are you slender Tim or svelte Tim? What are you?
You're the thin Tim, aren't you?
I was like, you go, Thinny. It's been an emotional week for Thin.
I know, but there he was running the pick and roll with D Papa yesterday.
Yeah, and talking to freaking Johnny Miller. And he dropped, I dropped by the booth the other day to say hi to Darren Shan. I'm like, look at you, booth dropper.
Oh, yeah. Look at you pulling right.
And he started telling Miller that he saw a Marucci bat in John Miller's chair. And then he goes, John, you showed us your batting stance. And he was just basically making it sound like he and John Miller hang out in Cooperstown, New York together.
Wow, move over John Lynch and Young Tony. We've got Thin Tim and John Miller now.
Speaking of Young Tony, let's get the guest list on a Thursday, August 28, 2025. We do have to talk about these 49ers. Good morning, Young Tone. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. Big day for us. Hopefully the digital team knows.
Well, tell everybody about it.
All right, well, coming up today at 7:30, Buster Posey, my childhood hero, is going to join us at 7:30. The big hit is going to be John Lynch at 8 o'clock this morning.
Mm-hmm, your childhood best friend.
Of course.
I want you to pause right there. What did you just say, 7:30?
Childhood hero.
Buster Posey.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. 8 a.m.?
John Lynch, 8 o'clock. Set your alarm.
So we're going Buster Posey, John Lynch. What are we charging people for this incredible entertainment / chance to rub elbows?
Free 99, as Marcus says.
Absolutely nothing. If it's free, it's me. Rip that knob off. Don't touch that knob. There's you know what on it.
Oh, no.
There's KNBR on it.
There's Buster on it.
Yeah, there's Buster on it.
By the way, if it's free, it's me, and give me 3.
Oh, I'll take 3.
That's what they say. All right, well, that's it. You don't even need to say anything after that, buddy.
I mean, don't sleep on our guy, Matty Mayocco, at 8:50.
Right.
Matty.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's awesome. Buster and John Lynch, 7:30 and 8 a.m. You don't want to miss it. So, listen, we stalled long enough. We got to talk about this 49er situation. Kyle and John spoke yesterday. The Jauan Jennings situation, zero clarity, murky. In fact, it got murkier. And we'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, there's a lot that goes into that, Eric. You know, ideally, everybody has a training camp. Everyone's out there. You know, that's a perfect world. But, you know, he's been putting in work to the side, and we'll have to make that judgment when the time comes. You know, the other thing is both things can be true. You know, he wants a new contract and he's got a hurt calf. So I think people want to assume one or the other. Both things can be true.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, at least it's bringing back that little 2024 banger here. Was it 2024? My brain's playing tricks on me. Lola Young, or was it this year? Was it this year?
It might have been this year.
Yeah, it's 2024 or 25, Tone?
2024.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's messy. It's freaking messy, dude. The Niners have to beat the Seattle Seahawks on Sunday and a week from Sunday, and I don't know, man. I don't know. That receiving room is looking bad. It's looking flat out bad. Now, there are those who are whistling through the graveyard. Oh, they got McCaffrey. They got Kittle. Doesn't matter. Well, yeah, it does matter. You got to have receivers, dude. And right now, their receiver room is Ricky Pearsall, Sky Moore, and are you ready? Since we last spoke, Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Ooh.
Now, here's the positive. And I dropped this stat on Marcus. It kind of blew him away. Of all active players in the NFL, of all 32 NFL teams, all active players, there's not a single player in the NFL who has a better yards per catch average than Marquez Valdez-Scantling, the career active leader in yards per catch, 17 yards per catch. He's a deep threat par excellence. The only problem is those were mostly forged from his younger days. He's not doing that so much anymore as he's 30. He's going to be 31 soon. He dropped a lot of balls last year. He had a little bit of success with the Saints at the end of last year. But yeah, isn't that a shocking stat?
Well, yeah, I was surprised that he still has the highest active yards per catch right now out of any active wide receiver, to the point where he hasn't been in Green Bay for a couple of years, where he hasn't been catching those deep shots from Aaron Rodgers like he was back in the day.
Yeah. A.J. Brown is second. Shout out fantasy.
See, that makes more sense.
Shout out fantasy football.
Jalen Hurts does throw a lot of deep balls, and it seems like 4 or 5 times per game they try A.J. Brown down the sideline.
Yeah, man. So anyway, that's the good news. The bad news is he's clearly past his prime. The Seahawks just let him go.
Yeah. There's a reason why he was available.
Maybe the good news is that he'll tell everybody, he'll tell Kyle and John everything the Seahawks are cooking up.
Yeah,
right?
Maybe he knows some of the secrets, and really I'm just looking for him to maybe try to replicate that DeMarcus Robinson role until week 4 of the season when DeMarcus is ready to go.
You think he can beat DeMarcus Robinson?
I don't think so. I think there's something there with the deep threat and the ability to take the top off the defense. I mean, who is it, him or Sky Moore? Because we don't know who that wide receiver 2 will be if Jauan Jennings is not out there.
I mean, he has some talent. There's no question. Like I said, at the end of last year with the Saints, he did put up a couple of numbers here. I have them here for you, buddy. I did my little. I printed out my little Matty Barrows athletic story that has the actual stats. So last year, he turns 31 in October. So he plays for Buffalo for the first 6 games last year. 2 catches. 2 catches in 6 games. They release him. So the Bills released him. He gets picked up with the Saints. Now, with the Saints, 17 catches, 385 yards, 4 touchdowns. So there's a little production there. That's more than 20 yards a catch and 4 touchdowns. He also is a little bit of drop situation, had 3 drops last year, has 24 of his career. Anyway, so there's a little bit of good, a little bit of bad. And like I said, the Seahawks just cut him.
Yeah.
All right.
And to be completely honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers end up cutting him week 5 or 6 of the season once they start getting bodies back in that wide receiver room. And really, that's all they need right now is just healthy bodies, because what I just said about Demarcus Robinson, he's signing up to be your number 4 wide receiver week 4 or week 5 once all your horses are back in the barn. So really, you're looking for that kind of production, any type of production from anybody in this wide receiver room right now.
So MVS, they call him, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. So Levi's Stadium chant, MVS.
I don't know about that one, Murph.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing the chance.
So here's the room. Ricky Pearsall, Sky Moore, MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and already they're already talking Russ Gage, bringing him up from the practice squad after they sent Cowing to IR, Jacob Cowing to IR. So right now, Pearsall, Moore, Scantling, Gage are your 4 receivers. Who's missing? Robbie Chosen is a guy who could be activated on game day. Once again, unbelievably light receiver room. Okay, Sky Moore dumped by the Chiefs. Marquez Valdez-Scantling cut by the Seahawks. Gage and Chosen sort of street guys, as it were. And the whole thing is Jauan Jennings is missing. Now, we've gotten to the point where we've built Jauan Jennings into Jerry Rice, right? And he's not Jerry Rice.
And we're wondering why he's asking for $20 to $25 million.
So hence the frustration. Remember last week we asked John Lynch, is there a level of frustration? He was like, no. Yesterday at the press conference, you were saying...
Yeah, they were peppered with Jauan Jennings questions yesterday. And it was my read, and I think a lot of people read it this way, that John and Kyle were pretty frustrated with the continued questions with Jauan Jennings, which is great for our interview today at 8 a.m. with John Lynch when we're going to ask him about Jauan Jennings.
Get ready for those short answers, buddy.
Yeah, they're trying to keep everything in-house. And credit to them, we haven't really got any leaks about a hard number that Jauan Jennings wants and why this contract negotiation hasn't been established yet.
And now we're getting to the point, too, where, practices are stacking up and he's not been out there and he hasn't been in rhythm with with Brock and et cetera, et cetera. So I hate the whole damn thing. I hate it. By the way, speaking of short answers and being ready to go, so we have to prepare like that guy who interviewed that Marlins closer.
Absolutely.
Tyler Phillips.
Guys, I hate hitters.
I don't like hitters.
Yeah.
My face is hot.
I was mad.
You got to go. All right, back to the press conference. So what did John Lynch say, cut B, Tony, on making moves on not having Jennings at the start of the season here?
I think we make every decision on this roster with so many things in consideration. So, yes, of course.
Has he asked to be traded?
A while ago he did, but that was a long time ago, and we've moved on from that.
That was during camp, or was it before?
I'm not getting into when it was, but it was a while ago.
See, there you go. I'm not getting into it. No. You can hear the frustration. You can hear the strain. You can hear the weariness. Now, do you want to make a big deal out of the fact that Kyle on July 2nd, I think it was, when it was asked if Jauan Jennings asked for a trade, said no, he hasn't. And now John Lynch is saying he has. So now we have the right hand's not talking to the left hand here. Unless Jauan technically asked for the trade after Kyle's press conference.
Yeah. Well, it was Adam Schefter who originally reported that he did ask for a trade. So we knew that story was out there, but John just basically put that to bed saying that they moved on. And, that's the breakdown for me as we're sitting here talking MVS and Sky Moore and Russell Gage and Robbie the Chosen One.
Wait a minute.
And Kendrick Bourne.
Just stop right there. You just said 4 names that when I was planning my 2025 Niner fandom, none of those names were in my life.
And, think about what the 49ers are trying to ask from these guys to replace Jauan Jennings potentially if JJ's not out there. But you can't just stick an MVS on the field and expect him to be able to block like Jauan Jennings, to expect him to understand the route tree and the system and everything that goes on with the nuances of this 49er offense. It's not going to work, and that's why you can't trade Jauan Jennings, in my opinion.
Yeah. And if you don't trade him and he quote-unquote has a calf injury, I don't know what to say. Here's more John Lynch. It says distraught when asked about Jennings' availability. Whoever cut the music, cut the sound, used the word distraught. Here it is.
Hopeful, but not sure, on week one. And, we'll proceed as such. And so we're working to get the best mix out there. We added a piece today, and, in MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and thrilled to have him part of it. And, we move forward.
Hopeful, but not sure. Sounds like me asking gals out to the homecoming dance.
I was going to say, sounds like my dating life, Murph.
Hopeful, but not sure.
Never really sure.
Dude, that's it. Yeah. That's what dude, give me this here. Yeah, boy. Can you imagine if we did in the middle of our segment? I went, Actually, yeah,
we have. We've been.
Good down. I don't want to go down that road.
Yeah.
John, okay, the other part of the press conference was brought up. Eric Branch's piece says revealed just how insanely inexperienced this roster is. 26 out of their 51 non-specialists. Ready for this stat? Got to credit Eric Branch for this stat. 26 of their 51 non-specialists, and by the way, welcome back, Tom Morstead.
We miss you, Tommy.
Yeah, we hardly knew ye.
Relax, everybody. Relax.
Yeah. Mike Silver's happy. Of the 51 non-specialists on the team, meaning not long snapper, kicker, punter, right? 26 of them, so half of them, have played 100 fewer snaps than George Kittle. That's insane. It's like the 26 combined is what I'm saying. Combined 26 players, their snap total is fewer than George Kittle's snaps.
All right, I'm following your math.
You follow me?
Yeah,
I know it's a little confusing. The bottom line is they're really freaking green, man. Really freaking green, and I don't just mean Renardo.
No.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I see you working.
So here's John Lynch defending the unbelievably inexperienced team they have.
Yeah, I think, Nick, 10 of 11 of our draft picks, that's a lot of draft picks, and 10 of 11 made it, and undrafted free agent made it as well. So there is a lot of youth on this team. There's a lot of opportunity, with youth. The expectation, the standard doesn't change, and, man, they've got great examples of guys who've done it at a high level in this league, so that's really cool for these guys. But you don't expect for it to go perfectly, and hopefully you've worked through a lot of that during the offseason, during training camp. These guys have played preseason games because of some injuries in camp. A lot of these guys probably got more reps than they've expected. Now, in the same tune, some of our rookies were hurt for a couple weeks during training camp. So I think a lot of it just remains to be seen. But we're excited about what this group has infused into our team. We're excited about the team in general. Did a lot of talent leave this team last year? Absolutely. But that's the league. We made the best of it, and I like where our team's at.
Okay. He's just saying, by the way, he's talking about, yes, did a lot of experienced people leave the building? Yes, we have a lot of kids who are getting an opportunity. I said, hey John, are you talking about the 49ers? You talking about KNBR? Oh, thank you, buddy.
I got you. Sorry.
I need those. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Soundboard was freezing up there. I got you, though,
Without
Murph.
a laugh track, I'm lost.
I know. I got you, Murph. But that's the reality of the NFL. This is the not-for-long league. And it's also the reality of paying a franchise quarterback more than $50 million. It's the reality of paying Nick Bosa as one of the highest pass rushers, Fred Warner, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams. These are all guys that are at the top of the list being paid at their position group. So you really have no choice but to replace them with young talent. And they did a good job of doing that last year with the draft. But they're going to have to rely on a lot of young guys to step up this year in their sophomore season and also in their rookie season when we're looking at that defensive line and it being rebuilt this year for Robert Saleh.
I'm getting distraught, as the sound cut sheet said. So at this point in time, I'm going to have to lean on young Tony and say, after all this mess with no Jauan Jennings, do they still have a last place schedule? All right, they do. Okay. All right, they do.
Now, while I was scrambling.
Still going.
Yeah, it's still going.
It's still going.
While I was scrambling to try to get you a laugh track on my soundboard, I was actually doing a little bit of research and information about the average age per team in the NFL.
Do you want to tell me on the other side?
We will.
Because I'm going to be disciplined and break.
I'll tell you on
All
the other
right,
side.
so we got that. We also have what Kyle Shanahan had to say about his thoughts on the team. And man, oh man, maybe more Lola Young coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. KNBR's Opening Bell Report, sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hopeful, but not sure, on week one. And, we'll proceed as such, and so we're working to get the best mix out there. We added a piece today, and in MVS, Marquez Valdez Scantling, and thrilled to have him part of it, and we move forward.
The sigh of a John Lynch. Yeah, hopeful but not sure. 408 wants us to use that for the Giants. How did the Giants collapse all through the summer? Yeah. By the way, Giants won 4 in a row. We'll talk to Buster Posey at 7:30. Well, hopefully we'll have John Lynch in a better mood at 8 a.m. They just got to beat the Seahawks, man. And Avril Lavigne is telling us how complicated it is down there. You know me. I have all the useless anecdotes. Young Tone, how about your boy doing an appearance with Avril Lavigne at a Safeway in Pleasanton?
Dude.
What?
That's right.
Yeah,
I just said
Tony.
it. I just said it. Easter Seals. They raise money for kids with, I think, juvenile diabetes, I believe. And a listener, I believe Mike Pelfini, listener was like, hey, man, could you help us MC this Easter Seals event? I was like, well, what am I going to say? No to the kids? Juvenile? He goes, yeah, oh, by the way, Avril Lavigne is performing. So I was like, okay. So I went to the Safeway parking lot. It was in the Safeway parking lot because they were partners with Safeway. And he goes, yeah, you guys just chill out backstage. Just go into the store. And I went, the store was closed. It was just me and Avril. I was like, hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Avril?
She's like, what's going on?
What's going on?
She's like, hi, I'm Avril. I was like, I'm Brian.
And then she turned to Murph. She said, you know, you were a skater boy. I said, see you later, boy.
You know, George Kittle's a big,
huge
huge Avril Lavigne fan.
I'm actually surprised that young Tony has Avril Lavigne in his bag.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's funny. First thing I think of is, so what else?
Well, that's my buddy Greek's kid, who's now like 25, by the way.
Yeah, wow.
I think he's past the presumptuous 6th grade.
That's hilarious.
So what else?
That kid in the So What Else story is the same age as young Tony. Think about that.
That's a freaking true
Now
story.
you're working with a kid on your board that had those same conversations in the car ride with you.
Hence my analogy to the Niners roster.
So what else?
With all the snap counts.
Yeah, Yeah, MVS, Sky Moore. So what else?
Oh, man, it's messy, buddy. It's messy. I wish I felt better about the Niners, man. I got a jock blog today before I take off tomorrow, and I mean, listen, we're going to talk to Lynch. I'll feed off of his energy from this, but I mean, I'm just trying to beat the Seahawks, man. I don't like the Seahawks, and I don't like at Seattle. Brock Purdy's played great up there.
Yes, he has.
They usually come out in the all whites. Are they going to wear the all whites up there?
Ooh, week 1. I don't know.
Hey, by the way, digression. People are wanting us to comment on the leak of the rivalry jersey.
There's leaks.
There's leaks. Usually leaks, you got to call the plumber or go to the bathroom.
I can say this, Murph. I am a fan of the all-white 49er jerseys. I'm not a fan of the leaked potential black uniforms that the 49ers could be wearing this year.
It's black?
Well, they look, again, these are all
man.
leaks, nothing confirmed. The 49ers have used black uniforms before.
I didn't like them.
And I wasn't a fan of it, to be completely honest with you.
Do you have Asner over there, buddy?
So, yeah, I've got Asner for you because I don't think really anybody liked those black uniforms.
I don't like it.
Young Tony is showing it off on the screen right now.
Oh, there it is.
The photo that was leaked is a black jersey, also a black helmet.
Looks like a college team.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it Virginia Tech?
I don't know. It looked like a Arizona Cardinals alternate jersey.
Oh, dude. We just went Va-Tech and the Cardinals.
Dude, how about that?
Not exactly Niner legacy,
the
bro.
Niners are out here looking like the Cardinals from Arizona, and the Giants are looking like the Phoenix Suns from Arizona.
I'm talking Joe Montana, bro. I'm not wearing that jersey. Come on, man.
Remember the Giants jerseys got leaked, and we saw those, and they were the exact jersey. So these might be it.
Yeah, by the way, I think those City Connects have run their course. They were wearing the other night. I was like, all right, enough.
Yeah, they got the win in them, Murph.
It was cute for a while, and then I'm like, yeah, no.
How about that?
I tuned in last night. They were wearing their home creams. I was like, oh, look at that.
Put that in your this date in Giants history notebook that Justin Verlander got his first win as a Giant in the City Connect uniforms.
He's never won in a Giants uniform.
Dude, Rafael Devers showed up to his press conference wearing the City Connect hat.
Dude.
How about that?
Might have been it. Maybe that's the curse right there.
Maybe that's the reason why
they
they played so bad since coming
Don't
over.
forget the Marty Midas touch. Ever since he came on our show on Monday morning and said, I'm optimistic. They haven't lost. Here it is.
I'm optimistic that they're going to make another run. It's not over yet.
Everything I touch turns to gold.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
He's right.
It's baseball.
There are only 7 back in the loss column. I said, if you can get it to 5 by September 1, you're kind of in it. You're kind of in it, dude. I hate to tell you. And this feared stretch of the Brewers and the Cubs, they're 4-1 in it. Jeez, they got Webb going today. I mean, my God, if Devers is going to go 4 for 4 with 5 RBIs and 2 bombs every game, they got a good chance.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway, we'll do that at 7:15 to get ready for Buster. Back to the Niners here as you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So Kyle Shanahan's comments on all this. He did not get as much into the Jauan Jennings situation. And oh, by the way, he'll be on this afternoon at 5:30. In the afternoon show.
Ooh, dirty work, boys.
Yeah. Can you call it dirty work when Copes isn't there?
I don't know. It seems like they clean up without Copes.
Yeah, definitely. So Cut N is in Nancy. Hey, Kyle, do you feel different about this team than previous seasons?
I mean, I've been feeling the same for a while. I mean, we can go back to free agency. I mean, we lost a lot of our team that day, and we didn't sign a bunch of guys, so there was a lot of uncertainty. I felt a lot better after the draft when we filled up some of those holes. When you look at it today, I mean, the draft makes you feel better because you fill up some of those holes, but You're not going to feel good until you actually see those guys make your team and play. I think that was the most exciting thing when you look at the 53. I mean, we lost more D linemen and stuff and defensive players than what we had, especially in one exit. And sometimes when, as a coach, and you think you're going to make that all up in the draft, I look at that as a little make-believe. I don't usually, wherever you draft, first round, second round, seventh round, it's usually 50-50 on that guy. And then when I look at all the guys we drafted and that they legitimately made our team and we're excited about them, that's the stuff that makes me feel a lot better. Where are we at? I don't know. It depends on how good we get as this year goes. We lost some good players, but I think we filled them with some guys who are capable of becoming those guys and hopefully became capable of becoming better. Is that going to happen right away? No, it never does. But can it happen this year? Can it happen by week 4? Can it happen by week 8? And those are things that we're optimistic about. You want to have good luck with injuries and everything like that, which can't control all of that. But I'm excited that we have options in this building. We have young guys to work with, and we have a bunch of players who have been successful in this league who I still believe have a number of good years ahead of them, too.
All right. I mean, obviously, he's the coach. He wants to tell us the best possible thing, but basically it's a reset. You know, they told us that at various times in the offseason. And this, you know, the Eric Branch stats about how young they truly are. We have been so consumed with Jauan Jennings, we haven't talked about the defense and how it's going to go. I mean, we talked about the Seattle run game. Here comes K9 and Charbonnet, and, you know, they got a good O-line.
Oh, yeah.
And so can they stop the run?
I mean, that still, to me, is probably the number one question on my big board heading into the season, because the defensive line, the entire defense against the run last year was atrocious. So they swapped out entirely the entire defensive line of anybody not named Nick Bosa. And then, yes, Kyle's right. They did invest a lot in the trenches this offseason. But there's no guarantee that all these guys are going to pan out and be all-pro players. How many first-round defensive linemen have we seen in the NFL, not just with the 49ers, not pan out? So, yeah, we can sit here and be hopeful for Mykel Williams. But to Kyle's point, these guys need to develop and they need to get reps. But when you're hurt throughout training camp and missing preseason games, then it's tough to get reps. Then it's tough for me to be confident in Mykel Williams and CJ West and Upton Stout in the slot when those guys aren't out there. So truly, you're going into the season really not fully knowing what you have from this rookie draft class when it comes to rebuilding this defense.
I just don't know what to – I mean, I've gone through so many – I've jock-blogged about this. I've gone through so many phases with this team. But I definitely – the Jauan Jennings situation has me in a bad phase. It has me in a very bad phase. I don't want to be. I'm like Lynch. I'm hopeful, but I'm not sure. But, I mean, I'm just trying to beat the Seahawks in week 1, bro, because I do feel pretty good about beating the Saints in week 2. Although strange things do happen in that Superdome. Shout out Morton Anderson beating Joe Montana with a kick one year. But the youth and the inexperience on defense and this Jennings situation, I'm even at the point where if Jennings returned, do I even feel that good about the receiver room? Because as soon as Jennings returns, I'm like, yeah, well, what is he anyway? He's just a WR3. You know? I mean, it's true. Hey, Young Tone, how you feeling about this 49ers season, bro? Are you getting caught up in this negativity? Or are you wildly optimistic because week 1 is coming and we should feel great because a new season away?
I'm not really too stressed right now. It's not September 7th. It's not September 6th when it really needs to get done, like the final deadline. I do think Jauan Jennings deserves a little bit of a raise. You know, he was almost a Super Bowl MVP. He was a dog last year. He's the best receiver on the field for sure for the Niners. I just think, you know, it's complicated with what he wants, what he thinks he earned and deserves versus how the Niners feel. So it's business. It's negotiating.
It's a reasonable take. It's not a hot take.
Yeah, you're too reasonable for the radio.
I mean, hey.
You think the Niners are heading in the wrong direction? That's my question. Are they heading in the wrong direction?
Quite yet. I mean,
are they headed in the right direction?
I think you can't get worse than the direction they headed in last year. Like, to me, heading in the wrong direction would be them finishing worse than 6-11. And I do not think they are a 6-11 team. Hell, I don't think they're going to be a sub-500 team. So I think they're headed in the right direction. But your take is?
Because they have a last place schedule.
Last place schedule.
Anyway, go ahead. Thank you.
Well, that was my take, Murph, is the fact that I do expect them to be a playoff team this year, even with all these questions, because to me, it still goes down to the nucleus of this team and paying Brock Purdy as your franchise quarterback, and we're all crossing our fingers that Christian McCaffrey can be healthy for an entire season. Now, that's a big finger-crossing moment that we're all sitting here hoping and praying for because everybody wants to see CMC healthy. But you look at that offense with CMC versus without it, and it's a huge difference. And then I still am optimistic about Robert Saleh coming in to take over the reins of this defense because last year, to me, Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley looked lost. and they could not stop anybody when it come to other teams running the ball, or they couldn't stop anybody in the red zone. So I think those two issues, Christian McCaffrey and Robert Saleh, have me more optimistic than maybe most other 49er fans heading into the season.
We should, Eras925 says, stop being so damn down about the Niners. It's effing football season, boys. LFG, exclam, exclam.
I just told you I was a bit optimistic.
No, he's talking to me.
Okay.
He's talking to me.
All right. So
by the way, speaking of more, as David Lombardi wrote in the SF Standard, construction continues in Santa Clara. They picked up another D tackle, Jordan Jefferson, who was waived by the Jags on Tuesday, and they waived Evan Anderson, who had made the team last year as an undrafted free agent. So this guy's a 4th-round pick from LSU, 2024, 8 games as a rookie last year. They liked him, and they are stacking bodies on the O&D line. So many bodies are losing track. So John Lynch talked about that, young Tony, about having all these extra O linemen and D linemen on the 53-man roster here.
We like the groups, really. And, we like the groups. And sometimes there's roster mechanics that go on. Last year, I forget exactly what happened, why we went light. But this is where we thought our best 53 was right now. As Kyle always tells the guys, it's never a final 53. I'm sure it will be fluid. But we like the group of guys. And, that, like I said, it expect it to move. It never stays static.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's like the Giants. We talked about that. Like, all of a sudden, Casey Schmidt's your second baseman. You didn't expect that coming out of spring training, right? But so they will move here and there. But man, the lack of experience on the D line is crazy. The way they waived, Len Floyd and Javon Hargrave and all those guys, and now you're adding this guy Jordan Jefferson just out of nowhere. Bosa there's a stat that Eric Branch had that Bosa's career sacks is like, I should find the exact stat for you here, buddy. I got it for you here. Bosa's career sacks is 62.5. which is 14.5 more than the combined total of the other 10 D linemen.
Damn. And I'd say a big chunk of that is Bryce Huff, who they brought in this offseason, too. Yeah.
Hey, man, Bryce Huff. Looking forward to him.
Yeah.
Looking forward to him.
I'm looking forward to seeing some of those packages. Pause. When they slide Mykel Williams inside and play him on the outside on 3rd down. I think that will get to the quarterback a little bit more. And Robert Saleh, hopefully he's a little bit more creative this year with the defense, with blitzes that we already saw earlier this preseason.
925 says, someone can't read the room. I don't know what that means. 650 says, stop crying.
Read the room. I can't even read.
209 says, Kyle is the Bud Grant of the modern day. He can't finish the end of the story. Bud Grant, young tone for you, buddy, was the Minnesota Vikings coach who went to 4 Super Bowls or 3? 3 or 4. I should know that.
Yeah,
At least 3, maybe 4. Lost them all.
Mm-hmm.
Lost them all.
But he never wore sleeves.
And lived to a ripe, like a classic Scandinavian in Minnesota, lived a healthy, stayed trim, had a buzz cut, and lived north of 90, because that's what those old guys do in Minnesota. Like, they stay trim and then get a buzz cut and live north of 90. And as we talk about this annual, he used to have a yard sale every year. This guy was like one of the greatest coaches in NFL history. He used to have a yard sale on his freaking yard. He and his wife just had a simple home in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
And every spring they were like, yeah, there's chairs for sale. People used to go by to Bud Grant's yard sale.
Yeah, and trust me, Bud Grant could drive a negotiation. He was not out here selling TVs for $5.
Dude, can you imagine like Kyle just had a yard sale every spring?
What would you want from Kyle's house?
His Lil Wayne DVDs.
Oh, nice. I was thinking about maybe if I can get the pamphlet of the Super Bowl overtime rules.
Dude. Yeah.
Oh, what? Too soon?
Yeah.
Come on. I can't riff?
That's buried under all the playbooks.
Come on. Murph was a -1, and I give a negative riff, and I'm the bad guy.
Oh, man. Let's be honest. The morning after the Super Bowl, Marcus walked in with a little bounce in his step and a sly Cheshire cat. You might want to read the Super Bowl overtime rules, bud. Yeah. He's chewing his gum.
I mean, yeah.
Smiling.
I mean, it would
I was
make
like,
sense.
your silver and black is showing, buddy.
Yeah, I know. But you guys let the red and yellow McDonald's Kansas City Chiefs win a Super Bowl in their household, Murph. I can't believe it.
How are the Chiefs going to be this year?
They're going to be the Chiefs.
You think they'll be standardly excellent?
Yeah, they're going to mess around and not really care during the regular season, and then they'll turn it on for the postseason.
They went 15-2 last year.
Yeah, and really played with their food each and every week.
Yeah.
Like they weren't that dominant, but there they were back in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and they got smoked by those Eagles. How are the Eagles going to be, as we talked about after all this negativity? And sorry, listeners who are coming at me, bro. I'm going to tell you, hey, listener, I'm a bigger Niner fan than you are. All right, buddy? I'm sorry.
Murph's pulling rank.
I'm just calling what it is. It ain't good. The Jennings situation's bad. The receiver room is bad. They're extraordinarily young. I'm not happy.
Well,
So if you guys are happy, I don't know what you guys are seeing.
Well, let me give you a counter argument to your take about them being too young. Were the Philadelphia Eagles too young last year, Murph?
Well, I don't. So listen, the too young thing is. I'm not super upset about them being too young. I'm just acknowledging that it's a thing that we may have to overcome this year. I'm okay with bringing in young talent. I'm excited for some of these players. Like you said, though, we've seen first-round D linemen have not always succeeded, so we don't know how Micah Williams is going to be. Like, Micah Williams is supposed to be a dog, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't talked much about him all summer.
But who knows?
Is he going to be Charles Haley?
Yeah.
Or is he going to be Javon Kinlaw?
Is he going to be Jalen Carter, who was another one of those rookie studs who stepped up for Philadelphia and was a big reason why they won last year? Cooper DeJean. So, like, the Eagles were hitting on draft picks. And, Murph, I teased the average age of NFL rosters. The Eagles have the second youngest roster in the entire NFL with an average age of 25.49 years.
Yeah, you never gave me that tee. I didn't ask for your tees. What else you got?
So also the Green Bay Packers, who we've talked about before, actually have the youngest team in the league, averaging 25.23 years. Where would you guess that the 49ers are ranked 1 through 32nd?
It's an interesting question because we know they have some old dudes. You know, is Kittle an old dude? They have Trent Williams is old. I mean, McCaffrey's only 29, and we have all these youngsters. So am I ranking them 1 through 32, you mean?
1 through 32.
And 1 being the youngest?
1 being the youngest,
and the
32
Eagles
being the oldest.
The Eagles are the youngest?
Packers number 1, Eagles number 2.
Wow, God. I'm going to be optimistic, say the Niners are a top 10 youngest team. I'm going to say it.
Incorrect.
Top 15 youngest team. Oh, boy.
Incorrect.
Well, now you're doing like, this is why I'm bringing up the stat.
Yeah.
Higher,
lower.
Are they in the bottom? Are they lower than 20?
They are the 21st youngest team in the league with an average age of 26.3.
Does Trent Williams just ruin that whole average?
I think Trent definitely brings it up a little bit.
I mean, there's 53 players. So who else is old on the team?
Well, the 49ers currently have 10 players over 29 years old.
They better not be counting the 39-year-old long snapper. That doesn't count.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
If they count the
he's
39.
39?
Yeah,
My
yeah,
God.
yeah. What's wrong with being 39?
Still doing it.
We should also disclose the Washington Commanders are the oldest team in the league, but still have an average age of 28 years old. So really, you're looking at
their quarterback's a baby, and he's a star in waiting, and they got the guy Bill.
Dude, the Washington Commanders, get this, have 25 players over 29 years old. Like I said, the 49ers only have 10 players over 29.
Man, oh, man. All right.
So, yeah, a couple fun facts for you, Murph.
By the way, somebody had a great hey, how about 831? Murph, you are 80% of the time negative. It gets old. That's hilarious. Do you guys think of me as 80% negative?
80%? No, I don't know if that's the number I'm looking for.
I mean, I'm just looking at a baseball
You're
team.
saying it's higher, Marcus?
I'm saying I'm looking
higher.
I'm looking at a baseball team that's 3 games under and a football team that was 6-11. What do you want? What do you want? Little Miss Sunshine?
Be positive, bro.
This is a great text, though. 559 says, who are we kidding? Trading for Sky Moore and signing MVS? It's like the Giants trading for Dixon Machado and signing Paul DeJong. Who's running the Niners war room? Farhan Zaidi? It's a pretty good text there.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good.
All right. Sorry, everybody. I'll try to be more optimistic. God, I didn't think I was 80% negative.
Because you're so messy.
I thought I was considered soft and easy on the other. Everybody's telling me I'm a homer. Some guys, I never listen to you. You're a homer.
Oh.
This guy says I'm 80% negative.
Yeah.
That means I'm doing it right.
Yeah, exactly.
If
Murph.
2 different guys think I'm an 80% negative and a homer,
That's
I'm
good.
doing it right.
There's only 2 options. You can only be a homer or a hater. There's no middle ground.
Well, I'm going to straddle that middle ground. All right, Buster Posey at 7:30. Giants are piecing it together. A lot of people saying way too late. Travis, you're a year too late. We talked about it. Rafi Devers' historic night last night doing his thing. So let's talk about what the Giants are doing right now. And are you buying the Marty hype? Are you optimistic they can still make a run? And did the ball bouncing off of Matt Chapman's head mean a miracle awaits? All coming up on the Sports Leader.
He called tails again. It is tails. You want the ball. Which way do you want to kick? San Francisco will receive first in overtime. Good luck, gentlemen.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
You want me to be positive about something? I'll be positive about Provident Credit Union because I have my mortgage with Provident, and Jim Ernest and the crew run a great local financial institution. It's awesome. They just take care of you. And when it comes to your savings, they'll take care of you. And they have options. No one size fits all. You can fit what you need. Do you need a 3-month certificate, a 6-month certificate, a 12-month certificate? Your choice. You choose. And then you lock in that high dividend rate up to 4.13% annual percentage yield. It's short term, it's stable, and it's all on your terms, okay? So whatever your savings goal, this limited time certificate puts you in control. Strong returns, none of that market stress, okay? Newsweek agrees. They named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025. So don't wait. This 4.13% rate does not last. Open your account at providentcu.org or stop by your local branch for a little help getting set up. Rate is effective August 5, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
One strike offering. Swing, and it bloop along the right field line. Falling. It is in there. Base hit. Devers in to score, around to third. Now here comes a wild throw that gets away. Heading for home is Dom Smith, and he scores. Into second base goes Matt Chapman, and the Giants get 2 runs on that little pop-up in the shallow right. It's 6-3. Just a pop fly, and Tucker, the right fielder, came in to pick it up. And his throw-in hit Matt Chapman he beamed him. Matt Chapman was standing on first base, and the throw-in hit Chapman right on top of the batting helmet.
Oh, my goodness.
You don't see that one every day.
You literally have those things where people say, I always hated these questions when I was on the beat. Have you ever seen this or that? I'm like, it's not going to be a good answer for us, whatever it is. Yeah, I have. No, I haven't. But I'm going to say last night was one of those nights where I can truly say that question is appropriate, because not only has none of us ever seen anything like that, it resulted in an incredible positive for the Giants and kind of sealed the game. Like the ball, Matt Chapman hits a flare to right. This run scores to make it 5. First of all, shout out Dom Smith. There's 2 outs, first and third. Okay, Dom Smith's on first. Chapman hits a flare to right. You know what Dom Smith didn't do, kids? He didn't stop running. He kept freaking running. You know why? Because he's a fundamental baseball player, by the way. So he's trucking. He doesn't care. He's trucking until Matt Williams tells him something, and Kyle Tucker's relay in, which should be a harmless thing because there's no way Dom Smith's going to score, freaking is a line drive off of the helmet of Matt Chapman, who's just standing on first base. And then what's crazy about it is it balloons. It arcs. It could hit his helmet and squib over to second base. It could hit his helmet and bounce back to the first baseman. It could hit his helmet and kind of bounce to the catcher. It hit his helmet and took like a trampoline effect over the catcher's head, Kelly, all the way to the backstop, allowing Dom Smith, who never stopped running, to score. And at that point in time was 7-3. And you were like, bro, it all changed that night. I mean, seriously, I'd put out a funny tweet, tried to be funny, saying when I swept up the confetti on Market Street that late October day in 2025, one fan turned to another and said, could you believe it all turned that night in August when the ball hit Matt Chapman in the head? Wow. I mean, my God.
When the Giants went ahead on a Matt Chapman dome shot, Murph. I'm with you. I've never really seen anything like it. And being at the ballpark last night, I was a bit confused. At first, I'm like, wait, was that like a bad cutoff? Like, how did the ball get to home? Did it hit off a base? It ended up hitting off his helmet. I thought it was almost going to go off of Matt Chapman's helmet straight into the catcher's glove. Like the ricochet and the amount of distance that was traveled by that ball was unreal.
I mean, they've had bad breaks this year. What was the one recently? Was it the Padres series or whatever where that ball hit was it a Verlander start? A ball hit a base. It was going to be a double play ball, and it hit a base and went the other way, and you're like, God, they just can't buy a break. Well, last night they bought a break when Adames fielded a ball off of Wizenhunt's glove and turned an incredible double play with Casey Schmidt. And then that play for Chapman. So, yeah, just a little bit on that play because it's so funny, man, last night here. Matt Chapman cut end, Tony, about that ball going off of Chapman's dome here.
I mean, I knew the throw was coming, but, yeah, I was a little surprised that it hit me in the head. I'm glad that my back was turned and it hit me in the back of the head. But to see it hit me off my head and go all the way to the backstop, it got me pretty good.
Yeah. I might have to do a concussion test.
I know, seriously. I thought they thought about that. I was
that can rattle you.
Can't feel too good. He's smiling, though.
Yeah,
He had a big grin on his face. Look at that. Hey, and home run number 200 for him. Shout out to Chapman.
Now I need a Matt Chapman bobblehead with a baseball bobbling off his head.
That's a good one, actually. I like that. So, hey, 2 things I want to hit before we get to Buster. One is Devers, and the other is, realistically where this team is. So Devers last night, 4 for 4, 2 homers, 5 RBIs and 4 runs scored. I think he was the first guy with that stat line. Was 4 hits, 5 RBIs and 4 runs scored since Buster Posey in 2012, something like that.
Damn.
I mean, it's been almost like 15 years since something like that happened.
Hell yeah.
And at the park where, quote unquote, he doesn't like to hit, right? Well, there's never been a quote like that. We just we're like, oh, he doesn't like it here.
Yeah, not a quote that I've seen from Rafael Devers.
So Erwin Higueros went to work, cut D, Tony. I guess somebody suggested to him that he wasn't comfortable at Oracle. This was Devers' answer through Erwin Higueros last night.
I have never said that I have never felt comfortable here at Oracle Park. I just know that I know the kind of player I am, give my 100% and move forward.
Okay, so he said, I never said I wasn't comfortable at Oracle Park. Melvin cut L, Tony, about Devers actually used the word embracing it here in San Francisco here.
Well, he hit it everywhere today. I mean, in a nice warm night, carries a little bit, but the first one's going out anywhere. And then go to left field and, just kind of show off what he can do in any ballpark. Right center, triples alley. I mean, games like this go a long way. So, big night for him and certainly, for us too. He's pretty embraced here. And we know that he's capable of having games like that.
Okay, so he said he's embraced. He's pretty embraced here. He didn't say he embraces it here. There's a little bit of a confusion
He's
there.
embraced here. Well, yeah, Murph. In my opinion, I don't think there's a ballpark that Rafael Devers has ever disliked. Like, he has all park power.
Yeah.
And this is the power that we've been waiting for. In the month of August alone, he has 8 home runs this month, hitting .273. He's swinging a hot stick, and it finally seems like he is settling down here in San Francisco because this was the bat that Buster Posey went out and traded for. And for the last couple of months, for whatever reason, the Giants have been the worst team in baseball since making that trade. And a lot of people have pointed fingers to Rafael Devers and him not showing up and being the silver slugger that you thought he was going to be. But that's why I tried to say be patient. I know it's tough to be patient when you're dropping 6-7 games below 500. But Rafael Devers is going to be the best bat in this lineup for the next 7 to 8 years here in San Francisco.
I mean, Chapman has a quote later on. He says, this is the guy that everybody's accustomed to seeing. It's not easy to get traded and come in and instantly be yourself. He's getting more settled in. And you see him get more comfortable every day that he's here. When he feels good, he's that dangerous. So here's the stats. Since being traded on June 15th, he's hitting .240, which is well below his career. His OPS is 796, is again well below his career. It's still good, but I mean, you want him in the high 800s, low 900s. He's hit 12 bombs, 31 RBIs. The problem is the strikeouts. 77 strikeouts to 36 walks. But here's the numbers lately, if he's indeed getting more comfortable.
What have you done for me lately?
His OPS in August. His OPS in July, 705. His OPS in August, 959.
Yep.
Okay. This month's batting average, 273. Which is where I think he'll probably rest, around 270.
Yeah, look at his baseball reference. He usually hovers around a 270 batting average.
So I guess, listen, what's going to happen this year? I mean, Marty says until you're 6 out with 5 to play, you're not out of it. There's 7 back in the loss column. They have briefly passed the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks who had passed them. So it's just them and the Reds now chasing the Mets. I mean, being realistic, we're going to talk to Buster in just a couple minutes here, so we'll talk to him about that. But here's Chapman on, the possibilities of this season. Cut C here, Tony. Chapman C.
I mean, nothing's impossible, but, I think we just are focused on tomorrow. That's as far as we can go. And, we played that game a month ago looking at the standings and all that, and that, it doesn't always work out your way when you're doing that. So we're just focused on tomorrow and winning tomorrow's game.
Okay, so that's the good news. Focused on tomorrow, one day at a time. Buster's going to say, here's the bad news. Tomorrow, meaning today, Shota Imanaga, lefty with a 0.94 whip.
Well, bring it on, because who's on the bump for the Giants today?
Your boy.
That's it.
Rockland's finest.
Logan Webb.
Yeah.
Let's go. Bring him on.
You know what? Light the frickin' beam.
Light the beam, boys. Light them up. Let's raise that L flag and light the beam.
Light the beam.
Dude, in other words, me talking about Imanaga, maybe the Cubs are saying, we got to face Logan Webb.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Bring it on.
Webby with the cut, the sink.
Down 2-0, and here comes Webby.
All right. My cynical friend Daryl says the only reason they're playing well is because there's no pressure.
I don't agree with that take, Daryl.
Yeah. I mean,
Just being honest
that
with you.
too.
Yeah, I mean, these are baseball players. Like, this is not the NBA where guys can just mail in games and not put up any stats. And, it doesn't affect them in the offseason because putting up 0 points doesn't really hurt your stats too much. These guys go out there, go 0 for 4, let up 5 earned runs. Guess what? They're not going to have a job next year. These guys are playing each and every day, and they're going to play this season out.
Well, what a night for Rafael Devers, man, and Carson Wizenhunt. By the way, we'll talk to Buster in just a minute here. You know who's looking pretty good is Yoel. Is it Yoel or Joel?
I believe it's Joel.
Okay, Joel.
They say Joel
Billy
on the
Joel.
broadcast.
Some listener chastised me. Says Yoel.
Yeah, well, I would think that the way it's
Joel.
spelled, it would be Yoel, but I've heard John
Either way,
Miller say Joel.
Let's just call him Peguero.
Let's call it.
2 more shutout innings last night.
Peguero.
Yeah, that's a guy who hitters are not squaring up.
No.
They're not squaring him up.
And it still blows my mind that it took him a decade to get to the bigs with a 102-mile-per-hour fastball.
Sometimes it takes a little longer to figure it out.
That's why it's pitching, not throwing. Murph.
Buster Posey starts our power hour, then John Lynch at 8. Can't wait. Next on The Sports Leader.
I mean, nothing's impossible.
Amici's. It's still August, right? And Amici's has this deal in August, the back to school August special with the half-baked pizzas. Yeah, half-baked pizzas are awesome because, listen, kids, we have this problem. We have kids with different schedules. They have different after-school stuff. So we actually are not eating dinner at the same time these days, which is why the half-baked pizza is perfect. Okay, because you can order it half-baked. Amici's gets it to you. And then whenever you're ready, you can finally, okay, everybody's here now, we can put it in. And then 5 minutes later, it tastes great. It's crispy, the cheese is melted, it's fresh, it's really good. And 20% off for the rest of this month. I'll say that again, 20% off. If you order online from the menu category scroll bar, 20% off the half-baked pizzas for the rest of this month. That's a great deal. I love them, try them, you will not regret it. 20% off the half-baked pizza when you order online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com. Half-baked, baby, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Presents a Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the orange and black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants President of Baseball Operations, Buster Posey, on the Sports Leader.
All right, super happy to talk to Buster Posey about these Giants. So many fun things to talk about, interesting things to talk about, too. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. He's on the UMA guest line. And the executive show is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Artful timing, Buster. You said, I'll go on the radio as long as we win 12-3 the night before and Rafi hits 2 homers. So well played, Buster. Good morning. How are you?
Morning, Buster.
Yeah, I didn't recall that caveat, but happy to join you guys after that one last night.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. We'll just start on that positive stuff there. I mean, Rafi, when you famously said Rafael Devers is a dude, that was kind of the signature statement. I guess, Buster, that's what you were talking about, right? And I guess my question to you is, do you think it's taken him maybe this long to sort of settle down and get comfortable? Is it fair to say that the previous 2 months was because he was still getting settled?
I mean, I couldn't answer that. You'd have to ask him. I think he's a guy that's shown throughout his career that he's going to go through some patches, some cold patches and some hot patches, and You look at the bulk of his career and what he's done, the first 8 years in the big leagues, and the numbers are pretty steady. And I'm sure that there's been some times where he hoped his performance would have been better throughout his tenure with us so far. But he shows up every day. He's continually working at first base. He's putting the work in with the bat. The guy loves to play baseball. You can see it on the field with the smiles, and he wants to win. So it's nice for him to have a big night and help us win that game last night.
Buster, it seems like it's a similar situation to what we kind of saw earlier this year with Willy Adames, where it took him a few months to get settled in as well. But you look at his stats now, he's got 22 home runs on the season, and it seems like he's playing some really good defensive baseball as well. What have you seen from Willy Adames in the second half?
Yeah, the main thing for Willie, I think we all felt confident when we were talking about him signing, is that we knew the person that we were getting. We knew we were going to have a guy that showed up and wanted to play every day, and he's been that guy. I've probably mentioned it on this show before, but for him to struggle like he did in the early part of the season, show up, be the same guy every day, and for him to turn it around, it's felt good for him. It's been good for us to see, and another guy that works hard on both sides of the ball, leader of the team, and just thrilled to think about him being a Giant for a long time, and hopefully it's something that our fans with Adames and Devers and Chapman, knowing those guys are going to be in the lineup daily, and then for years to come is certainly something that I'm looking forward to watching.
Buster Posey, the voice you hear on the Yuma Guest Line. Giants win 12-3 last night. They won 4 in a row. That leads to the question. Now, Buster, were we doing this interview, a week ago after the Padres series or something? There would have been a lot of negativity, a lot of like, what happened? Now we ask the question, are you actually legitimately thinking about making a run to the postseason? Is that a realistic option for you?
Well, there's no doubt we're up against it, right? You look at the teams ahead of us, you look how much season is left right now. We're up against it, but the feeling is you're going to fight tooth and nail to the end. And I think Adames said as much in a post-game interview recently, and it's nice to see the guys are doing that. So again, we're up against it, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities. And I think everybody feels that. And you never know. That's what's so great about sports is you got to show up each day, work hard, play the game, and see how things shake out.
Buster, correct me if I'm wrong, but going back to 2010, you guys were about 5-6 games out in the NL West at the end of August behind the Padres before you guys made the run in September, which obviously led to a World Series run. So you've been in a clubhouse before where maybe you are 5-6 games out of a playoff spot in August. How easy or how hard is it to kind of forget about everything that's happened so far and just focus on September and these final 30 or so games?
You most definitely just have to focus on what you can control, and that's showing up each day, playing hard, and trying to win the game. If I remember correctly as well, the Padres had a rough patch there in September that allowed us to make up some ground. So you got to play really good baseball, and you're going to need the teams in front of you to scuffle a little bit. But again, it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
As the great Ashcon said, Marcus, and thankfully the Padres choked in the song Don't Stop Believing. They lost 10 in a row or something like that, which, as you point out, Buster, means anything can happen. So you mentioned, again, I said to you, if we were doing this interview anytime in the past 3 weeks, there would have been a lot of negativity. Now we feel a lot better about this 4-game win streak. But I guess the question is you mentioned Devers, Adames, and Chapman. Fans can look forward to them for years to come. So my question is, are you outright stating there's a full-on belief in this nucleus? Or the alternate option is, did this year's not great results make you question this nucleus? In other words, is this nucleus sort of playing to prove to you that they can stay together in 2026?
No, I believe in the nucleus. Again, I think what makes me feel good is the character of these players. Each year can be different, and again, look, we've got 30-ish games left now. And as we've talked about, the first 5 or 6 minutes this morning is you never know what can happen. So we're focused on this year for sure. But yeah, the total belief in this nucleus and understand that, this was the first year for the three of them to play together, with Rafi not even having a full year. And, excited about their leadership and the players around them on both sides of the ball that we're going to get to watch going forward and continue to work and get better. Again, I don't want to get ahead because we still do have the remainder of this season, and that's our focus.
Yeah, so at the risk of asking a blunt, dumb question here, I guess because fans were so mad, and so, is the word, quote unquote, blowing it up, is that on the table? Like major reshuffling in the offseason, is that still on the table, or are you rejecting that?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't know what majorly blowing it up. We'll, as a front office, we'll look and see how we see best to put the best team on the field in 26. But as far as majorly blowing it up, whatever that means, I don't.
I guess it would be, I told you it was a blunt, dumb question. It would mean trading one of your big nucleus guys, like getting rid of, like changing your nucleus.
No, I don't see that happening.
All right.
Buster, you mentioned Patrick Bailey's name as one of those players included in that nucleus, and you know that we've talked a lot this year about Patrick offensively and defensively. So what can you give us on his progress report so far this year and what you've seen from him and the belief of him still being part of that nucleus moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's continuing to make strides behind the plate and how he manages games, how he manages the staffs during the games, and in the clubhouse, post game, whatever as well. It's no secret he's scuffled offensively. I do think there are some signs as of late that he's making some progress there, and he's a guy. He's still a pretty young guy that is learning himself. He's learning all the subtleties and nuances that go into the game, and from what I can tell, sometimes some of those baby's incremental gains are harder to see, but I think he's moving in the right direction. And anytime you have a guy behind the plate that has the defensive value that he does, and the way that he can gain the confidence of the pitching staff, it's a huge plus for your team.
All right, Buster, we're going around. There's so many things to talk about. I know you don't want to anoint anybody, and you want this guy to grind and fight as hard as he can, but are you close to finding your second baseman? Is Casey Schmidt cementing himself as your second baseman?
Oh, well, he's another guy. You talk about making games. I mean, for me, watching Casey over the past few years, he looks like he's starting to believe that he belongs. And I keep an eye on him just, around the clubhouse in the cage and the way he carries himself, his ability to go to second mid-season, not easy, right? A guy who's naturally a third baseman, probably more comfortable on the left side of the infield. He looks more and more comfortable each day. We saw last night a double play that he and Adames turned that really got me excited. Just with it looked like it came more natural to him. He showed off his arm strength. I think he's going to continue to get better and better. He's a very naturally gifted baseball player. You're starting to see him at the plate lay off some of those pitches that are going down and away from him a little bit more. It seems like he's got an idea of what he wants to do. Big 2-out RBI last night. So we're definitely excited about the progress Casey's making.
Buster, we've talked a lot about how important defense is to this roster, so I wanted to ask you about Elliot Ramos in the outfield, because according to the advanced analytics, his defensive metrics have taken a step back this year. So how comfortable are you guys with Elliot Ramos in left field moving forward?
Yeah, Elliot's going to be a big part of our team going forward, no doubt about it. And look, as a Major League Baseball player, you never arrive. It doesn't matter if you're 1 year, 2 years in, 10 years in, 15 years in. Verlander's a prime example. He's constantly tweaking and working on things 20 years into a Hall of Fame career. So there's confidence that Elliot most definitely has the athletic ability to improve defensively. And, he's a guy that likes to work. And if you've got somebody that likes to work, that's a great place to start, because you know that at least there's the ability, and he's shown that he can be a better defender. And And we believe that going forward that those are going to improve. And the reason for that belief, I think, is because he's a worker and he wants to be a great player.
Yeah, definitely. We'll track that progress. Meanwhile, on the other side of the outfield, I think the last time we talked to you, we said, so what's the plan in right field? You said, let's see. Let's see what happens. And right now we're watching Luis Matos. And you've seen this guy for a while, Buster. He was your teammate, I think, in a spring training camp, maybe, if I get my ages right. I'm not even sure if you guys were at camp together a few years ago. But point is what are you seeing as the president of baseball ops from this guy, Luis Matos? Because we're seeing a guy just barreling balls up and kind of on your Casey Schmidt point of looking better like he belongs. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think that you're seeing a guy that understands that that there's a real opportunity in front of him, and he's taking advantage of it. You know, it's probably tough blow to be sent down, and then have a couple of guys come up before him, not talking to him. I'm assuming that was probably pretty motivating for him, and he looks like he's on a mission. I mean, I really liked the ball 2 nights ago that he hit off the right field wall. Even last night, felt like he just missed a couple of pitches from driving them, you know, in the gaps or out of the park. And he's a guy that I don't think any of us are surprised that he's had a nice stretch here over the last week or so. And hopefully he continues to seize the opportunity that he has the rest of the year.
Shifting over to center field, Buster, Jung-Ho Lee is on track to complete his first major league season. He's another player that has had some ups and downs this year, but what have you seen from him, the way that other teams have adjusted to his approach and how he's adjusted to the adjustments to get back on track now?
I think this is going to be such a big year for Jung-Ho, just because you don't really know what a major league season takes until you go through one. Between the amount of games played in a row, the travel across the country, the physical toll, the mental toll, having to deal with this failure that comes from some or a lot of these variables, and then to bounce back like he has, and to start off well and kind of to slump a little bit, and now to me he looks like he's getting back to a spot at the plate where you know, he's hitting some balls on the line the other way. He's spinning on balls when he needs to, and I think ultimately we think that's the type of player that he's going to be. He's a guy that has really good bat control, puts the ball in play, can be a pest at the plate. Defensively, you know, the hope is that he becomes that center fielder that just when a ball's in there, that he's the one that everybody's getting out of the way of, because they know he's going to get it. And really, I think I go back to my first point that this first year for him, I say first year, I know last year was his first year, but really his first full year is something I think he's going to be able to learn from, take the information into the offseason and know how to prepare himself even better coming into next year.
We're having too much fun talking about position players. We haven't asked you about any pitchers, and you're an old catcher. You're like, come on, guys. You got to win on the mound, man. Ryan Walker is now your closer. I guess I have 2 questions. The first is, do you have a health update on Randy Rodriguez?
Yeah, still sorting through with Randy. I know he's having conversations with training staff and doctors, so I do not have an update on him. Yeah, Walk looked back to where we saw him in the past. 2 seams got a ton of action, sliders getting the lateral movement and depth. But he just looks confident. He looks like he did when he was going really well. And I mean, you know, I was about to say I've never faced him, and then I was thinking, luckily I never faced him, because he'd be a nightmare for a right-handed hitter to face, with the 2-seamer that bores in and the slider going the other direction, with him stepping as far across his body as he does. And it's great to see. I mean, he's a guy that is going to be paramount for us in the bullpen.
Okay, yeah, Ryan Walker for sure. And I guess while I stay on the health question, since Randy, we don't know for sure, Blade Tidwell was making some noise at AAA and then had a little setback. Do you have an update on him?
Yeah, I think he's moving in the right direction. I think working on throwing progression to get back on the mound. He's obviously a guy that we're excited about, but we want to make sure that he's, from a health standpoint, in a good place and doesn't rush back. It's a big arm and somebody that we're excited to continue to watch as he progresses. So all signs seem positive there.
Few more minutes here with Buster Posey on the Giants Executive Show, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. And Buster, if we're going to talk prospects, we of course have to ask you about Bryce Eldridge. Now, I did see your comments to John Shea the other day, but just for our audience this morning, our KNBR and Giants listeners, do you think Bryce Eldridge will be on the big league roster sometime this season?
I'd say most likely not. I feel like I've said it 100 times, but Bryce is still 20. He's still getting his reps as a first baseman. He's getting his reps as a hitter. Like everybody else, watch the amount of power that Bryce has, and it's hard not to get really, really excited about. And talking to Bryce a little bit, back in spring training, and then listening to how our minor league staff talks about him, we know that he wants to be a complete player, and he's working on that. And I've said it before, I think what excites me the most about Bryce is he does want to be as good a player as he can in all facets. And, that's time, that's repetition. He's continuing to improve. I think it's from my vantage point, it's been nice to see him scuffle a little bit in AAA and then turn it around. Some of these balls that he's driving to left center, you can dream on them big time. It's similar to what you see with Devers and his ability to drive the ball the opposite way. It's just there's not many guys in the world that have that type of power. But we want to make sure that Bryce is ready when he gets here. We want to make sure that Bryce is ready to impact this team, and that he personally is in the best position to succeed when he gets here.
Well, the good news, Buster, if we keep asking these questions for another 5 weeks, you can say, guys, he's 21 years old. Because I think the birthday's coming up.
Yeah,
right
around the corner.
So there you go. You'll be off the hook.
Well, there you go. We can change it up a little bit.
Hey, sort of on a serious note, though, he did say to Susan Slusser that he went to Randy Wynn after the Devers trade and said, yo, what's going on? That's a left-handed power-hitting first baseman. What's your answer to Bryce at this point, that you guys have a redundancy there?
Well, actually, we got ahead of that. I don't know if he told Susan that, but that was a conversation that I had with Randy. I said, hey, next time you're down there, go talk to Bryce and just tell him that this doesn't change anything about the way that we think about him and our plans with him going forward. So I don't know if there was wires crossed there or not, but that wasn't Bryce going to Randy. I don't really think that's even his personality, to be honest with you. I think that he's a head down work type of guy, and he's going to show up and do his job. So that was Randy going to Bryce.
All right. And then finally, listen, it's awkward because we all like Bob Melvin and Matt Williams. These are hum babies, man. They go back to Roger Craig, and local guy Bob Melvin grew up a Giants fan and everything, but people are upset. When the team plays poorly, they look at the manager, they yell at the manager. So would you just say to fans, are you waiting to evaluate him at the end of the season, or you're guaranteed lock it in? No, he's our guy in 26.
Well, it's like I was asked that question a couple of days ago by Baggerly and Shea, and the answer is the same. Our focus is completely on trying to win as many games as possible, and it's as simple as that. And our focus is on these next 5 weeks.
There you go, Buster. You still having fun?
I am.
It's been less than a year, by the way. It's kind of an eventful less than a year, hasn't it? It's been very eventful.
Yeah, it has been, but it's baseball. Baseball's great. Can't complain.
No, baseball is great. You got a pretty good job there. We always appreciate you're super patient and generous with your time. Fans get a lot out of these hits, so it helps build. And by the way, you should probably just end it on a super positive note. Your attendance has been spectacular this year. You guys are one of the top year-over-year attendance teams. You're probably pretty grateful to those fans, huh?
Oh, extremely grateful. It's been great to see. I mean, the energy's been great day in, day out, night in, night out. And, I got to experience it as a player, and, it's the most beautiful ballpark in the world, in my opinion. And there's nothing better to see it with a bunch of fans in it and having a good time. And hopefully we keep playing some good baseball for them like we had these last couple of games at home.
Hey, man, you're giving the ball to Logan Webb in a day game. What could be better? So go enjoy the game. Thanks for all your time, and we'll catch up down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Buster.
Okay, guys, thanks.
There he is, Buster Posey, always generous with his time. So now let's duck out and go right to John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers, next on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, it is. Did the 49ers make the right move keeping Jauan Jennings after his trade request? The guys will ask John Lynch next, but you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now. Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Thursday morning with Prize Picks, because we are officially 1 week away from football. Cowboys and Eagles Thursday Night Football a week away, and Prize Picks right now has maximum discounts available for Dak Prescott to pass for more than 1 single yard. It's as simple as that. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money action on every football game available. But wait, they're also the official daily fantasy sports partner of the San Francisco Giants, which means there's time to get some action in on today's day game. And you know I'm a Logan Webb guy.
Light the beam.
So we'll be lighting the beam and lighting up Prize Picks and taking Logan Webb to have more than 5.5 strikeouts today against the Chicago Cubs. He's averaged 7.2 strikeouts over his last 5 outings. So let's go ahead and back Logan Webb as the Giants look for the sweep today over the Chicago Cubbies. It's simple. All you need to do is download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. He's humble. He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. Now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful. Here's the 49ers president of football operations and general manager, Jauan Lynch.
All right, every Thursday at 8, we hope to make this a regular here as we get ready for the season. Jauan Lynch, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Good morning, John. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, John.
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
You know what? I'm looking at something new here. If people haven't been on their social media, I'm looking at a new uniform, a rivalry uniform. I don't know what that means. It's official here. I see Fred Warner. He's wearing a black jersey with red and gold saloon font, a black helmet. John, do tell. What's going on?
Looks pretty nice, right? And, I think the league introduced that, the rivalry deal, and our marketing team did a really nice job of asking for our players' opinions. So those guys got in there, kind of our leadership council gave their opinions, and they came up with a real good product. I walked down there probably about 3 months ago in our studios as they were filming that, and it looks pretty nice.
Do you know when you're going to wear them?
I have no idea. I should know these things.
Actually, Marcus, quick follow. So I'm going to hit another hard-hitting question here. You guys have had a history.
Week 18 in Seattle. Corey Rush is telling me he's sitting.
Week 18.
Week 18.
So
against Seattle.
Okay. Well, thanks to Corey. He's the man.
Yes.
And number two, you guys have rolled out the all whites in Seattle with great success of late. Are we wearing the all whites in week 1?
I don't think so. I don't believe we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. See, this is the important questions, John.
Real important questions,
that is.
John.
It is.
Yeah, and John, when I think about alternate jerseys, the first one that I think about is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers creamsicle jerseys that you used to wear. Were you a fan of those jerseys?
You know what's so funny, Marcus, is like those have become cool again. But at the time, now you have to understand where our franchise was in 1993 when I was drafted there. We were the Yucks. I mean, we were the worst franchise in sport, and so they weren't really cool then. And I don't know if it was the orange, the creamsicle, or it was the pirate that was winking at you. It wasn't the most intimidating look. Bucko Bruce, I think his name was. So, but I will tell you, like, they're as hot as ever. It's their 50th anniversary in Tampa, and I got a box about a week ago from the Glazer family, and it was one of these their rivalry uniform this year on their 50th anniversary. It was really cool. It had pictures of all the players that the Bucs have had, and a cool celebration down in Tampa with the 50th. But that creamsicle is really, like, the whole league loves that right now. But I can tell you, in 1993 and 4, we were waiting to get out of it.
That's a funny answer there. You and I are kind of, I'm older than you, but remember that inexplicable year when Tampa Bay made the NFC Championship and played the Rams out of nowhere? Remember that? It was like 79, I think.
I do.
Yeah, it was like,
what?
what? It's like, what are they doing?
They were good right off the bat, and then, not right off the bat.
No, they lost, didn't John McKay, lose his first 20 or something like that?
He did.
Yeah.
He did. And, what do you think of your team's execution? I'm all for it. He had some great lines. And then they got by 79, though. Here they are in the NFC Championship, and then a lot of lean years.
Yeah, a lot of lean years,
Thank God we turned it around.
All right, we chopped it up, and then fans are like, you got to ask about Jauan. So I'm going to ask about Jauan Jennings. Do you have anything updated here on Thursday? I know you spoke yesterday. We got all the quotes. We played them this morning. Maybe something changed overnight. Do you have any new news on the Jauan Jennings situation?
Nothing updated. I spoke at length about that yesterday, and I think we'll leave it at that. We're huge fans of Jauan Jennings. He's a big part of this game. He's one of my favorite players in my tenure here, our tenure here. And so hopefully that thing has resolution. He's back on the field, and we'll be rolling. But again, it's, there's a couple issues at play, and those things got to settle themselves. So.
Okay.
That's kind of where we're at.
So given that, how much confidence can you have in that receiver room without Jauan, without Ayuk, given the lack of experience in the system and sort of the I don't know, sort of the new bodies that are there? Can you have any confidence in that receiver room?
Absolutely. These guys have been thrust into this. They've gotten plenty of reps. Now, some of the guys are new, like Valdez Scantling that will be arriving here today. The nice thing, though, with him, he's a veteran who's played a lot of football in this league, and he's been in this system. Seattle, who we're playing in 10 days, there's another Kubiak up there that was here years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Clint Kubiak, their offensive coordinator, they run a very similar system. Language is the same. He was in New Orleans the year before, so there should be good familiarity. And we'll put a good group out there. Would we want Jauan out there? Absolutely. BA's not at that point where he can even be in the consideration right now. So, Jordan Watkins, being hurt, Jacob Cowing being hurt, is it ideal? No, but we're going to put a group that is plenty good and capable, and these things happen in this league. And I remember a year starting one year, I forget the actual year, but Bill Belichick and the Patriots had like 3 receivers on their entire roster, and they found a way to win games. And so that's what you do. You find a way to win games. We got a really strong team. The last few days are tough. It's a really emotional time because you're telling 25, 30 some odd guys that their dreams aren't coming true while we're setting this roster, and the roster's still a little fluid. But around, right now, the excitement of what's to come in 10 days really starts to hit. And I like our team. I really do. I said that yesterday. I've said that throughout. I like where we're at, and we're ready to roll.
Not only did you guys bring in a couple wide receivers since our conversation last week, John, you guys also brought in a running back. Brian Robinson made another trade with the Washington Commanders. What can you tell us about that trade and the role that you expect for him in this offense?
I think it's going to be a big role. Brian, it feels like yesterday he was here on a 30 visit. 30 visits are the visits prior to the draft, and Brian was one of the guys who came in here, and so we've long been a fan of Brian. Jordan James is a guy we're extremely high on, but unfortunately got nicked up on a couple different occasions during training camp, and so the idea of going with a rookie as your number 2 back going into a season when he's barely had practices, that's a really tough thing to do. And so we remain high as can be on Jordan James, think he's going to be a fantastic player for us. Isaac Guerindo's still in the mix, but we felt like it was important to have another back. It's just the way things go at that position, and we feel like there's some unique things we can do with Brian in there. He's a great fit for our style of play. And we were very fortunate to have the opportunity to add a player of that at that point in the training camp.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to watch him out there with Christian McCaffrey. Thunder and lightning. Remember Ingemar Johansson, John? You know that guy, Swedish heavyweight? Yeah? No?
I don't.
Come
But
on.
I remember Thunder and Lightning. I remember we talked Bucks earlier. It was all stat and done.
There you go. I remember Warwick Dunn was on like that Cat magazine or whatever. Remember that ESPN ad? So anyway, we digress. Hey, back to the receiver room real quick. Can you confirm that you guys are interested in Kendrick Bourne, and is there any news on that?
No new news. Anytime a really good football player who we had ties to, Kendrick started his career here, becomes available, there's obviously going to be discussions. We're trying to, evaluate the pertinent information. Kendrick has been hurt, in training camp there, so trying to see exactly where he's at and, having conversations. But we'll let that play out. We'll continue to look into it. Any player who can help us improve our roster, we'll look into, and that's where that is.
John, taking a look at the roster build on the initial 53-man roster, you guys kept 21 total linemen on the offense and defense side of the ball. Last year, you guys only had 17 on the roster. Was there maybe a feeling of a need of necessity or depth going into this year in the trenches, or what do you think about the roster build and keeping that many linemen?
Well, I just think it's the way it played out. I think on you look at the offensive line. We had a couple young guys come in and really surprise and play kind of ahead of their years and show that they're ready. That yes, can there be improvement? Absolutely. I'm speaking of Connor Colby and Drew Moss. They both got a lot of opportunities because Ben Barch and Dominic Pooney missed some time. So those guys stepped up, and they earned a way on the roster. So that probably affects. We kept 4 tackles. Tackle, I think, in this league right now, everybody is looking for them. And so when you like the guys you have, you tend to keep them. I think you look at the defensive line. Yetur Gross-Matos is just coming back into action, and so do you stay a little heavy there to make sure he's okay? Perhaps. And we made a claim at defensive tackle, guy in Jordan Jefferson, another guy who we've liked for a long time, who we believe gives us an upgrade there, and you let that play out. So, Kyle always tells our guys, it is our 53, which is a tremendous accomplishment to have made that, but it's never fluid. It's never static. It's always moving, and that's the tough thing about this business. We did go heavy there, and I think you win and lose a lot of games up there, so it's not a place to go heavy if you are.
So you've talked a lot about how much you like the roster, and we've openly talked about the sort of the reset or the redo with the youth. But, man, Eric Branch had some alarming stats about the 10 rookies and the 16 other players. 26 of your 51 regulars are pretty much inexperienced in the NFL. So is it like how we're sort of marrying the hope to win the NFC West with so much youth and inexperience, John? How do you sort of marry those two things? Wanting to win the division.
Well, I think
go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think we have a mix of that youth, which I think was important. We've talked a lot about this throughout the offseason. You don't want to become an aging and old roster. And so how do you toe that line of wanting to compete for everything and then looking at the long-term health of your team as well as the short-term? And so I think the fantastic thing, we had an 11-person draft class, a lot of picks. The fact that 10 made it, we're not just putting guys on the roster because they're draft picks. I think we've shown that over the years. We're not afraid to admit not a mistake because the draft is just it's not an exact science. But we will move on from guys, and I think those 10 guys earned it. We had an undrafted free agent make it. So I think that bodes well for us. We have a really good class from last year, and these guys. So I think, though, when you can mix that with the Trent Williams, the Kyle Juszczyks, the Christian McCaffreys, the Brock Purdy's, the George Kittles, the Fred Warners, those type of guys, then you got a good thing going. I think that's a great mix for young players to have examples right in front of them, a lot of Hall of Fame-worthy players, I think when it's all said and done. So I think it's a great mix, and we'll see, I think this is a natural progression that teams go through, and it leads to a lot of excitement. Is there some unknown? Sure, but there is every year in this league.
I know we're wrapping up here, John, but it's funny. We're talking to a Hall of Fame safety, and we don't talk enough with you about that safety position. It just seems to be the most, it feels like it doesn't get as much run from the media or from us or anything. And you guys have a guy, Marquise Siegel, out of Kansas State, who seems to have been making great strides this summer. Can you just handicap the safety situation? Mustafa being out. What's the John Lynch read on your safety depth chart? Who's going to be your guys? Who's going to make the plays?
Well, I think right now, four guys made the 53-man roster. Siegel, who you were just speaking about, the rookie from Kansas State, has had a fantastic offseason. Jason Pinnock, who came to us as a free agent this offseason. Jair Brown, who we all know, who's been around here, and Richie Grant. I like the group. I think, probably a three-way competition for the top two spots with Siegel, Pinnock, and Brown. And Richie Grant is a guy who's played a lot of football in this league, has started games at safety. So I like the room. Siegel is really, it's an interesting mix to me. Last year, you talk analytics and things we look for. We have a metric we call swarm, which is basically when the ball's thrown, how fast do you get to the ball carrier? Last year, our analytics department sometimes will give these monikers or names. They said, okay, we've got the Sultan of Swarm, and that was Malik Mustafa. Nobody in college football swarmed to the ball faster than Malik Mustafa. Well, this year, the Sultan of Swarm was Siegel. And so I think those things translate really well in our defense. He runs a 4-3. But I think anyone who's been watching our games, when you can run a 4.3 and you pack a punch too when you're striking people, which we've seen Siegel do. He's a really good open field tackler. I think that's a good combination. And so, and then he's got some veteran presence around him, like we've been talking about at other positions. So I like the mix there. Those guys got to go play and put it all together. But I think that position group is very emblematic of our roster and some youth, but youth that we're very excited about.
It's like we forget what a great safety can do. And it's like we focus on all these other positions. I feel like they're not getting their run. So I'm looking forward to watching.
I like that. You know, like for years when I was playing, I was a big proponent of that, man. We weren't getting our run. And it's a position where you're asked to do a little bit of everything. At times, you know, you're back at the last line of defense. At other times, you're up playing a linebacker. At other times, you're blitzing the quarterback. And so I think they are oftentimes the most versatile player on the field. I think that they're sometimes the most intelligent. They're doing a lot of the quarterbacking of the defense. I'm biased towards that position, and I agree with you, Brian Murphy. They don't get enough run.
I like that. By the way, we had a guy here who 42. He made the safety position pretty important.
I got a picture of him, right? This is kind of it's John Lynch in the creamsicle. It's the white with the creamsicle orange with Ronnie Lott in a Jets. But
that's a keeper.
Yeah, it's a story for another day. I know we're breaking here, but I'll tell you the story, what he did for me at that picture at the end of a preseason game in my second year when things weren't going so well.
Okay.
Ronnie said something to me that kind of carried me through. So,
hey, man, 42 made safeties. Let me talk about making safeties great again. 42 did it for sure, man. It was awesome. So, all right, well, listen, always fun. Listen, a lot going on. We didn't ask you one Jake Moody question. Are you thanking us? Are you glad? You know, everybody's upset.
No, I'm fired up on Jake Moody.
Okay,
you know how the fans were having some fun with him the other day, but you know, he came back and after an early miss and showed up. So look, every player in this league has to go prove it. That's a position that's in the spotlight. Like I keep saying it, but because I believe it, we do have a lot of belief in him, and he's got to go show that he's the guy. And I look forward for him to have that opportunity.
John, we thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Thanks a lot. All right, see you, fellas.
John Lynch on The Sports Leader.
I agree with you, Brian Murphy. They don't get enough run.
All right. Hope everybody enjoyed the Buster Posey John Lynch Power Hour, just like you enjoy El Cerrito Honda. There you go. There's the tie-in. El Cerrito Honda. I love my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid from El Cerrito Honda. Great color, nice car, good service, good people. El Cerrito Honda. It's the end of summer sales event at El Cerrito Honda. Savings, selection, and service you will love. All right? Lots of hybrids. Civic, Accord, CR-V, like I said. EV, you want to go electric? The Prologue. Before the the federal tax rebate goes away, pardon me. And El Cerrito Honda is where you go. El Cerrito Honda. Where is it? It's in El Cerrito, California. That's big news. Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Easy to find. You can start looking to see if they have your car online at elcerritohonda.com. Spoiler alert, they do. And when you go, tell them I sent you. Say the guy Murph at KNBR, that guy. He told me to come here. And they say welcome. Because more than just a car dealership at El Cerrito Honda, we're family.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. Did the 49ers make the right move keeping Jauan Jennings after his trade request? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, young Tony, thank you. When I heard John Lynch talking about the Sultan of Swarm, Marquise Siegel and Malik Mustafa, I told young Tone, I said, you got to dial up some Dire Straits. Sultan of Swing.
Ooh.
Mark Knopfler doing his thing here. So thank you, young Tony, for this. You know this one, right?
Yes, of course I know this song.
So Sultan of Swarm.
But I don't think I ever knew the name of the actual song.
There you go.
Now
and
I
of course,
know.
the Sultan of Swing was Babe Ruth.
Oh, the Sultan of SWAT.
Sultan of SWAT. Yeah.
The Sultan of SWAT. The Sultan of SWAT.
So I used to wonder, like, are they making a Babe Ruth reference? Is British blues guitarist Mark Knopfler making a Babe Ruth reference? I don't think so.
Maybe.
But anyway.
Or maybe they're big fans of The Sandlot, where Yaya repeats everything his brother says. The Sultan of SWAT. The Sultan of SWAT.
Oh, man. There it is. The Sandlot. We're having such a good morning, and then you ruined it. Okay, John Lynch, Buster Posey for the last hour. Which guy to you stuck more in your head? Like, what's your like, well, Lynch was more recent.
Yes.
And we went straight from Posey into Lynch. We haven't had a chance to react to Posey. But for you, like, which one has you more going, things that make you go, yeah? No?
The quotes that made me ponder, Murph. I think more with John Lynch, it was more focused on the short term, where with Buster Posey, it was more focused on the long term.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I think with Buster, there were some really good nuggets about the nucleus of players that we have here in San Francisco and the future success that possibly could be on the table. And he straight up named guys like Rafael Devers, who was finally settling down here in San Francisco, Willie Adames, who is now, I believe, the fourth Giant in San Francisco Giants history, shortstop, I should say, to hit 20 home runs in a season. You look at Matt Chapman reaching 200 home runs. He even mentioned Elliot Ramos and said that he believes that that defense can improve. And there he was backing up his boy behind home plate once again, Patrick Bailey. So it felt like we had a few questions answered about the nucleus and whether or not the Giants will blow up the roster this offseason.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, I had to ask him. Like, you know, of course, this is the nucleus he assembled. So he's going to be like, yeah, I mean, I got to write. I mean, he brought Adames in. He negotiated Chapman's extension. He traded for Devers.
Yes, but this is true. But also the nucleus has a few other pieces included, like Jung-Hoo Lee, who has gone through the ups and downs of a full major league season. And it sounds like they're committed to Jung-Hoo Lee in the future also.
I think fans are angry and reactive, and they see a team that's playing quite poorly. And they're going to be like, Buster, you got to change this up. And I think he's saying, I'm not going to change it up unless the change is made at manager. That would be the one thing. Because if you're looking at it this way, and we'll talk Niners at 8:50 with Matt Mayocco, everybody. We'll get into that. But if you're looking at what he said to us, he goes, no, I have total belief in this nucleus, which I believe because he did trade for Devers, sign Adames, extend Chapman, all that stuff. But this nucleus, to be honest, even given the good vibes of last night and the 4 wins in a row, they're 65 and 68. This guy was looking to be in the mix to like win the West. I mean, they're 7 out in the wild card. So he's got to look at this hard and say, okay, what's got to change? I'm not changing my nucleus because I believe in him. Well, that leaves the manager then.
Yeah. And I agree with that take because I've said this before. I think the Giants are better than the record that they currently have. And I don't understand how you can add Willie Adames and Rafael Devers to this team and somehow be worse than you were last year, which was a team managed by Bob Melvin. So to me, he's not getting the most out of this roster right now, which leads to a fair question in the evaluation of his job moving forward.
And when we asked him directly, he simply said, we're focusing on this season, which, as you know, if you're Bob Melvin, it's not great. It's not great. No, you want him to say, no, I'm locked in. I'm guaranteeing you he's going to be in 26. He's our manager. Stop asking me. Instead, they did extend him, but now he's not talking about that. So, yeah, that was the big takeaway there. For sure.
What about you? Big takeaways? More John Lynch or Buster Posey?
Well, since you said Buster, I'm going to have to say John Lynch just to rep the Niner fans there. The Jauan situation, he just got out right in front and was like, yeah, we're not dealing with it. I'm not going to talk about it. You know, it's not. And it continues to just fester. And his belief in the receiver room, while admirable, I don't share it. You know, it's going to be a really tough deal. Breaking the huddle with Ricky Pearsall, Sky Moore, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling as your top 3 wide receivers. I mean, Ricky Pearsall's still pretty much unproven, dude. I mean, I'm expecting big things from him and may draft him in fantasy football.
Hey now.
But you're talking, Russell Gage, you know. I mean, Kendrick Bourne is still a mystery. Is he even going to join the team? So, But he was like adamant because, he's trying to draw a line in the sand. Yeah. But do we have did you cut his Jauan Jennings kind of opening statement, Tony? This is what he kind of said to us about. Because I asked him, I said, I know you spoke yesterday, but things can change overnight. Is there anything new?
Nothing updated. I spoke at length about that yesterday, and I think we'll leave it at that. We're huge fans of Jauan Jennings. He's a big part of this game. He's one of my favorite players in my tenure here, our tenure here. And so hopefully that thing has resolution. He's back on the field, and we'll be rolling. But again, it's, there's a couple issues at play, and those things got to settle themselves. So
okay,
that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Couple issues at play.
And there it was. It's kind of where we're at. That's just where we're at right now.
Where it's at.
Yeah.
Let's go back. How about 2 turntables and a microphone? How about 2 turntables and no wide receiver? How's that for
That's an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the 49ers don't have any wide receivers, Murph, who the hell's going to carry out that boombox?
Great call.
Yeah.
Who is it going to be? Yeah, who is it going to be?
I don't know.
Brian Robinson?
B-Rob.
Him
Him and Ricky Pearsall coming out to Many-Men.
So I don't know who's going to carry it. Well, I mean, it's always carried by the training guy, but who leads the walkout?
Who's the Flavor Flav with the big clock on?
Hey, probably Jauan Jennings.
I need the hype man.
Well, that's what we're saying.
If he's not out there.
Trent Williams. Trent Williams is
I
always
know,
the
but
guy.
he needs a guy next to him.
Yeah.
Who's it going to be?
I think our boy Demo was leading the pack later in the year as well.
Ooh, I like that.
Lenore and that's a good one.
Yeah, he'll bring some energy.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we can react to all that as the morning goes on here, but we do have cooler of content, always giving you the best from the Twitterverse and the Instagram verse that's out there that you need to hear. And then Matt Mayocco will get his take on it all. And, of course, cruising along on a Thursday, baby, Friday, or Friday for some.
Speak for yourself.
Those of us who are off tomorrow. 4-day weekend, buddy. What? Life is good. Next on The Sports Leader.
This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. How about Carson Wizenhunt joining the Midday Boys at 11:15?
Ooh, the Wiz
this morning. We didn't get a chance to ask Buster about him. We were peppering him with questions about everybody else. We didn't get to Wizenhunt, who kind of danced through the raindrops last night, got his win. He's leaving pitches. I'm digressing. But
yes, you are.
It's a little too hittable and walking too many guys right now.
He was working through adversity, like you and I working through this cooler of content.
All right, let's start with the jersey reveal. We all care about jerseys, man. At least I do. I like a uniform. I like a Niner uniform. I'm not so sure how I feel about when the Niners change their uniforms. Now, it's not all bad. I think the all-white's pretty cool, and I like them when they go to Seattle and win in the all-whites. How about John Lynch revealing to us they will not be wearing the all-whites up in Seattle week 1?
Got to save it for a special occasion.
That
Murph.
is a special occasion. Blank the Seahawks.
I don't know.
what I
You
mean?
might want to keep that in your back pocket for later on this year.
Well, where?
I don't know. I don't got the answers.
L.A.?
Maybe. Sure. Why not?
So they say they're going to wear these week 18. And, well, there's good and there's bad. First of all, they're black jerseys, and that brings back bad memories of when in the Chip Kelly era, they broke out those freaking black, like Carlos Hyde wearing those black jerseys.
Why you got to throw shots at Carlos Hyde?
Well, I just pictured him wearing the jersey.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
And it was hard to see their names. And remember, that was like hard to see. It was like, who is that out there? I couldn't even tell because the name was like kind of blended into the. I didn't like it. Didn't like it at all.
Who?
You're having problems over there.
I don't like it.
Dude, someone's messing with my soundboard.
You have
man.
a poltergeist over there?
I don't know what's going on. I'm running the board left-handed.
I will tell you this.
All types of problems.
When I, what, does it feel like somebody else is running the board?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
exactly. It
saying
feels
there?
like a stranger, Murph.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Uh-huh.
When I came to work this morning, that board was cranked and facing my station.
Who's cranking my board?
So to speak.
Who's got their hands on my board, Tony?
You do that, you go blind.
Yeah,
exactly. Do that,
yeah,
right?
careful.
So,
I have some hairy palms if you keep touching my board.
Okay, we went one step too far. So this it says loyal, devoted, and true. The faithful are at the heart of the 40. This is the fancy freaking marketing here.
You start with the video?
Okay.
Like the social media video?
Okay. Everybody, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Here it is, man. For the faithful.
This one is for the faithful. But it's always been. The ones who bled red, white, and gold that turned to silver again and again and again and again and again. And when we have something to settle, well, we do that for the faithful too. That's when we wear black.
Okay. That's a hype video.
Dramatic.
There you go. Very dramatic for jersey. So they're black with red numbers with gold outlines. So the black I do not like because it has no connection to the Niner past. However, I do like the saloon font numbers. So there I go. I'm gonna go say no on the black, yes on the saloon font. That's my take.
I'm with you, Murph. I think overall it's a pretty clean looking jersey. I just don't like it for the 49ers because I really don't like the black helmet. When you have an iconic gold helmet, why would you ever change the colors?
Yeah, can you imagine the gold helmet offsetting that thing? That would look a lot better.
Like, I think that would look a lot better. Like, again, I think these are pretty nice uniforms, but if I'm looking from a distance, I don't know if this is a 49er hype video or an Arizona Cardinals hype video or an Atlanta Falcons hype video.
Ouch!
Like, there are so many other teams that already have the concept of a black and red jersey. The Washington Commanders were wearing jerseys last year that were black with red numbers with gold outline. They're the exact same jerseys that the Commanders were wearing last year.
How about a gold jersey with red numbers? How's that?
That would be creative.
Right? Anyway, it's okay. I mean, I'm sure the young kids will like it. I'll have to ask my kids. Oh, it's sick, Dad.
Well,
they'll probably want their freaking Kittle, whatever. What are we calling these? Rivalry? We're calling these things?
Yeah.
He's going to wear it week
uniforms.
18 against the Seahawks at home?
What do you like better, the 49er rivalry jersey or the Giant City Connect uniform?
Okay, gun to my head right out of the gate. I'm going to say Niner rivalry jersey.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, I might go Giant City Connect.
Nah.
Yeah, the black and purple, baby.
There's zero. I know they tried to sell us on the psychedelic thing. All right, what? I told you. I tuned in the other night. I was like, all right, that's enough. That's enough of these things. At least I told you, the saloon font is saving this thing.
Yeah, I really do like the saloon font, but at least, I mean, the Giants, even though they do have purple on their uniforms, they still look like Giants uniforms, to me at least, because the Giants actually do wear black uniforms at least once per week. You don't see the 49ers in black uniforms. It just seems odd to me.
Well, again, they tried it during the Chip Kelly.
And I didn't like it then either.
I'm getting some PTSD to the Chip Kelly years and like freaking out.
That was your favorite era.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
By the way, that's your OC, bro.
Yeah, you're damn
That's
right it is.
Your OC.
Yeah, which,
okay.
by the way, are the Raiders releasing one of these rivalry jerseys too?
Great question.
Because they really have never done it. Even when they did the color rush, I think they just went all white. They didn't really add any colors.
Young Tone, have other teams?
So it's the NFC West and AFC East dropping today. I believe there should be more throughout the week.
I wonder if the Raiders will add gold to these uniforms, because did you know the Raiders originally had gold in their uniforms?
No.
Mm-hmm.
We're the original. We're the ones up at Sutter's Mill.
Oh, you want to talk gold and black?
Jim Otto had a pan in the river.
Yeah.
He was out there before the Chinese and the Irish got there.
I struck gold.
George Blanda, the original miner.
You might have struck gold. I struck silver. Now we're in the silver state.
Here's that's
My
right.
owl is
He's in the
bad.
silver state.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I like it. Come on into the owl pool. The water's warm.
My owl impression is basically just you doing owl.
Everybody who does Papa.
Oh, it's Paulie Max Papa.
When Copes does Papa, he's doing Paulie Max Papa. I'm sorry.
Listen up, John.
Yes, exactly. He's doing Paulie.
Give me another bloody
Sorry,
John.
you got to call it for what it is.
It is.
Here we go. A lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwood text line. 559 says the Patriots' new uniforms are also. P1 Chuck checked in, said the Bills are terrible. Everybody's upset. 415 says the black jersey and helmet is tired, derivative, and unimaginative. Wow.
Okay, tell me your age without telling me your age. I mean, all my friends love these.
So you guys like these?
Oh, I think these are way better. First of all, way better than the Giant City Connects, let's be honest. And I'm a fan.
408 black on black uniform sucks. 510 says a gold helmet would be epic. That's everything.
Yeah, I just really don't like the black helmet look for the 49ers.
Here we go. 650. No, we're not doing that one. 805 says, watch, it'll be 80 degrees at Levi's in December. And the black jerseys will be a massive mistake when we are overexhausted and overheated.
Oh, come on.
650 says blank the black helmet. These are money grab uniforms. 360 says it's one game. I like it for that. 949 says, can we just blame Oregon and Nike for starting this insane uniform craze? I'm going fully grumpy old man, but give me a team color and a white jersey, and that's it. Yes, 949. Old man yells at uniform cloud.
Damn
I mean, seriously, it's crazy.
Well, I mean, you don't like jerseys? You don't like your uniforms?
Like the originals?
No,
Yeah,
like
sure.
as a sports fan, don't you like to know what your team's wearing?
Well, I would ask you this, Tony. How would you power rank these new rivalry jerseys against the classic home and aways and even the white-on-white uniforms?
I mean, it's a nice touch. One game, a big rivalry. That's kind of why they're doing it. And listen, everything in this world is all about money. Nike, I'm sure, is making a boatload of cash for this, so it makes sense. Listen, I'm not an old guy. I don't wish they wear the same jerseys every single game, bro.
Yeah, we don't call you old Tony.
I mean, seriously.
We call you young Tony.
So what, the New York Yankees are out here running around in frickin'
Tony doesn't
purple
like it.
jerseys?
Those guys are washed. Those guys are
First
old.
off, they don't have the City Connects.
They
Yankees
don't.
have the classics.
As it should be.
How about the A's saying, we ride with the Yankees, we're not going City Connects?
Well, that's the thing. The A's don't have a city to connect to.
Hey, they're playing good ball these days.
They are. They
swept the
they
Tigers.
still don't have a city.
831 says, Murph, I'm with you 100%. You rarely see those texts.
Wow.
He says, I don't care for the black, but I love the saloon font.
Yeah,
So
that is
there
a
you
nice
go.
touch. Nice touch.
831 says, Niners in black are like the Raiders in pink. Throwing up emoji. 209 says, it's designed for the fans.
For the youth.
925 says, are you telling me that, oh, man, come on. We can't say that. Are you telling me the Niners have more people who have been shot on the team than they do legit proven wide receivers? Oh, man. 707 says, don't forget the black jerseys, Jim Tom Sula era.
See, bad memories, Tony. Bad memories.
415 says, the script and the lettering on these rivalries jerseys are nice, and they're a lot better than the Giant City Connect jerseys. 415 says, nothing says rivalry like changing the jersey to something non-iconic.
Yeah, exactly. I love this rivalry so much, I don't want to recognize the two teams playing.
Yeah, dude. 408 says, I met the great Gary Radjic last night at Back to School Night. Super cool dude. Hey!
Nice.
What's up, Gary?
What up, G-Rad?
And he says,
what are you driving?
He would say about the black uniforms, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
That's what he says. Here we go. 209 says, I love
Nobody cares.
209 says, I love these jerseys, and yes, I'm in my 20s. Planting his flag.
Is that my burner phone or what?
Here's it, same 209. Another 209 says, the uniforms are trash. Here's 925 says, I'm 64, and I love the new uniforms, and I love the Giant City Connect uniforms. 360, I'm 45, and I love it. 925 says, uniforms just another way for the greedy owners to make more money. 831 says, that's a question. Has there ever been a uniform drop that was unanimously loved? Great question.
Absolutely
I'm going to say
not.
no.
Has there ever
Never.
been anything dropped that's
Never.
unanimously loved?
Not
even a Taylor Swift Travis Kelce proposal.
I got one for you, dude. U2's album on your iPhone.
Oh yeah, universally
Nice.
loved. I still don't like U2.
You're
to
right.
This day.
Even Taylor and Travis had haters.
Even who would hate on a marriage like that?
Who would
Murph?
hate on the love?
Yeah, who would do such a thing?
I saw some guy said, "Your
Waterboy, do your thing."
Your Waterboy, or your." I saw one guy say it got millions of likes. Your gym teacher is marrying your English teacher is legit the worst cringe caption of all time.
I mean, yeah,
and all these people come in. I'm like, could you just let the kids be?
But these are
Could you just let the
billionaires and
kids be?
millionaires getting married, not gym teachers and high school
Do
teachers.
you have, that's kind of the joke, I
Yeah, I
guess.
get it,
Hey,
I get it.
do you have the John Lynch saying, and when it's all said and done and all the haters are out there, I ride with Hall of Famers?
I agree with you, Brian Murphy. There.
Bam! There it
Yeah,
is.
you set yourself up.
Yeah, dude, that cut's going to be used every day.
Once again, hey, hey, John Lynch, what do you think of my take?
I agree with you, Brian Murphy. There
it is. That's going to be a golden
Marcus goes,
drop.
cut that.
Yeah,
cut
dude,
that.
immediately. Like, he didn't even finish the sentence. Like, oh, we got to cut that
Well,
out.
that's our entire cooler of content.
There
is
it
the
is.
uniforms.
Perfect. I mean, it's 46
It
anyway.
literally got more reaction on the text line than any other topic today.
Yep.
And all Curly cares about is reaction from the listeners. So he was
Reaction,
all
reaction,
sweating. He's like,
reaction.
you got to go over the Posey and the Lynch. No. We did the uniforms, and people went nuts. People went nuts for this stuff.
How does a John Joe Curley feel about the uniforms?
Does Curly like the unis?
He's a classic guy. He doesn't like him. All right, Boomer. Okay.
He's a classic man.
Okay, Boomer.
I think the thing that got me, I'll never forget when Cope started using that, and I was so confused because, like, Generation X, the pride of Generation X is that we are not the baby boomers. We're the drifting, aimless generation that all we had literally was MTV and Letterman.
Okay, Boomer.
And we made fun of everything. And then all of a sudden, you jagoffs, yeah, and I'm lumping Copes in with that.
Oh, of course.
Just lumped us in with these guys and just didn't. And then it was so millennial of you to lump Gen X in with the boomers and then not even look back and just steamroll it.
Okay, Boomer.
It was the ultimate millennial move, which means the millennials are pretty much the worst generation of all time.
Okay, Boomer.
They really are. I think that's almost factual, too.
Yeah,
I think that's like legit, like data can prove
Okay,
it.
Boomer.
Worse than Gen Z?
Yeah,
Yeah, Gen Z's, I think, ahead of you guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Even
Yeah.
Gen Alpha, is that the newest one?
I mean, and then as soon as I tried to even express that Gen X had it, I got hit.
Oh, yeah, exactly, Murph.
Okay, Boomer.
There it is.
Well, I'll speak
and then
on.
you just had to say, you guys suck.
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of the millennials. I want to thank all the boomers out there,
Okay,
and even
Boomer.
your generation too, for doing a great job with the housing market.
Blame the boomers. It all started with them.
Yeah, but we're the worst generation.
916 says,
You know how much money I'm paying for rent? I can't get a damn house in the Bay Area.
You got to move to Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I gotta
Major
move
League
somewhere
Baseball
else.
and cheap rent.
That's it, dude.
Nashville.
I'll be on the flagship. Oh, yeah, get me out in
Everybody
Nashville.
loves Nashville.
Everybody's going to Nashville.
Buddy of mine just got back from there. Shout out Coach Will. He said, dude, it's unbelievable. He goes, it's 1:45 in the morning. I got a major heat on. The weather's good, and I'm listening to Johnny Cash on a jukebox.
Oh, that does sound good.
He goes, it's the doors are open. The girls are pretty. The Johnny Cash is blasting, and I got a major heat on, and everybody's in a good mood.
I'm booking a flight right now.
I mean,
what am I doing? I'm taking tomorrow off, too.
it was a pretty good sales job. It really was.
I'm there.
And here's a 916 says, as a 43-year-old male, these jerseys are fire. 303 says, John Brody never wore black.
Okay, Boomer.
And 503 says, 559 says, I'm 30, and I agree with Murph.
Okay, Boomer.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, 925.
But here's the thing now, Murph. Now 30-year-olds are considered boomers.
Mic drop. You just mic drop that segment. Matt Mayocco next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about serious stuff like life insurance because, hey, man, you got a family, take care of the family. You're like, it's a lot of work. No. Ethos Life. Online and easy. Online, easy way to get life insurance. In as little as 10 minutes. So Ethos has rates you can afford. 40-year-old male can get a $500,000 term life policy for $30 a month. That's $1 a day. And the rates do increase the longer you wait, so do not put it off, okay? You can go online and take some health questions online. And with no medical exam, they could offer you up to $3 million in coverage. So we got to ask ourselves a serious question. What if something happens? Who's going to pay the mortgage? Who's going to pay the kids' education? Who's going to take care of the important stuff? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the better way to get life insurance. For your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ethos.com/leader. Not available in all states. Rates vary.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLE.
Nice, young Tony. We're talking about Nashville. How did we get on Nashville? Oh, because of housing prices.
Yes, housing.
Right, there you go.
Shout out George Kittle having a house in Nashville.
Brock Purdy, Bruce Bochy, Jim Nance, Taylor Swift.
Does Matt Mayocco have a house in Nashville?
He's probably going to buy one.
Yeah.
Matt likes minor league baseball. Nashville has minor, although they're trying to get Major League Baseball.
This is true.
Enough of our yakking. Let's boogie. Let's get to Matt Mayocco, who's sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Also sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. On the Yuma guest line, also on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Look at Matt Mayocco, looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Good morning, Matty.
Hey, morning, Matt.
Good morning. So my Nashville, I had been to their minor league ballpark. It is phenomenal. In February of 2011, my wife and I went to Nashville, and we went out for a casual lunch, and in walks Taylor Swift. How about that?
Oh, no way.
Get out.
Well, it was funny because my back was to the rest of the restaurant, and my wife goes, and there's a TV on behind me, and she's kind of looking behind me. She goes, "Oh, there's Taylor Swift." And I was like, I don't know why that would be a thing, because, you wouldn't just say, "Hey, look, on TV, there's Taylor Swift." And I was like, yeah. And then I turned around, and it was Taylor Swift being followed by, out in the parking lot, by numerous paparazzi.
At that point in time, she was big enough. Because she had released
She was.
Yeah, Love Story, the song, had been released by that point in time, and that first album. So she was big, and You Belong With Me and all that stuff. So
Yes, and there were probably 7 people in that restaurant when she walked in.
What restaurant was it, Matt? I want to go and hang out and wait for Taylor to walk in.
I believe the name of it was like Jackson Bistro or Jackson Street Bistro.
You Titans play there. Niners, Titans. Have you been? No. Niners don't. When's the last time the Niners played at Tennessee?
I don't know. We should ask Mike Kohler.
It hasn't been that long, has it?
Was it one of the bad years? One of the years that Tom Sula, Chip
you know
Kelly
what?
years?
It was actually the first preseason game of last year, of the 2024 season, first preseason game.
Did you go back to Jackson look for Taylor?
I did not, but that's when I went to the minor league baseball game.
There you go, man. Barry Zito lives down there too. There's another one for you. All right, Matty, that's enough of that Nashville reminiscence. It's time to talk serious issues like these new uniforms.
Oh yeah.
Man, we got more reaction on that than anything we've talked about today. More than Jauan Jennings, more than anything. It is what it is. I don't know, your take on these things. A guy texted in, maybe the best text of all. I said, unfortunately, the black gives me flashbacks to Jared Hayne muffing a punt. How about that?
Well, you know what? That would be the least worst thing that Jared Hayne has done in quite some time.
Oh, yeah, let's change the subject on that. Yeah. Hey, so what, I don't know. It's just for fun. Just a quick comment on these rivalry jerseys here.
Yeah, I mean, we see it with the creamsicles of years past and the City Connect this year. I guess, fans love it. It's kind of interesting, though, that, the 49ers are unveiling them in Week 18. So it's the very last game of the season. We'll see how this season goes. Either that'll be just kind of a footnote to that game, or who knows where the season goes, but that might be a lot of what people are talking about heading into that game. But, they've done that game. I remember I think it was the first game of the Chip Kelly era or of the Jim Tomsula era, the Monday night. Weren't they wearing black uniforms for that game as well? So that either would have been the opener of 2015 or 2016.
That's where my Carlos Hyde memory comes from, yeah. Didn't Carlos Hyde have a big game?
Yeah, exactly. Had a huge game. So fans love it. I was I wouldn't say inundated, but I would received a few DMs and emails through the spring and summer months saying, hey, what about the 49ers new jerseys? What have you seen them? What do they look like? And I had no idea what anybody was talking about until basically this morning when that landed in my inbox, and I was like, oh, that's what fans were talking about months ago about these the rivalry jerseys.
Matt, they're not going to wear these jerseys until week 18, the last game of the season. So my question would be, will either Marquez Valdez-Scantling or Sky Moore still be in a 49ers uniform to wear those black jerseys by week 18?
Well, I would think Sky Moore would be. Now, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, he goes to the practice squad. So, I don't know if he'll suit up for the 49ers this season as they start to get some guys back. But, I think Sky Moore right now, I mean, he's their number one return guy. They still have Junior Bergen on the practice squad, so they could bump him up. But that's the way they're rolling going into the season. And one of the things that Shanahan talked about yesterday, and it is true, he says he sees no distinction between the 53-man roster and the 16-player practice squad, which can become a 17-player practice squad once the international pathway player is added. It really is true. There's 48 players who suit up for games. I guess 49th with the emergency third quarterback, but the 49ers don't have an emergency third quarterback. They have Adrian Martinez, who will be on the practice squad and not eligible to suit up. So they do suit up 48 players. There's a 53 on the 53-man roster, and then so that means that any player on the 53-man roster might not get a uniform for a regular season game. And then they can bump up elevate two players from the practice squad for any game. So it really does open up the possibilities for the team. So they basically have 69 players to choose from when it comes to putting together their 48-player roster. So it'll be interesting to see how they maneuver that wide receiver room because Russell Gage is back. Robbie Chosen, who was in training camp, he's on the practice squad too, and Malik Turner. So I would think that Chosen and Turner would be much more likely to get a uniform week one than Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Matt Mayocco on the UMA guest line, our 49ers insider. All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being total panic, the receiver room is a disaster, 1 being, no, it's fine. How's the Jauan Jennings situation affecting this receiver room?
Oh, I mean, there's no question it affects it. But also, the guy hasn't practiced since July 27th, and only then it was like a half practice, right? He had the calf thing that sent him out of the lineup. So, I just have learned to never really, look too much at who the 49ers have or don't have on offense, and that goes to every position group. In fact, that goes maybe more specifically to the offensive line because, I always hear people talking about the 49ers offensive line and, oh my gosh, it's horrible. And how are they going to move forward? How can you function offensively with the 49ers offensive line? And guess what? Every year they're top 4 or 5 in the NFL in offense. So there are definitely enough pieces on offense to keep that ball rolling. When you factor in George Kittle and what he brings to the offense as a pass catcher. Also, getting Christian McCaffrey back. Last year, the one thing they did not have last year when Christian McCaffrey was not out there, which was basically the entire season, they did not have anybody capable of running patterns out of the backfield and catching the football. So that opens up that aspect of the game. And then, Jennings, other than Ricky Pearsall, who's the number 2 receiver? Who's the number 3 receiver? I would say that right now, if Russell Gage is healthy, he's pretty clearly the number 2 receiver. And then, they'll mix in Sky Moore with his speed. And then if Jauan Jennings is healthy, then some of those questions are answered. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they just kind of piece together that wide receiver room until DeMarcus Robinson comes back week 4, and then somewhere down the road, Brandon Ayuk comes back as well. Probably looking at week 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there.
The 49ers have tried their best to keep these contract extension details with Jauan Jennings in-house and not leak any details. But, Matt, is there a consensus idea possibly of what type of contract Jauan Jennings is actually looking for?
No. I would assume it would be somewhere in that $15 million range, but no one has told me that. No, and at both sides, the 49ers and Jauan Jennings side, haven't said much. I know it came out from Jennings' side, right before training camp that he was looking for a new contract and he was going to request a trade if he didn't get that. And then, on the day of reporting, he showed up and he did practice for 3 days. And at that point, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch said that they spoke to Jauan upon reporting. Shanahan said at that point that no request for a trade had been made. And then yesterday, John Lynch said that a request had been made. It was a while ago. So I don't know if that meant that, once he sustained that calf injury or at least left practice with the calf injury at some point, that became the topic. But, as John Lynch said, that they're not doing that. They're not going to trade him. A lot of guys have asked for trades from the 49ers in the past, 5-6 years. None of them they haven't fulfilled any of those requests other than Deebo Samuel this offseason. But that was basically, both sides agreed at that point that a fresh start was needed. So anytime the 49ers have a player and they feel like he can help their team, they ride with it. They did not acquiesce to, we could go down the line here. Raheem Mostert, Robbie Gould, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel the first time. I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody, but they've had a lot of players who've requested trade. It is all part of the negotiating thing. So we'll see. I mean, the thing about Jauan Jennings' situation right now is it is so murky because nobody seems to know how much the calf is keeping him off the field and how much the contract is keeping him off the field. And let's face it, if you're the San Francisco 49ers and your wide receiver wants a new contract and you're open to giving him a new contract because he's entering the final year of his contract, I just don't know that the 49ers, I don't know that if you're the player, the way to go about it is to kind of lean into this, I have a chronic calf injury. And if you're the 49ers, you have to be very certain that before you move forward with the contract and extending him, to 2026 or beyond, you have to be certain that you're getting a guy who's healthy and who will stay on the field. And right now, that doesn't seem to be the case with Jauan Jennings.
Talking to Matt Mayocco about this, this Jauan Jennings situation has just officially kind of spoiled the party here as the Niners are supposed to be getting excited for week 1 in Seattle. Instead, their receiver room is a mess. Do you anticipate, we're sort of speculating here because we don't know. By next week, maybe Jennings will be in practice and on the field. But let's say he's not. Mm-hmm. Can the Niners go win in Seattle without him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, they can. I mean, they still have a lot of really good players at basically every position group. I think Ricky Pearsall is somebody who just from the first day of training camp, first day he was on the field, I should say, of training camp, there's a connection there with Brock Purdy. I think Ricky Pearsall's first practice of training camp, he was out there for like 8 snaps as they tried to work him back methodically and slowly and cautiously. And, like more than half of the pass plays while Pearsall was on the field went to him. And then we saw that for the first time in a preseason game, the only game that he suited up, the only game that Purdy suited up. I think he caught 3 passes on that first drive against the Raiders and had another pass intended for him down by the goal line. So he does what he needs to do to get open and win the trust of the quarterback. But yeah, I mentioned the names. Now with Brian Robinson coming in and giving the 49ers a different element at the running back position. But, McCaffrey has been healthy. Kittle looks good. So, yeah, they can win it. To me, still, I think the bigger questions are on the defensive side of the ball. I think the 49ers offense will be just fine with the players that they have. They'll scheme it up. They'll score points. They'll move the football. To me, the bigger questions is how will they function on the other side with all those new faces and a lot more unknowns, I think, on defense than on the offensive side, even with the questions that we all have about the 49ers wide receiver position.
Matt, Matt, you mentioned the name Brian Robinson. We haven't had a chance to talk to you since that trade last week. What are your thoughts on how he can complement Christian McCaffrey? And with all these question marks about the wide receiver room, should Kyle Shanahan's game plan just be to run the ball 50 times against Seattle?
Well, if they can, if they run the ball 50 times against Seattle, they will win the game. But, in order to run the ball a lot, you have to have success running the ball. You got to keep those chains moving. You got to get the big yards on first down, second down. But yeah, I would think that, there will be a combination. You're going to get the ball into McCaffrey's hands. The 49ers have never done this, but when we always say this year's the year, last year this is the year where maybe they do more Mason and Isaac Rendo with the rookie coming in. That was before training camp. So maybe they would have last year. I don't know. But in 2023, it was Christian McCaffrey all the time. And so I think this year they have to make more of a concerted effort with a 17-game regular season to get Robinson out there, to get him his touches. I don't know how many touches that is. Is it 6 per game? Is it 8 per game? But I do think that even though McCaffrey doesn't like to come off the field, they have to kind of assert themselves and say, you're coming off the field for whatever it is, the third series of this game or the third series of the second half or just spot duty here and there. But, I think Robinson gives them a player who has had success in the NFL, who has shown to be a decent pass catcher out of the backfield as well, and a big body maybe for those short yardage situations. So it does give them kind of a unique quality that they haven't experienced in a long time, of having two running backs with a lot of NFL starts, a lot of success, and two kind of completely different styles, which is, I think, always a good thing for an offense to have.
Matty, what's their schedule the next several days? Like, how do they approach this Seahawks week?
Yeah, it really starts next week. I think they kind of look at this week as kind of bonus practices. And so they practice today, I believe. So today's Thursday, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, today's Thursday. I think they're off Friday, Saturday, maybe a bonus practice on Sunday. Haven't heard that for sure. And then next week they'll start with just a regular work week, which would include a Tuesday day off, and then the big practices being Wednesday, Thursday to put the game plan in. Friday a lighter practice, travel on Saturday, and then and tee it up and get ready to go on Sunday.
All right, man. And man, oh man, who knows? 1 week from now, if Jauan Jennings will be in camp. It's funny, at this point in time, Jauan Jennings has turned into Jerry Rice. It's like, oh my God.
I heard you say that, and you know what? The 49ers went to the Super Bowl in 2023. Jauan Jennings only had 19 receptions that season. Now, granted,
yeah,
he had a really good Super Bowl,
yeah,
and some think that he could have easily been the MVP. Well, he could have easily been the MVP if the 49ers had won that game. So, last year he had his opportunities. Brandon Ayuk was out. Ricky Pearsall was out for the first half of the season. Deebo Samuel was just up and down all over the map, and that enabled Jauan Jennings, who appeared in 15 games last year, I believe it was, to get out there, and they force-fed him the ball, and he came through. So they've done it. They've had success, although last year they didn't have success as a team. But, Jauan Jennings has done it in a variety of roles as the guy who was basically the de facto number one last year, to a guy who was, the third down guy, and basically the only passes he caught were for first downs on third downs. So, we'll see how this turns out. And right now it's just really difficult to get any indication from anybody where this thing is trending. And I don't know about you, but don't you kind of get the sense that John Lynch is kind of waiting to see where this goes to? The 49ers have an idea what they're willing to do contractually, but how all the pieces fit together right now is anybody's guess.
For sure. And by the way, the Niners are going to go to Seattle and not wear their all whites. I'm trying to think of the last time. Maybe I'm just forgetting one. When did the last time they wore their gold pants up there? I'd have to do some research. Seems like they go to Seattle and wear the all whites. I don't know. That's just me.
It does.
And they win.
Yeah, and
Brock has a good history there.
I don't think the 49ers have lost up there, right? With him at quarterback, and that includes his second career start playing with broken ribs on the Thursday night. So, yeah, 49ers have had there was years there. It seemed like about a dozen years where the 49ers would just go up there and just get slaughtered. And now they seem to have had pretty good success up there in Seattle. You know what? A lot of 49er fans go to Seattle. That's a good trip for them. There's always a lot of red in the stands up in Seattle.
Yeah, they haven't lost there since 2021. They've won in 22, 23, and 24. 3 in a row. All right.
There you go.
Matty, be good, brother. And
all right, gentlemen.
We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Matt.
Sounds good. Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
The great Matt Mayocco. Lots to react to on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, it is, and we are going to
Pivot!
We're going to make a little adjustment. Are you in or out on the new 49ers rivalry jerseys? Hot debate. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Do you have any new news on the Jauan Jennings situation?
Nothing updated. I spoke at length about that yesterday, and I think we'll leave it at that. We're huge fans of Jauan Jennings. He's a big part of this game. He's one of my favorite players in my tenure here, our tenure here. And so hopefully that thing has resolution. He's back on the field, and we'll be rolling. But again, it's, there's a couple issues at play, and those things got to settle themselves. So
okay,
that's kind of where we're at.
Couple issues at play, which makes it messy, which means Lola Young is on your rejoin, and it's jammed in both Marcus and mine's head since you played it earlier. It obviously has some sort of earworm quality because it's been in my head, and you said you wound up singing it yesterday because it's in your head.
I was just walking around saying,
shout out an earworm.
Messy.
Shout out an earworm. I believe she drops an F-bomb in this song, too.
Oh, good.
Hey,
It's a clean version.
We are sponsored by Marin Health, of course, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Kyle Shanahan on in the afternoon today at 5:30. Yeah, man. I mean, this Jauan Jennings thing's no resolution, no news. And again, we
That's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, we just talked to Maddie, too. Like, how did he become, with all due respect, because I'm a fan and I want to pay him, how did he become Jerry Rice? You know what I mean? Like, we're like, is that me? Is that on me? Am I paying too much attention to this?
I think you might be reading into a little bit too much because he's not Jerry Rice. He's not Brandon Ayuk. Is he even Ricky Pearsall?
Well, does he block better than Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, I would say he's a better blocker. That's not taking shots at Brandon Ayuk, but I think Jauan Jennings is the best blocker in the league. But Jerry Rice is not considered the GOAT because of his blocking ability.
Although he was a great blocker.
Yeah, true, but no one brings that up.
I'll bring it up right now. He was a phenomenal blocker.
Tell him, Murph. Tell him.
And in fact, in the Garrison Hurst run against the Jets in '98, Jerry's blocking downfield.
See?
So is Dave Fiore.
Yeah, see, this is why people are now drawing the comparisons to Jauan Jennings and Jerry Rice, because they're telling about Jerry's blocking abilities.
You look at his career, Matt brought up that stat, Matt Mayocco did that, when the Niners went to the Super Bowl, he caught 19 balls that year. It's like, wait, what? That's like Marquez Valdez-Scantling will catch 19 balls. But last year he caught 77, bro. 77. Now, they were 6-11. He caught 6 touchdowns. He was a major part of their offense. He was targeted 113 times. Prior to that, his highest target rate was 56. So, this is, of course, Ayuk got hurt. And, now Ricky Pearsall was shot and was out for the first several weeks. So, Ricky Pearsall is going to be the guy, everybody says. But I asked Matt the question. It's probably a dumb question. I like to ask dumb questions. Can they win without Jennings in Seattle? He's like, of course they can. And as soon as I asked it, I was like, yeah, of course they can. I mean, McCaffrey, Brian Robinson, George Kittle, all that stuff. I think Jennings has taken our attention off the defense, which is probably a bigger question than the offense.
I would agree, Murph, because we've seen this 49er offense run the ball down the throat of the Seattle Seahawks time in and time out, over and over and over again, like Marshawn Lynch is in the backfield, but it's CMC. My question is, how are they going to stop the run? How are they going to stop K9 and Zach Charbonnet? I mean, that's the biggest question for me going into the season is how this revamped defensive line looks and the entire defense with Robert Saleh back in the building. But there's been so much attention on Jauan Jennings, which I don't know if there should be this much attention on a wide receiver 3.
No, you're right. And in fact, could the 49ers strategy be at some point like, fine, we're moving on without you? We're going to go Sky Moore, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, maybe add Kendrick Bourne, get DeMarcus Robinson back after week 3, and we'll just survive because our schedule's not that tough to start. I mean, although at Seattle is tough.
Yeah,
it's a tough game.
I think that's part of the game plan is just trying to tread water until the end of DeMarcus' suspension or until Brandon Ayuk gets back on the field. Now, you would still like to have Jauan Jennings for early downs as a run blocker, but he's going to be your wide receiver 3 as we're all expecting Ricky Pearsall to take that leap. So, yeah, how much focus should you put in Jauan Jennings? Not saying he's not a big role and a big piece of this offense, but there are other priorities ahead of Jauan Jennings for me.
Let's go to Cut E, Tony, about asking him on the wide receiver room, winning without Jennings and Ayuk. John Lynch here.
Would we want Jauan out there? Absolutely. BA's not at that point where he can even be in the consideration right now. So, Jordan Watkins, being hurt, Jacob Cowing being hurt, is it ideal? No, but we're going to put a group that is plenty good and capable, and these things happen in this league. And I remember a year starting one year. I forget the actual year, but Bill Belichick and the Patriots had like 3 receivers on their entire roster, and they found a way to win games. And so that's what you do. You find a way to win games. We got a really strong team. The last few days are tough. It's a really emotional time because you're telling 25, 30 some odd guys that their dreams aren't coming true while we're setting this roster, and the roster's still a little fluid. But around right now, the excitement of what's to come in 10 days really starts to hit. And I like our team. I really do. I said that yesterday. I've said that throughout. I like where we're at, and we're ready to roll.
Okay. I mean, the Niners are telling their public posture to Jennings is, we can live without you. We love you, but if you're not going to be on board, this ship will sail without you. I mean, that's kind of what they're saying now.
Yeah.
And we've gotten this far in the negotiations. They haven't given him the new contract. So I'm starting to wrap my brain around him not being on the team week 1. I could be wrong. He could be on the team. But I'm just saying, if indeed their posture is, bro, we gave you a 2-year, $15 million extension, we're not going to redo it because this is bad business for us and it causes a bad precedent. We're going to go to Seattle. Yeah, we'd rather have you, but we're going to have Sky Moore and Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Russell Gage. Didn't Matt Mayocco just told us he thinks Gage would be the second best receiver on the team if Jennings isn't playing?
I think week 1, he's going to be your wide receiver 2, simply because you don't have any other options unless they figure this out with Jauan Jennings. And maybe that's a good question to end this segment, Murph, since you are playing a little hooky tomorrow and taking off school, leaving the show. Does this situation get figured out by the time that you return to the airwaves on Tuesday morning?
I'm on Tuesday. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah.
I mean, the more I listen to John, the more I hear this, seems like they're trying to go forward without him.
Yeah,
or
but
trying to go
also,
forward without paying him.
Yeah, but I feel like yesterday, too, with the comments about moving on from the trade request and how that's not on the table anymore, you really do have 2 options. Pay him or let it play out, and you would like to have him get a week of practices in before that first game against Seattle. I don't know, Murph. I'll see you Tuesday morning.
Will cooler heads prevail? Will they just come to it like, listen, you want to play football and get paid. We'd love to have you on the field. Can't you do this? Yeah. I mean, maybe, again, we don't know what he's asking for. If he's asking for $20 million, that's nuts. That's insane, right? He just doesn't have that career. He just doesn't have that ledger. And he is using his leverage, and I defend and understand that, but the Niners sound like they've gone this far. He hasn't practiced since July 27th, bro.
I know, dude. And think about how messy this situation has gotten since we started off training camp with him actually showing up after the trade request. After the stories came out that he wanted a contract extension, he still showed up to OTAs and was willing to participate. But we're a long ways away from those days.
All right, well, by Tuesday, I'll show up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and we'll figure it out. Okay, I see you working.
Kind of scared me there,
Tony. I see you working there. Very good. It's very messy. All right, we asked Buster Posey some fun questions. We also asked some tougher questions on the future of this team. And we'll see what he had to say, and we'll react to it next on The Sports Leader. Eldridge, who checked in with Vice President of Player Development Randy Wynn after the Devers trade in June. Quote, natural human instinct is going to be, well, that's my position, but they're paying that guy a lot of money. But Randy reassured me that they like me and they like the progress I've made. They see me in their plans playing first or DH, wherever it may be. So I asked Buster about that, and he said, whoa. He wanted to make sure. He said, no, I told Randy to go talk to Bryce. Susan wrote it as Bryce went up to Randy. Buster seemed he wanted to iron that out. He was like, no, we were out in front of that because I think some wires got crossed on that story. That said, when he talked about Bryce and the way he, as I like to say, fillets those home runs to left field.
Oh, beautiful.
This was a pretty good answer, I thought, and contained some good verbiage here.
The amount of power that Bryce has, and it's hard not to get really, really excited about. And talking to Bryce a little bit, back in spring training, and then listening to how our minor league staff talks about him, we know that he wants to be a complete player, and he's working on that. And I've said it before, I think what excites me the most about Bryce is he does want to be as good a player as he can in all facets. And, that's time, that's repetition. He's continuing to improve. I think it's from my vantage point, it's been nice to see him scuffle a little bit in AAA and then turn it around. Some of these balls that he's driving to left center, you can dream on them big time. I mean, it's similar to what you see with Devers and his ability to drive the ball the opposite way. It's just there's not many guys in the world that have that type of power. But we want to make sure that Bryce is ready when he gets here. We want to make sure that Bryce is ready to impact this team, and that he personally is in the best position to succeed when he gets here.
All right. I thought the phrase, it's something you can dream on, was a pretty big phrase. And then he said, that's the kind of power Devers has.
Yeah, man. And now, Murph, I'm over here dreaming about those Johnny cakes.
Well, I mean, there's something to be said for indulging. Our friends at 99.7, they're so friendly to us. They've welcomed us, Greg and Ellen
nice.
and all that whole crew. They walked over some those little bunt cakes. Those little, what do they call them? Nothing bunt cakes. Those little cupcakes with the little cream cheese frosting. Those things are unbelievable. They might be the moistest, most flavorful cupcake you could ever eat, and they're just sitting out there.
Yeah,
saying, Bryce Eldridge to the bigs. Bryce Eldridge to the
grab
bigs.
me. Indulge. Give me more, Murph. Give me more.
Man, something you can dream on big time.
But also, can you dream on the potential of him and Devers hitting back-to-back in a lineup?
Well, also, I mean, how do you see it playing out? We asked him about, this first base DH thing. And he was like, no, we're going to, we have a plan. So what, are they just going to alternate?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a first base and a DH. And we'll see how Bryce continues to develop at first base. Now, I haven't seen him out in Sacramento in a while, so maybe we can check in with JT Snow, who's hosting the show with Greg Silver. But right now, I'd say probably Rafael Devers is ahead of him defensively over at first base. But there's the possibility of platooning them if you want to get a both on the field. If Matt Chapman needs an off day, maybe Devers goes back over to third for a day or two. There's ways to mix and match to get both of those bats in the lineup. And let's be honest, they need those bats in the lineup.
I was thinking about that. Could Devers ever get over to third base if he had to?
I think if Chapman needed a day off, or if there was a Chapman injury, possibly.
He never needs a day off, right?
Really, the only time he takes days off is when he's hurt.
Is it like riding a bike? Just throw him over there? He hasn't taken a ground ball there all year.
Yeah,
unless he's doing it pregame and I'm not watching.
We've seen Casey Schmidt go from second to third, even a little bit of short. So that's an option, too.
But Casey looked rusty at third in San Diego. Was playing in his hometown bad. He made 3 or 4 errors in that series.
That's a good point, but I'm just trying to figure out a way to get both these boys in the lineup.
The big one I asked him was, and I don't think he was too happy about it, but it was, fans are asking, this team's 65 and 68. It's failed. Like, this team's failed. Unless they make a miracle run, which we asked him about, and Marty Lurie told us, I'm optimistic. They can make a run.
I'm optimistic that they're going to make another run.
Okay.
It's not over yet.
Okay, all right.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over.
I mean, he's right.
Until then, it's baseball.
It's baseball. I mean, he's right. And I always think, if you can get to 5 out with, 25 to play, you never know at that point in time. But anyway.
They're 3 games away from getting back to 500, and they've got Baltimore and Colorado on the schedule ahead of them.
I mean,
crazier things have happened.
Today's going to be tough because the Cubs are going to be that fish on the hook that is going to want to jump back in the ocean. You're not sweeping us, bro. We got things to play for. And we got Imanaga going, who's got a freaking whip of 0.94, and he's a lefty.
Yeah, you got an Imanaga. I got a Webb.
Light the beam.
This is true. We do have Webby.
You called on, what was it, Tuesday? You were like, yeah, Verlander versus a lefty for the Cubs. Just chalk it up to a loss, and look what happened, Murph.
Wait a minute. I was wrong?
No.
I made a career out of being wrong,
Come
brother.
on.
Have you
And
ever
I
heard Friday
always
Football
agree
Forecast?
with Brian Murphy.
You ever heard Brian and Bobby's Best Bets?
Yeah.
By the way.
You've never gotten a bet wrong.
By the way, college football tonight, buddy.
Let's
college
go.
football tonight, buddy.
Big
Nebraska.
college football weekend.
Dylan Raiola, the Patrick Mahomes wannabe lookalike.
Yeah, the doppelganger.
Have you seen all that?
Yeah, and he's like, oh, I don't know what anybody's talking about. I'm not Patrick Mahomes.
He's leaning into it. He's wearing all the stuff.
They're playing tonight. They play Colorado. Are they playing Colorado? I think it's Colorado. But anyway, there's some good games already. There's going to be some really good games, like starting tonight, bro. It's like it gets going. UCLA, Utah, Saturday night at 8. Cal, Oregon State, Saturday night at 7:30.
Dude, we got Texas and Ohio State this weekend to kick off the college season.
Too. They're playing Cincinnati. Thank you. They're playing the Bearcats. My bad. I knew it started with a C. Anyway, I asked Buster, so 65 and 68, dude, with this nucleus of Devers, Adames, and Chapman, like, are you going to run it back? You know? And I think he was like, bro, I traded for Devers. I signed Adames. What do you think? I'm going to run it back. So here it was.
No, I believe in the nucleus. I mean, again, I think what makes me feel good is the character of these players. You know, each year can be different. You know, and again, look, we've got 30-ish games left now, and as we've talked about, the first 5 or 6 minutes this morning is you never know what can happen. So we're focused on this year for sure. But yeah, the total belief in this nucleus and understand that this was the first year for the three of them to play together, with Rafi not even having a full year, and excited about their leadership and the players around them on both sides of the ball that we're going to get to watch going forward and continue to work and get better. Again, I don't want to get ahead because we still do have the remainder of this season, and that's our focus.
So he's basically telling fans, I got my guys. It's not happening this year, but these are the guys next year. So fans who are looking for some sort of big change aren't going to get it. I, of course, being that guy, trying to provoke. I'm kidding. I wasn't trying to provoke. I just wanted to ask him. I said, fans say this might need to be blown up. So he said, no, bro. No. Here it is.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't know what majorly blowing it up. We'll, as a front office, we'll look and see how we see best to put the best team on the field in 26. But as far as majorly blowing it up, whatever that means, I don't.
I guess it would be I told you it was a blunt, dumb question. It would mean trading one of your big nucleus guys, like getting rid of, like changing your nucleus.
No, I don't see that happening.
So there you go. Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah. I think I am fine with it. Now, I don't know if Giants fans are fine
Chapman's
with
going
it.
to be 33 next year.
Yeah, but how are you going to improve over what you have with Matthew Chapman next year? Like we just said, Casey Schmidt was a little rusty over at third base, and Casey Schmidt was on the roster when they gave the contract extension to Matt
Chapman's
Chapman.
got 2 or 3 more good ones in him?
I think Matt Chapman can be a serviceable 5-hitter. The problem is this year, most of the time, you're using him as your 3 or 4 hitter. That's the nucleus. There's at least 5 or 6 guys on this roster that are going to be back next year. And it starts with Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, Jung-Hoo Lee. We just had an endorsement on both Elliot Ramos and Patrick Bailey. That's 6 out of your 9 guys on the field right there that are a part of this nucleus moving forward.
I don't know about the Bailey one, brother. We need to talk about that when I come back next week, because the Adley-Rutschman rumors are very enticing. Very enticing. Mm-hmm. The Orioles have a new catcher in town.
Yes, they do.
It's kind of like the Brian Robinson situation.
Top prospects in baseball.
A very talented guy, but they're bringing in somebody else, and all of a sudden he's expendable, and the Orioles can get something for him.
Look, I agree. We can have that discussion, but it sounded like Buster Posey still believes in Patrick Bailey and his ability of what he brings to the table defensively, so I would picture him as being your starting catcher going into next season, as frustrating as that might be for Giants fans.
Here's a guy who says you can't have Rafael Devers and Elliot Ramos in the field at the same time. I don't think Devers. I think Devers actually is coming along at first base. Ramos, obviously, you have to just, if you have 2 eyes, you can see how bad Ramos is in left field. But Devers, I think he's been better and he's getting better, so I wouldn't agree with that.
But last thought for you, Murph, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't want to move on from Patrick Bailey because of his offense, but then want to move on from Elliot Ramos because of his defense. Yeah. Not everybody's Barry Bonds, not everybody's Buster Posey, not everybody's a Silver Slugger and a Gold Glover.
No, but Buster gave a pretty passionate defense of Bailey's defense earlier. It was a wide-ranging chat. I would recommend it.
Highly recommend.
All right. Buddy, I'm looking at a 4-day weekend.
Look at you.
Hey, listen, you get a 3-day weekend. That's not too bad.
Not too bad. Not too shabby. I'll
So
take it.
we'll do one last segment, and then I'll see you Tuesday, buddy.
I'll see you next Tuesday, my
And
friend.
try to walk past those bunt cakes outside.
Discipline.
Plus, you had a really important question to ask on the other side about workplace etiquette.
Yeah.
On The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, just a quick word on Bigelow Tea, because every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area, and we have it here at The Sports Leader. Reach for a mug full of that beautiful Bigelow Tea. Gets you going. I love all of their different flavor options, and perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. Very soothing. It keeps me going, keeps everyone here going. Look no further than our Bigelow Tea right here at The Sports Leader. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to The Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, thank you, Tony. Making it feel like a Friday for me. Big time. Dieter and Marcus tomorrow. So you guys get your get some Dieter takes coming your way.
You'll have Dieter till 10.
So you brought this up. You went to the lavatory.
I did. Dexter's lavatory.
The loo, as they call it overseas. And what did you see, buddy?
Well, I had the question, 808 KNBR. What is the workplace etiquette on brushing your teeth in the public bathroom? Now,
Whoa.
Tony, this has happened twice now, and I'm not going to name any names. We're sharing a new building. We have great neighbors, but I think it's people who work on the other side of the building because there's a guy in a collared shirt hogging the bathroom stall, or should I say the sink stall, so that he can brush his teeth at work.
It's a hell of a question. My first reaction is only places acceptable is airport bathroom after an international flight. Okay, then you're like, hey, man, I just winged in from Amsterdam. I got to scrub these. Okay, that's number one. I'm going to go ahead. But here, I'm going to say no. Despite my support of the man's hygiene and fresh breath, fresh minty breath, it's the big spit.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you just drop that foamy spit in the thing, and then now that's your problem.
Now there's toothpaste residue all over the sink.
Yeah. I'm going to say, but then again, his defense is, bro, I got to, I'm doing the right thing hygiene-wise. I'm honoring my dental wishes.
I get it, but it's 9:30 in the morning. Wake up early and brush your damn teeth.
Maybe, did he wake up in the hallway? Does he spend the night or something?
I don't know. Does he live in the parking lot?
Man, oh, man. What is your toothbrushing routine in the morning? Like, are you...
Oh, I immediately, the first thing I do, I wake up, hop straight out of bed, I brush my teeth, and I hop in the shower.
You brush your teeth before the shower?
Yeah, you don't?
Wow.
Well, I thought the same thing, Murph. Wow, that's
it's like napping with your shoes on.
808 KNBR.
I don't think it's like that.
No, I feel like brushing your teeth helps wake you up.
Okay.
You get that, like,
I'm a
spearmint
shower
taste.
then brush type guy.
You guys
I'm
are
a shower
psychos.
and then brush too.
You guys
Because
are
to me,
psychos.
the brush is sort of the finishing touch of, now I'm ready to rock.
Oh, but I want my teeth to be clean after I clean myself in the shower. Then I'm 100% clean.
Would you ever...
You boys still got to brush your teeth. You're not fully clean coming out of the shower.
Would you ever brush at a workplace?
No, never. I
What
don't think I would ever brush in a public restroom in
What
general.
if you had the fuzzy teeth situation? What if you winged in from Amsterdam?
So I think just the fact of taking a toothbrush into a public bathroom is disgusting. Like, I would rather just like sit in the terminal and go like camping style, where like you throw a little toothpaste on your toothbrush and then you just use a water bottle and spit it into a cup. I'd rather do that than take it into a public
people walk around
bathroom.
with a toothbrush and they kind of like do it during the day and stuff.
Yeah.
Like people who are super hyper. Well, there you go, everybody. Hot questions asked and debated on the show, just like what did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So earlier today, we were talking about back-to-school shopping. I don't know how we got on it. Was it Travis Matthew or something? I don't know what it was.
Yes, it was you repping Travis Matthew and me not knowing what the hell the brand was.
You said all I need are my Ben Davis pants.
That's it. Give me some Dickies. Give me some Carhartt.
Told this story that I've told a number of times through the years. My cousin from Pacifica, R.I.P., my cousin Mike, was a little bit on the, he'd say he got a little bit of a juvenile delinquent.
I understand.
Yeah, he was.
Mm-hmm.
And
it takes one to know one, Murph.
And in the late 70s, when he was wearing the Ben Davis pants and the white T-shirt, he put in permanent ink on his knuckles, WPOD. And I said, you know that, Tony. And Tony, you said no.
No chance.
White punks on dope.
On dope, Tony.
So here it is, the Tubes, 1977, White punks on dope.
Dude.
This was like edgy stuff, man. White punks on dope.
White punks on dope.
So
Hell of a look, too, by the way, with the chaps.
That's Fee Waybill now.
Yeah.
Fee Waybill is a showman.
That's
He's
a lot of dope.
I saw him at Sweetwater. They did a kind of a late stage career gig in 2015, about 10 years ago. He came out in a straitjacket, full on straitjacket, where you couldn't see any of his limbs. He was like screaming into the microphone.
Did he get out of it?
Eventually, they freed him. Yeah.
It would have been better if he freed himself.
They wrote a song like Houdini.
Yeah, exactly.
Does young Tony even know Houdini?
Oh, yeah, of course.
All right,
Yeah. He did it underwater, too, didn't he?
Oh, insane, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Insane. Anyway, these guys, you want to tie it back to sports? When Pac Bell Park opened in 2000, these guys wrote a song called The Belle of the Pacific that was kind of a little light banger, and Gary Radnich had them on Sports Final to perform it, and Fee Waybill did it in a jockstrap.
In studio.
Yeah. On Cronings, just wearing a jockstrap.
Who's this guy think he is? Andrew Stern?
And I think Gary was like, what the hell's going on? But Dave Gingona, my buddy Gingona, who was his longtime producer, was like, no, the Tubes are cool, Gary. They're a San Francisco band. Fee Waybill, Prairie Prince on drums.
Yeah.
White punks on dope. Here we go. There it is. You going to get that tattooed on your knuckles? White WPOD?
I don't know. Murph, actually, I think I'm going to take your suggestion. By the time I see you Tuesday morning, I will have WB on D, Waterboy on dope, tattooed on my knuckles.
WBOD.
WBOD. Waterboy and Overnight Dave. Shout out the leadoff spot.
No, this is my cousin Mike Sullivan is texting in. No, this is Mike Morgan, buddy. This was Aunt Maggie and Uncle Bill's son. I had multiple cousin Mikes.
A lot of Mikes.
Yeah. So I was terrified of it.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
Like this kid.
You don't seem like a white punk on dope,
No,
Murph.
he used to look at me like his nerdy cousin that he could make do juvenile delinquent things. So
Do it, Murphy.
pretty much.
Do it, Murphy.
Pretty much, buddy. All right, guys. See you Tuesday. Will Jauan Jennings be here? I don't know. Have a great 3-day weekend, Tone, Curly. You have a great 3-day weekend, buddy.
Enjoy the 4-day weekend, my man.
I will for sure. It's going to be a fun trip for us. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Listen to the tubes. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
I mean, nothing's impossible.
I agree with you, Brian Murphy. They don't get enough.
You can dream on them big time.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Now he's swinging. He belts one into deep center field. Way back there. Still going. Adios! Pelota! There it is. A high fastball driven into deep left field. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Another fastball over the plate. And Devers launched this one out of here to the opposite field.
Here's the pitch. Chapman blasts one down the left field line toward the corner. It is gone! Straight down the left field line and down into the tunnel. And that's a milestone home run for Matt Chapman, his 200th career home run.
And we are live at 58 Social, getting you ready for the Giants on the verge of dare I say the S word? No, I'm not going to do it, Mary. I'm not going to do it. We got Barbara, Mary, Jane, David already here, ready to go. It's Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, JT Snow. Walter is hanging out with us. We got Danny Dunn back in the studio. And, hey, look, I got to say this. As far as the Giants right now, not going to get too caught up in where they are in the standings. The fact that the Mets just swept the Phillies. The bottom line is this, though. When I text this guy to my left, JT Snow, it's either about something related to KNBR or why can the Giants not play defense? We're looking at a team right now that is playing much cleaner, fundamental baseball, and that alone right there is a nice pleasure to watch here on a Monday, Tuesday night.
It is, yeah. Happy to join you, Greg. And they're playing good baseball, right? They go into the National League Central. They take care of the Brewers. They've taken the first 2 from the Cubs. And I just want to say to start the show, like, I'm a friend of Greg Papa's. Greg and my dad have known each other for a long time doing football, and it's an honor to sit in here. And I texted Greg this morning and said I was going to sit in and work with you. And I always say Greg Papa's one of those guys. The best compliment you can give somebody is like, I've never met anybody like that guy. And I can honestly say I've never met anybody like Greg Papa. And that's a compliment, right? When you meet somebody and just the way he was with me, with my father, talking NFL. And you know how it is. They go on each other's shows during the week, during the NFL. Greg would always come on my dad's show. My dad would go on his show. So we're thinking about you, Pop, and we love you. And I feel honored to sit in this seat.
Very well said. No question about it. Every time we come out here to 58 Social, we think about him a little bit extra and, of course, think about him every day on the show. And we know he's going to be back and ready to go when that time comes. So I'm looking forward to that day and looking forward to a little Giants baseball as well with the 12:45 first pitch. That's 11:45 pregame. So we got a short one here at the patio. JT has spent a lot of time in Sacramento lately getting to know some of these prospects. Big one, Bryce Eldridge. We will certainly get into that. Buster Posey had some comments with John Shea of the SF Standard that we addressed on the show. Buster also stopped by Murph and Marcus, so lots of sound to get through as we get you ready for Logan Webb on the mound going against Imanaga. Can the Giants hit a lefty for the second time in the series? They were able to get it done on Monday. Last night, they took advantage of Colin Ray, and this is 2 nights in a row now where, in addition to the clean baseball, JT, we've also seen the offense wake up a little bit where Justin Verlander leaves the game. It's 2-1, and I don't know if you caught this one, but when he got out of the inning after giving up the run and giving up the lead, he said a little expletive coming off the
I
mound
saw
and
that.
thinking, why would you not if you're Justin Verlander and the way it's gone for you this season? The offense, in turn, ends up picking him right back up. Carson Wizenhunt gives up the 3-run shot, gets out of a couple of bases-loaded jams. The defense helped him, and the offense helped him in a major way last night, 12-3.
Yeah, so his ex-players were pretty good at reading lips on pitchers when they come off the mound, and I was all on Justin Verlander. It was good to see him get that win. And also the last couple nights, you got to tip your cap to the Giants pitchers getting out of jams, bases loaded, when Verlander's on the mound, and then last night, a couple bases-loaded jams. They get double play balls. A great play by Willie Adames. And they're hitting it home. Who would have thought, right? They come back to Oracle Park. They're hitting. And sometimes when you are maybe falling out of the race, whatever, guys just relax and play. You would love to see that all through the season. But it's fun baseball. It's clean baseball, and that's what people want to see. It's people want to watch. And hopefully it keeps going. They can get a sweep today.
Oh, he said the S word. He put it out there. Yeah, Giants got Logan Webb. But look, if you're going to try to be floating that possibility out there, it's not the worst to have Logan Webb going 13 innings in his last 2 starts, just 1 earned run. And as we think of our guy Greg Papa, I thought about the stat that we brought up a lot before the season. And in the early parts of the season, what's the favorite stat, Walter? Score 4. The Giants, if they score 4, they're in pretty good shape, and that's what they've been doing. You know what their record is, everyone, when they scored 4 runs this year? 49-22. So what does that mean? When they score 3 or fewer, they are 16-46. They are also sub 500 at home. And something that JD and I got into a lot this week is if they want to put together a team that's going to be competitive in 2026 and threaten the Padres, threaten the Dodgers, threaten the D-backs if they bounce back for that NL West crown and the type of team that can make a playoff run, well, you got to have a formula of baseball that works for you. And in order to do that, you got to have a style that's able to win you games at home. And we saw that style on display at the very end of March and a lot of April, a little bit of parts of May, and then they started getting into this 500 stretch before it really tailed off into a rough go. But the Giants, it was a lot of contact hitting. It was great pitching. It was a bullpen that was full on lights out. And maybe the bullpen is not going to give you that level of production that you got in the first half of this season. But you can make up for it in other ways with the infusion of talent. A Rafael Devers finally coming around a little bit, getting more contact hitters. If Jung-Hoo Lee doesn't have a month like he did in June, but instead we're seeing a little bit of August or April Jung-Hoo Lee, that type of contact, bat to ball who can pepper it into the gaps, that's really valuable. So the Giants have not been a good base stealing team for a few years now. We know this, but a big issue with that, JT, is they just weren't getting on base, period. Now you're seeing them get on base, and last night with Matt Chapman and that ball on the relay throw hitting off his helmet, that's kind of the example where, yes, that's not typical. You're not going to see that most baseball games. But it also is another reminder that when you're putting the ball in play, when you're getting on base, it opens the door for the intricacies and weirdness of this sport to work in your favor.
Yeah, it's called pressure. You put pressure on the other team. And so I was in spring training with the team for a week, and the vibe was great. And Matt Chapman had a great spring. Jung-Hoo Lee had a great spring. They broke camp. They were playing great. And if you remember, they were winning a lot of close games, last at-bats, call it fluky ways, whatever. But as a player, you ride that. And you know as a player, it's probably going to end at some time. We need to play a little bit better. Then they went through the stretch where the defense wasn't good, making some mental mistakes on the bases, this and that. And to me, it's the teams that don't have the best records, that they haven't played the best against. The Giants have played pretty good against the Brewers, the Cubs, the last 2 series. Down in San Diego wasn't great. But that fluky stuff's not going to matter. And it's amazing to me in a 162-game season how you can look back after the season and it's like, man, these like 20 or 30 games really were the deciding factor. And I always go back to Dusty Baker when I played. The worst team's going to win 62 games. The best team's going to win 100. How do we win those games in between? And a Wednesday night game in July or June or May against the Nationals, the Royals, they all matter. And you find out a lot about your team when things are tight and there's pressure, how you play, and you also learn about your team when there's no pressure. And the Giants are, what do they got, 30-something games to go?
29, I believe.
29. They're 7 games out. And then you learn about a team when there's no pressure. So that's what you have to, into the season, you have to dive into. And I still think Buster has the right message. It's pitching and defense here. The defense needs to get a little better. The pitching's been great. A little more contact at the plate, putting guys on base, putting guys in motion. And we've seen that the last 4 games against the Brewers and the Cubs. Don't strike out, put the ball in play, and good things happen.
It's popping silver. That guy to my left, JT Snow, knows a thing or two about playing good defense here at this ballpark and all around Major League Baseball. I'll tell you about our guest we've got coming up in just a bit. We'll play some sound from Buster Posey. And that word right there, pressure and expectations, that's what we're going to pick up on the other side. It's Poppin' Silver with JT Snow live at 58 Social on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It was Executive Day on the morning show. Giants President of Baseball Ops, Buster Posey, and 49ers General Manager John Lynch. They joined Murph and Marcus this morning. If you missed those interviews, you can catch them on thesportsleader.com.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
He walked his last time. Here it is, a high fastball driven into deep left field. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Another fastball over the plate. And Devers launched this one.
How about that game from Rafael Devers last night? We are live at 58 Social. It's Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, JT Snow, hanging out with you up until 11:45. We got Walter here as well. Danny Dunn with the little Childish Gambino and the tunes back in our Daly City studios. And, yeah, Rafael Devers, second time as a Giant and 21st time in his career. He had a multi-home run game, and that second one you heard right there from John Miller, 4 for 4. 5 RBIs, pair of home runs, the ground rule double, 3 balls with an exit velocity of 106 or faster. Everything was clicking for the Giants' prized acquisition last night. I think we let me flip that mic on. No, it's mic's on. Okay, what's going on here with a little technical difficulties? I didn't want to doubt JT's ability to flip that mic or whatever, but
we're gonna switch
mics. All I know is it was quiet for us here.
Backup mic.
There we go.
No, I was going to say, isn't it funny in baseball how, like, the other night he hits that little flare into left field, falls in, and then that just gets things rolling. And that's the way it is in baseball. And, yeah, I love Devers. He's old school. He swings a bat and swings a lot. He might swing and miss, but when he comes up to the plate, you watch his at-bats. And the fact that he hit that ball to center field last night and kind of posed on it, like, you don't see many guys do that here at Oracle. So he's getting better at first base. I'm impressed. Early on, he kind of had little situations, but it's getting better. The more he's out there, and I think now you're talking about next year. This really opens a lot of questions and a lot of doors. How much you play him there? I think he can play there. What do you do with Bryce Eldridge? What do you do with Dom Smith? They got some left-handers, hitters that they're gonna, and Buster and the organization is gonna have to make some decisions. But it's a good problem to have.
What did you make of Devers' quote last night in the clubhouse when he asked if this was the most comfortable he's felt at Oracle Park? And he said, "I never said I wasn't comfortable at Oracle Park. I know the type of player I am. I'm going to give my 100%. Do you think that there is some element to adjusting and outside distractions and uprooting your life and leaving the organization that you started with when you were 16 that took a little bit of an adjustment period for Devers here?
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, sometimes we watch games and we don't realize that players are human and they have feelings and they have thoughts. And when you got to move your family, a trade like that in the middle of the year is pretty monumental. It's like, okay, I've been a Red Sox all my life. Now I'm going to the Giants. I'm in a different league. I'm going to face different pitchers, playing a different ballpark. And I think early on, I saw him a lot getting frustrated with hitting balls to right center that are outs or hitting balls to center field. This is a different ballpark, especially for left-handed hitters. I think he's starting to come around now and starting to realize what it takes. And you start to realize what pitches to look for, what pitches you can drive out of the ballpark, what pitches you can't. And I think of this ballpark as a left-handed hitter, left center and left field, you can hit the ball out. The ball middle in or in, it's hard to turn on a ball and get it over that wall. So I think we're in a time now where with all the coverage and the social media and every game, people are very quick to judge. It's like, just give guys time, let them settle in. And this might be a good thing going forward, like maybe next year, like let them get settled, let them play first base. And, it's hard. Players are human beings. We have feelings. We have emotions. We have families. We have kids. We have things that get uprooted. And I've always said, look at games over a 10-game span. Not every day, not 2 days, not a series. Like 10-game span. Look over a month. So I like Devers. He's an old school guy. Swings a bat. He might strike out, like I said, but he's going to do some damage.
With Devers, as far as defense goes in first base, I know that we had a conversation the last time we did the show together about how Dom Smith was clearly a level above first baseman defensively that Wilmer Flores was, that you would anticipate Rafael Devers was to that time being. And he's come along, like you mentioned, but how have you observed it in terms of just little pick plays, thin margins, maybe instincts at playing that position that he's had to deal with in the last month or so when he's really gotten thrown into the fire here?
Yeah, I think the instincts have gotten better. When he first got over there, look, people don't realize that other than the catcher, the pitcher and the catcher, the first baseman has evolved in more plays in the game. I think when he got over there, and he never played there, but playing a corner position, you can kind of transfer to the other side. Playing a corner position is about being ready and just reacting. The second baseman and the shortstop have time to see the ball off the bat. They can move. They can cover ground. First and third is maybe a step and a dive, quick reactions. So, I think he's done good. I think it takes some time. He's made some improvements. The first couple games were kind of rough over there but there's a lot going on over there. But the more you're out there, the more you're willing to do it. I think he's going to be okay. And I've been watching a lot of games lately and positioning at the bag and stretching and the hardest play at first base is knowing what balls to go for and what balls not to. Like the in-between ball, the pitcher might get it, or if I got a range, the second baseman might get it. Knowing your second baseman, Casey Schmidt's been playing a good second base, so he's been doing good, and I think he's a good guy to play over there once or twice in a row, and then maybe give him a DH, and then that's where maybe you could put a Bryce Eldridge in there the next day or two, and Dom Smith is a great first baseman defensively.
Yeah,
he plays the position. I'm always like partial to left-handed first baseman that look good over there. He plays a great first base. He always knows what to do with the ball, knows the reads. But that's going to be a big decision this offseason. What do we do? Do we bring Dom back? Do we bring Bryce up? They're tied to Rafael, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and we will certainly get into the conversation about Bryce Eldridge and what to do as far as the rest of this year coming up shortly. I do got to let you all know that our lineup is out for the day for the San Francisco Giants. So you're going to have Ramos leading off. Devers will not be DHing. He will be playing first base and hitting second. Willie Adames will be third. Matt Chapman in the cleanup spot. Casey Schmidt hitting fifth. Wilmer Flores will be your DH today, hitting sixth. Jung-Hoo Lee in center field. Luis Matos, who is playing very important games for his own personal journey within the organization. Just 23 years old, but had a lot of ups and downs here. He's going to be in right field, hitting eighth. Then you got Patrick Bailey going ninth, and, of course, Logan Webb on the mound. I mean, between Logan Webb and Imanaga, this could be a full-on defensive battle here to close it out today.
Yeah, this could be like a 2-hour and 10-minute game, right? The one thing I will say with the lineup, like, I would like Devers hitting third. You're going to get a at-bat in the first inning. You might get two guys on. Second is kind of weird. I don't know if the leadoff guy is going to get on, but I love to see Devers hitting third. You're going to get an at-bat in the first inning. There might be two guys on. You could drive him in. You can hit a big home run. Playing first today, so we'll watch that. And, this could be a pitcher's duel. Maybe. So these are the games as a player when you see the lineup and you see the pitchers. This is a game when you're in the clubhouse. You're like, all right, let's get Logan 2 or 3 runs.
Yeah.
Because we know the guy on the other side is going to be good. He's not going to give up many, and Logan's not going to give up many. So let's get it. And the key is to get some runs early. Let's get him in the first inning. Let's get a guy over. Let's get a guy in and set the tone and see what happens. Anytime you're going for a sweep, the players in the clubhouse know that. And they know we're going for a sweep today. Who knows? It could get us back in the race. It's going to be a pitcher's duel.
Yeah, now that the Giants have won 4 in a row, and 4 is beginning to feel like 9 or 10 with the way it's gone here in the month of August for the Giants. So they recently got it going. But, yeah, it's starting to think, okay, are we delusional to think maybe they'll be getting back in the race? yeah, probably to this point, 7 back, 29 to go. But as we opened up the show, the fact that they're playing cleaner baseball, maybe the expectations have something to do with that. We will certainly be talking about that. Also want to let you know, because I did say I would tell everybody who our guest is. Joining us live on the patio, we're going to kick Walter out of his chair because Carson Wizenhunt, last night's winner, second career win. Carson Wizenhunt matching Justin Verlander for wins in a Giants uniform. 2-1 versus 2-10. And, of course, I kid. Verlander's been really solid since the All-Star break and had a lot of bad luck in the first half of the year, too. But we're going to get the chance to talk to him. And I know that's someone that, in your time in Sacramento, one of the guys you got to know as well.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's a great kid. I was in the up there last week and just in the dugout talking to guys. And the fun thing for a former hitter is talking to the pitchers. And I was calling pitches for the other team, and he turned around. He's like, how do you know that? How do you know what's coming? And, like, a lot of experience. But so we got deep into it. And so Carson and I started talking, and I know his changeup's his best pitch. And so I started, peppering with questions about when you get up. I know you're going back up, but when you get up there, what's the difference? What are you going to do? And it's fun when a player opens up to you and just spills out to you. And they talk about their weaknesses, their strengths, and you try and get these kids to, when they go up, don't try too much, try too hard, and go above and beyond what they do. Like, just keep doing what you do. For him, it's getting in a position to get an account where you can use that changeup, or you can maybe back it up twice in a row, and you can throw it to different locations. So it was a great conversation, and excited to have him here. He's a good kid. North Carolina, grew up idolizing Madison Bumgarner.
Yep.
That was his idol. So we'll get into that when he shows up.
And maybe a new wave of North Carolina pitchers between Wizenhunt and Landon Roop here for the Giants. And Roop, we're not sure if we're going to see him for the rest of the season, as he got that second opinion and found the bone bruise in his left knee, going to miss 4 weeks. But if that was it for Roop, he still had one hell of a season and is poised to have a really strong spring and be an important part of this team in 2026. It's Papa and Silver live at 58 Social. JT Snow sitting in for Papa, and we'll keep this moving on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's former Giant JT Snow on the sports leader.
And live at the patio, it's Papa and Silver with JT Snow. Seats are filling up at 58 Social, and that makes me happy here as the Giants are on a 4-game winning streak, and I said it before the break. It's 4, but it's feeling like it's 9 or 10 or maybe 11 or maybe for some of you 15. I don't know. They're playing clean baseball. Kind of wish they played in the NL Central. And the only team that we joked about this before the show, the only team that they can't handle in the NL Central is the Pirates, and they haven't even had to face Paul Skeens.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, I don't. We were talking off the air. Like we saw them in Milwaukee, and now the Cubs. Like I don't know. Like I think the Giants could do well in that division. I mean, they're in a tough division with the Dodgers and the Padres. The Diamondbacks are kind of making a move, but yeah, it's baseball. Like you don't get to choose where you play; you just show up and play. But I think since we saw that last series in San Diego, right? They lost 3 or 4. They go to Milwaukee, maybe a little out of it. And trust me, players keep track of the standings. You know where you are. When you kind of fall out of it, you guys kind of can relax and just play. But you want to see that while you're in the fire and while you're in the mix. But just playing clean baseball. And I know the fans, there was a stretch there, right, a couple months ago. It was just about playing clean baseball. And I will tell you, guys are going to strike out. Pitchers are going to give up home runs. Guys are going to make errors. But I think when fans come to the ballpark, they want to see effort, and they want to see hustle, and they want to see clean baseball. And I always go back to my dad always taught me, and it takes no talent to hustle. It takes no talent to have a great attitude every day. And you just have to – the mental side of the game shows up a lot in every sport. I don't care what sport it is, but I think the fans just want this team to play a sense of urgency and a sense of clean baseball. The physical stuff is going to happen.
Yeah.
The mental stuff, running the bases and getting picked off or not throwing the right bases or making errors, that's the stuff that wears on fans. And the players are all trying, but I think there's just a point where we need to clean this up and we need to play better. And the fans out here, I think they would have no problem with just team playing hard every day, running hard, playing hard, throwing the right bases, showing an effort. But when the mental side starts slipping, that's where people have a problem.
You know, last time we were here at the patio, it was the Padres day game when Kai Tang was on the mound going against Nick Pivetta. You're thinking the odds are not stacked in the Giants' favor given how the Padres beefed up their roster at the trade deadline, whereas the Giants sold off some of their valuable pieces. But then they went out, and it was 7-0 after an inning and a half, and they lost 11-1. And the next day, we went back, and it was such a big deal because not that they lost, and not that the Padres came in as the better team, but that was embarrassing. And you had that one fluky play where Cronenworth hits the ball, it ricochets off of second base, a couple of runs come in, and then it unraveled from there. That was the Elliot Ramos trying to throw where there was no cutoff man and essentially spiked it into the grass at left field. That was Patrick Bailey, the best defensive catcher in baseball, allowing a pass ball moments later. And it started to unravel in a way that I think fans were feeling very detached from. Take a game like last night. Of course, that's fun. But if you're losing 5-3 in a hard-fought game to a team that is better than you in the standings or a team that's been hot, that is something that I think a lot of fans can live with at the end of the day. It's the way that the Giants started losing and how they started losing that became a problem, and it became a reason for a lot of fans to get antsy about what's going to happen in 2026, who's going to be on the roster. Is Bob Melvin the right manager for this team? All of those larger questions.
Yeah, there's no question. And, like, watching the games, it's just being in the right position, throwing to the right bases, making the right decisions on the base pass, swinging the bat. runners in scoring position has kind of been a problem. And I've seen it the last couple of days, even on the other side with the Cubs. They had the bases loaded the last couple nights, and 2 ground ball double plays get out of the inning.
Yep.
You love that if you're a Giants fan, but it goes to the thing of hitters knowing what to do in that situation. Keep the ball off the ground, hit the ball in the air, get a guy in. And we talked about it earlier on the show. There was a small percentage of this year that went sideways, and I think that's what the fans were not happy with, because there was a lack of to detail or attention or playing the game the right way. And so that's where, and 162 games, you don't think about it, but 10 or 15 games go sideways, and that could make your season. And I know the guys in there are not trying to play like that, but that's what happens. And you got to keep it together day in, day out, and you just got to play the game the right way, give an effort, throw the ball to the right base, run the bases the right way, give an effort. And earlier in the year, we talked about it off the air when there was some conversation about from the players or the clubhouse about, we don't know what's going on, we don't know. And I think that doesn't set well with the fans also. Because
no, of course not.
They want answers. They're coming out supporting the team. They want answers, and it's okay to put yourself out there. And we need to get better at this. Maybe this guy doesn't play for a couple days, needs to sit and watch the game. We need to get better. We're going to go out early and work on this, and that's what people want to know. And I think that's the whole situation where it got sideways during the middle, later part of the summer.
The answer, I don't know, even if that's the truth, usually doesn't fly. You got to have some kind of answer, something ready to go. And I think that's where fans who were already getting frustrated really got very antsy, understandably, over that. You know what my favorite part of the game last night was, everybody at the patio? Rafael Devers, that was awesome, right? That was fun. It was cool. The ball off of Matt Chapman's helmet, wow, that was a very April-like thing to happen to the Giants. But my favorite part of the game is that Carson Wizenhunt, after giving up the 3-run homer, the Giants are able to get the lead back by consecutive sacrifice flies. They used the 2 outs they had to get 1 runner home and then the next runner home, and all of a sudden it's 4-3, and then you're able to break the game open from there. But even take the scoring outburst on the second half of the game aside, if you just take that away, okay, you're looking at a game in which you go back to controlling with your young pitcher on the mound, who's getting valuable reps, who's learning, who you're seeing if he's going to be a starter for you in 2026, to just have the situational awareness of putting the ball up in the air deep enough to where you can execute back-to-back sacrifice flies, 2 proper outs, 2 valuable runs, 1 lead change.
Yeah, and I think when you have a young pitcher out there, you want to go out there and get him the lead so that he can settle in and feel comfortable. If you have a young pitcher pitching and you're behind, he's going to try and make pitches and try too hard and put some pressure on himself. But you owe it as an offense. Hey, we got, Wizenhunt out there. Let's go get him some early runs. Even with, like today with Logan Webb, let's get Logan some early runs. Because a pitcher settles in, gets in his groove, starts making pitches. The other team knows it. We got to manufacture runs. But, it's little things. It's moving guys over. A sacrifice fly. I remember coming up, Chili Davis, when I was with the Angels, he was our designated hitter. And this one game I grounded out with a guy in third, scored the run. I was upset because I didn't get a base hit. And he was like, hey, that's how you drive in 100 runs. That's a productive out. Driving the guy from third, sacrifice flies. One year I led the National League in sacrifice flies. I had 14 sacrifice flies. I ended up driving in 100 runs that year. You look back, those 14 RBIs actually added up. They were outs, but they contributed to the team. So it's just about productive outs. I think if the Giants, they've got a lot of hitters that have long swings.
Yep.
And they produce a lot of fly balls. And there's a lot of strikeouts with fastballs at the top of the zone. I think if they can cut those down and put the ball in play, and you play good defense here, as Buster said, I always believe in pitching here. Get pitchers. Get guys that can catch the ball on defense. In the outfield, you got to catch the ball. you're going to win games. It's not a mystery, but they just haven't done it enough this year.
Buster said a lot of different things on the morning show with Murph and Marcus, and we're going to hear a couple of those sound bites coming up in just a bit. We appreciate everybody out here at 58 Social, and I do want to give a happy birthday mention to Shauna from Philly. So thank you for joining us and spending your day, and we'll be back with some Posey comments on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular program.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is beautiful outside on the patio at 58 Social. Dare I say it's a marvelous day in the BAY. Friend of the program, Lo Russell, joined Murph and Marcus. Friend of their program, I should say. They've had him on a couple of times. The friend of our program is the guy that's sitting next to me on Papa and Silver. We got JT Snow in the house getting you ready for Giants Cubs at 12:45. First pitch as the Giants look to make it 3 out of 3. See how I got around that one, Mary? Let's get into a couple of pieces of sound from Buster Posey as he was on with Murph and Marcus earlier today. And the topic that every Giants fan gets a little bit antsy about, especially as the team has fallen farther and farther from the wild card race, is the prize prospect of Bryce Eldridge. He talked to John Shea of the SF Standard. We had Shea on yesterday, as we do every Wednesday, about Buster Posey saying, yeah, most likely not going to bring up Eldridge this year. Here is the extended answer from your president of baseball operations.
I'd say most likely not. I feel like I've said it 100 times, but Bryce is still 20. He's still getting his reps as a first baseman. He's getting his reps as a hitter. Like everybody else, watch the amount of power that Bryce has, and it's hard not to get really, really excited about. And talking to Bryce a little bit, back in spring training, and then listening to how our minor league staff talks about him, we know that he wants to be a complete player, and he's working on that. And I've said it before, I think what excites me the most about Bryce is he does want to be as good a player as he can in all facets. And, that's time, that's repetition. He's continuing to improve. I think it's from my vantage point, it's been nice to see him scuffle a little bit in AAA and then turn it around. Some of these balls that he's driving to left center, you can dream on them big time. It's similar to what you see with Devers and his ability to drive the ball the opposite way. It's just there's not many guys in the world that have that type of power. But we want to make sure that Bryce is ready when he gets here. We want to make sure that Bryce is ready to impact this team, and that he personally is in the best position to succeed when he gets here.
So Buster Posey going with the approach, as has been the case his entire tenure in this less than a year now of president of baseball operations, of patience, wait and see. We want him to be complete. We want him to develop. I've been on the record as saying I'm good with not bringing up Bryce until next spring and give him a shot to make that roster opening day. However, as we've seen the Giants play change a little bit recently, there is something very tangible to the lack of expectations and how that yields better results. Nobody knows that better than someone like you who played in both high-stakes and low-stakes games. So where do you sit with Bryce Eldridge as far as just getting to know him, getting to work with him, still only 20 years old? Could he come up this year, and would that be beneficial to him?
So I've been to Sacramento twice. I was in spring training for a week. So I've spent 3 weeks with him. I've got to build a personal relationship with him. We've divulged a lot of information that maybe other people don't know, and I've gotten down deep with him. And he's a guy. He's got power.
As Buster Posey says on Devers, he's a dude.
Right, he's a dude.
He's a dude.
He's a dude. If it was up to me, and I'm not in the front office, I don't know. I'd bring him up this year. I might bring him up when they're in Colorado. Maybe I know they got to clear a 40-man spot. I understand all the front office intricacies. But when you got a player like this, and I know Bryce, and he's down there, like he's ready. Like these young kids, right or wrong, they expect to be in the big leagues. And maybe I'm a little on the wrong side of that because they expect. They might think it's easy. They might think they deserve it. But with this kid, like I know him, and we've gotten personal, and we've talked a lot about stuff. I would bring him up. I think to bring him up at the end of the year, bring him up in Colorado. Let him play a couple games at DH. Maybe you throw him out there first base one game. You got him and Devers. I know the call-ups now, when I came up, you could call up as many guys as you want because it was 40-man. I would let him be around the culture. I would let him be around the city. I would let him be around the Dodger-Giants rivalry and take that in. If you got a top prospect, this guy's got big-time power. He's going to strike out. Who cares about the average? Because nobody cares about batting average nowadays. But I bring him up, and I get him around it. And I don't know. I think he's ready to go. He's very mature for a 20-year-old, and we've talked a lot. I just think if you don't, then the fans going into the offseason are going to wonder, what about Bryce Eldridge? What about Bryce Eldridge? And then he's going to go to spring training next year and try and fight for a spot on the roster.
So you're saying it's almost more noise in his ear that he has to deal
Totally.
with. Yeah.
If you come up, whether he succeeds or fails, at least he's here. At least he knows. At least he sees big league pitching. He's been in big league ballparks. And then he goes to spring training next year, and he might know what to work on this offseason. I think the fans would love to see him. And you don't have to play him every day. As a manager or front office, you can control that. Put him in situations to be successful. Play him against right-handed pitching. But bring him up in Colorado. That park is so good to hit. Let him – after that, they go to St. Louis. Let him be around that culture. Let him come back here to San Francisco, be at Oracle Park, the Dodger series. I know the kid. He's ready to go. And I agree with, like, Buster. You got to bust down doors. You got to prove yourself. But I was in Sacramento for 8 games on 2 different stints, 4 days. He had 5 home runs. He had a game-winning home run. He had a game-tying home run. His defense is getting better.
River Cats have scored, I think, 28 runs in the last 2 nights.
Yeah, in Reno. I was out there with him. He was out there every day at 2:30. We're working picks. We're working balls around the base. We're working cutoffs. And so he's I don't know. I think you bring him up and give him a taste of it so that next year he competes for a job at first base. I don't know what you do with Wilmer or Dom Smith, but I think you can make it with, if you got Devers and you got Eldridge, you can mix and match, and I think you got some power and some serious power in that lineup.
Well, that's a great transition into our second piece of sound from Buster Posey, where he got asked about Randy Wynn and Bryce Eldridge communicating with one another after the Devers trade, saying, wait a minute, is there a little bit of redundancy here? Here's what Buster had to say on that matter.
Well, actually, we got ahead of that. I don't know if he told Susan that, but that was a conversation that I had with Randy. I said, hey, next time you're down there, go talk to Bryce and just tell him that this doesn't change anything about the way that we think about him and our plans with him going forward. So I don't know if there's wires crossed there or not, but that wasn't Bryce going to Randy. I don't really think that's even his personality, to be honest with you. I think that he's a head down work type of guy, and he's going to show up and do his job. So that was Randy going to Bryce.
So now the second layer of this discussion, where I want to get your take on, especially as one of the great defensive first basemen to ever play at this ballpark, if you bring Bryce Eldridge up, I think there's not a lot of questions about if he has the power, if he has the swing to be a major league hitter. Would you play him in the field defensively to get that experience, or would you protect him by saying, hey, you still got some things to work on, why don't we mostly DH you?
Well, I think at this point in the season with the Giants, they're pretty much out of it.
Yeah.
So I let him play. Let him play. And I said earlier, you don't have to play him every day. You can play him once a day, play him against a right-hander. And that sound piece, like, I've been in that situation. I was here with the Giants. They traded for Andres Galarraga. I was a first baseman. And I know Bryce was going, what the heck? Like, you just traded for Devers, and now his head's spinning. And I understand players. I know the way they think. You're a first baseman. It starts to get weird. It starts to get wild, and then sometimes guys can change to the other side. Like, you know what? I'm the guy. Now they just traded for this guy. Maybe I'm not the guy. I don't know. You can come up and protect him and play him in situations. You don't have to play him every day, put him out there, But I think if the Giants were in a legitimate pennant race right now, I would not bring him up. But now they're 7 games back in the Wild. Bring him up. Let the fans see him. Let the fans are clamoring for him. Bring him up. Let him have some at bats. He might strike out. He might hit a couple balls into the cove. Let them go into the off season with that hope that this guy might be a big part of our 6X next year, and then it'll take a lot of pressure off the front office to know what we have and how we performed in big league ballparks against big league pitchers. So, I'd bring him up in Colorado and let him play. I'll let him play every day in Colorado, either DH or play first base. And I know he could probably go into the outfield because he played there. He might be able to go into left field and play better than the guy out there in left field right now. I don't know. I think when you got a guy that special, you gotta expose him. The fans will love it. The media will love it. And he's ready for it. He knows, because I was down in AAA, and he knows. I talked to him, and he's like, you know what? I know every at bat. I got a target on my back. The pitchers know I'm a top prospect.
Yep.
I'm getting their best stuff every night. And he goes, I'm ready for it. And that's a lot of good conversation. And, like, he gets it. Like, he knows. So,
I mean, 20 years old, and to have that kind of perspective, I think is really impressive to hear. And I'm glad that you've gotten the chance to work with him for 3 weeks now between spring training and your time up in Sacramento. And I know that every Giants fan is really excited about what Eldridge could bring to the table, given that having lefty power going into the season, that's something that Giants fans haven't really been used to since the departure of Barry Bonds, when everyone was way overly spoiled. Now you got Rafael Devers. You saw what kind of hitter he is last night. You got Bryce Eldridge potentially on the way. You've got Jung-Hoo Lee, another lefty who's not hitting for power, but
Matos, like when I was in Sacramento, like I watched Matos for 4 days. I'm like, he puts the ball in play. And there's a big difference between a guy that hits, I don't care what your average is, because that doesn't matter nowadays. If he's hitting 250 and puts the ball in play, he's got a chance. If you're in 250 and you strike out all the time. But when I was in Sacramento, Matos put the ball in play every time, had a great at-bat, hit the ball. He might line out, he might ground out, but you just let them play, find their swing, find their rhythm, find their groove. So between like Matos and Eldridge, Devers at first, they got Casey Schmidt is solidified himself at second. Got Adames at short. You got Chapman at third. I do think the sleeper kid is Jesus Rodriguez in AAA, the catcher. He opened my eyes. He's an old school hitter, hits a ball to right field. He's a right-handed hitter. I think he can spell Bailey against lefties. I might put him in the lineup every day because Bailey struggled. And then in the outfield, Matos and Jung-Hoo, and what you do with Ramos, whatever. Maybe you put Bryce out there one day a week. Maybe. So, I don't know. I think they got some options.
Well, we're going to talk to Carson Wizenhunt coming up, and he's going to join us live on the patio in about 15 minutes, and we're really looking forward to hearing from him. And I know you referenced the conversation you had with Wizenhunt where you were telling him what pitches were coming, and that was a good way to break the ice a little bit and get into it with him. That kind of leads me to when you were up in Sacramento, what did you observe about the way that they were hitting as far as the coaching they were getting, execution at the plate? I think about the Giants, and as nice as it is that they've been hot on this 4-game win streak, and I think that's 10 games in a row now where they've hit a home run. I mean, very not like the San Francisco Giants here of 2025 that we've seen in the middle of the summer. But as far as the River Cats, are they striking out at a rate that's a little bit alarming for guys that could go from AAA to the majors? I think about the potential of a Jesus Rodriguez. I think about guys who have been up and down, like a McRae, a Fitzgerald, a Wisely. Do you observe any key differences on the hitting front in AAA with the coaching that they're getting?
Yeah, so in Sacramento, I mean, they basically have, like, we always call it 4A, right?
Yeah.
Not big league, but, I mean, Wise is up there, Fitzgerald's up there, McRae's up there. And these guys, they all want to be in the big leagues. And there's little things that they need to work on and get better at. And I love Grant McCray, for right or wrong, whatever. I know he strikes out a lot. He's a center fielder that he patrols center. When I was down there was no ball that ever fell in between right center and left center when he was out there. He plays with a little ambition and a little cockiness. He's got to get better hitting. I worked with him in the cage. I told him you should never swing at a high fastball because that's his weak spot. Get the ball down in the zone. Wisely was down there, and like I said, Fitzgerald. And AAA is a really interesting place to go because guys think they should be in the big leagues, and maybe they're not. They go up and get different coaching in the big leagues, and they come down to AAA and they get different coaching. So it's really about trusting yourself and knowing who you are. I don't know. Grant McCray should be a fourth outfielder somewhere, can steal bases. I watched this guy. They did bunting practice on the field, and he laid like 10 bunts in a row, perfect down the third base line. And that part of the game is coming back. And I love his attitude. I love his swagger.
Grant McCray does have a lot of swagger.
He does.
I do remember late last season he had that quote about me and Jung Hoo out there in the outfield. That's going to scare a lot of opponents.
Right. But I kind of pulled him aside and I said, I don't know what it is. When I went down there, like guys will talk to you, not really in the organization on the coaching side, but on the other side, they'll open up and they want to be big leaguers. They want to have a career. They want to get a contract. And I talked a lot to McCray. I talked a lot to Wisely and told them things they need to work on and get better at. And then if you get better at it, goes back to the old Willie Mays quote that I always heard, I'd rather be good every day than great once in a while. A lot of these kids want to be great. I'm like, just be good. Just know your abilities, know what you can do, and just do it. So, yeah, I was honest with Graham. Like, you strike out too much. He's like, yeah, I know I do. And it's amazing. They get honest with you and like just put the ball in play more. You could steal bases. The Giants are last in the National League in stolen bases. They swing and miss a lot. But they can use a guy like that and I told him, I go, maybe your career is a fourth outfielder. I go, you can play a long time and make a lot of money as a fourth outfielder. And you're going to pinch run. You might pinch hit. You might lay a bunt down. When you play center field, he takes control. There's no balls that fall out there. So it's fun for me to be around those guys and just try and get them going to be in the big leagues and be a big league player.
Well, and it's probably a lot of fun for those guys, too, when they see the enthusiasm of a former player who can not only help them with words, but they know they can look at the baseball card. They had the baseball cards in their childhood bedroom where they grow up and they see the stats or they remember watching with their parents or their grandparents big moments. And so it's always valuable. And that's not to discredit any coach that didn't play the game, but it just goes to show that it'll resonate a little bit deeper when we talk about things like, hey, the Giants are playing better without expectations. That's something that we can all sit here and say, but somebody like you is going to resonate with, I know what it's like to play with the high expectations and on days where maybe they didn't exist as much. So when you're coaching up somebody who's 20 years old, like a Bryce Eldridge or a Grant McCray who's still looking to get his shot, I think that's the kind of thing that could really resonate deep in Sacramento. And you've seen Buster Posey, the change of philosophy with bringing you, Yusmeiro Petit, and a lot on the coaching staff, Pat Burrell, Matt Williams, so many players that were part of this Giants core and sort of understands what it means to be part of this franchise.
Yeah, exactly. Just getting down on their level, and I think players like it. I think sometimes they think, and we talked about this, there's a lot of players that have played my era before. They've made a ton of money. They don't need to be in coaching, but I think the coaching part of it needs to come back, and players need to hear it from guys that played. And we need more guys in the game that played and can relay that to some of the players. It's not about the money we made, whatever. It's about protecting the game. And if you watch a lot of baseball games nowadays, there's a lot of bad baseball out there. There's a lot of pitchers making mistakes on pitches, hitters taking pitches, base runners making mistakes. And we need guys to come back in the game and relay that to guys. And I think that would go a long way to bringing back the game the way it was. But it's just fun to be on their level. And the one thing, it's like raising kids when you have kids, the trust level. You be honest with them, and they trust you, and then they ask you questions. And we'll get Carson out here, and they really open up, and they ask you great questions. And these guys that have played baseball have been doing it since they've been 5-6 years old, right?
Yep.
Little League, All-Stars, high school, college, but they want to have success, and they want to have a big league career. To get them the most out of themselves is what we all want.
Well, let's talk to one of those guys who absolutely wants to have a sustained big league career and had his second win with the Giants organization last night. Carson Wizenhunt coming out to the patio momentarily, and he will join us next. It's Papa and Silver with JT Snow on the Sports Leader.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The ever-charming Ray Ratto.
I'm Ray Ratto, and this is a minute about the perils of shopping.
He joined Dirty Work yesterday with Derek Papa and Tim Webb and talked all things Bay Area sports. You can catch that podcast on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, it's Greg Silver. If you're at the patio, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, some not even in the state of California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, and with all the pedestrians, cyclists, children, motorcycles, they're all around us. Please be careful, and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements. That's right, billion with a B. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and most of all, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
The pitch is swung on and missed, strike three. Good fastball, 94 miles an hour. And after the changeup, Suzuki was way late with that swing. That was a good pitch.
And we are back at 58 Social. It's Papa and Silver, Greg Silver, JT Snow, and we've got our first and only guest of the day because Giants pregame coming up in less than a half an hour. It is the lefty who got the win last night, Carson Wizenhunt. Thanks so much for your time. Congratulations on win number 2, and I think you could see that warm reception from the fans right here. How you feeling?
Feels great. You know, going out there, competing, having fun with the guys. I mean, the guys, we're on a good win streak right now, so got to keep it going, but it feels really good.
You know, last night, it was a hilarious moment in hindsight when it's a little bit of a jam in the second inning. JP Martinez comes out. There's this extended meeting. Nico Horner, 3-run shot. You're thinking, oh, no, here we go. How do you just sort of reset after that? And I know it helps when your team ends up hitting bombs galore, but that was a moment where I'm just thinking, man, they do the whole meeting. They're trying to have a great conversation. Everything's going to go right, and then everything in an instant switched to a 3-1 deficit.
Yeah, the thought after the home run was not good initially, but after that, I mean, you just got to find a way to get back in the zone. So, I mean, it was pretty much not trying to overdo it, not trying to overthink or anything, just continue to get back in the zone.
So we spent some time in Sacramento last week, and we had a really good conversation at the dugout talking pitching. But for the fans, tell us about your upbringing, where you're from. What I know, the thing that stuck out to me was like you're a Mad Bum fan. So just tell these people about where you've come, like where you come from. And
yeah. So I'm from North Carolina as well, same as Mad Bum. We're about 40 minutes apart. His dad was my umpire growing up, so I had some pretty good Mad Bum stories at a young age, but I didn't know it was his dad till I turned 12 because he would never tell me. He wanted me to figure it out.
Nice.
So kind of just playing through that, I mean, I understood a lot from him, got a lot of great insight about pitching. Just hearing stories about Mad Bum whenever he was younger, kind of what worked for him, what didn't. And then his dad would kind of give me tips in between innings as well. He'd come out there and talk to me while I'm warming up. He was like, hey, try this instead. But just things like that. But then kind of grew up. My dad played football, basketball, baseball. My brother played baseball as well, so I was always around the game. And then ended up played in high school, went to East Carolina. And then,
Pirates, right?
Yeah.
Pirates.
We had a great team. Couldn't make it to the College World Series or anything, but ended up getting drafted by the Giants in 2022, and then been through it since.
So where in North Carolina? What?
Winston-Salem.
Winston-Salem.
Area. Technically Moxville, but most people don't know exactly where that's at.
So AAA to the big leagues, what's the one or two things that, like, the differences? I'd love to get into this with guys. Like, Just pitching-wise, the difference. We talked about it in Sacramento last week.
100%.
Just the things you've noticed, maybe you got to be sharper on, maybe you got to...
The biggest thing for me is consistency.
With strikes?
Yeah, with strikes. So obviously everybody knows I'm going to throw the changeup. It's my best pitch.
Right.
But now we're mixing in the slider and the curveball a little bit more, so it's being consistent with that release point, knowing the difference of, hey, this one's going to be a little get over, like, hey, I need to steal a strike here, or I need this as a put away, so it's got to be below the zone. So it's finding that consistent release point with knowing the difference of the two. But the biggest thing for me was understanding the difference in hitters. Like, we face good hitters through the minor leagues, but once you get here, every hitter has a different approach. So it's not going to be the same approach as kind of what the minor leagues or like college would be. They're going to have pieces off of you that they're going to attack, and everybody knows my changeup is going to be the best pitch. So that's kind of what they're looking for early or late in a count. So it's for me understanding, hey, this is a guy who's probably going to be cheating to the changeup away. Let's go either slider down and in, back foot, or let's go heater up and in and kind of challenge him, see if he can get to it. Just little things like that. Understanding the game, knowing what's going on, knowing your hitters, knowing your runners, things like that. So it's a lot of different little pieces that add up to mean a lot.
And we talked to Sacramento, and the thing about baseball now is, like, they get a book on you early. Like, even in the minor league, you might be in Double-A. They know the book's on you now, and we talked in the dugout, and they know he's got a great changeup, so it's about where I can use that, where I can go with it, where I can strike a guy out. So,
well, kind of along those lines, I wanted to get into, have you thought about specific aspects of your game that you really want to attack in this offseason ahead of 2026? I know we're not quite there yet, so maybe not as much, but you know, this is a chance where you've got the jump from college to the minor leagues, moving up through the ranks, and now you've gotten 5 starts at the major league level.
Yeah, it's definitely a thought at all times. So for me, we're kind of working on a little bit of a mechanical cue, so kind of changing my setup a little bit, so it's something to like kind of work on and kind of pattern playing catch in the weight room, things like that. But then also, like I was saying, the slider and the curveball is definitely going to be a off-season piece to kind of focus on a little bit more, because I mean, I've got the changeup, so I don't really worry about that one as much. It's one of those I can just grab and throw. I try not to overdo anything with it, but with the slider, it's got a little bit more depth now, so it's trying to find that consistent shape and feel with that, being able to play it off of the changeup, and then understanding different count leverages and times to use it, if I can use it early or late, things like that.
yeah, and I feel like for him, like, left-handed pitching is such a premium, and when you get a guy like this, he's got a good changeup, like, he's going to go into the offseason, and he's going to be a guy next year in the rotation. So I don't know, just left-handers that can throw strikes, got the changeup. You're going to have probably 3 more starts, probably 3 or 4 more starts.
Somewhere
the
around
rest
there.
of the way out. Yeah. So what's your mindset the rest of the way out this
Honestly,
season?
the mindset's not really going to change. Obviously, for me, I'm going out there and I'm throwing, even if I have my C+ stuff, whatever, I'm still got to get out. So it's not trying to overdo anything. I'm going to challenge you, make you hit the ball. Like, giving up home run sucks, but I'd rather you hit the ball than me walk a ton of guys.
Right.
Like, that's how I look at it. So obviously we're trying to find that consistent feel with the new setup in the stretch and everything like that. So it's just getting comfortable with that. So everything's a little off still. But being able to get more comfortable in just attacking hitters is kind of my main thing right now.
So it's funny because when I play, like, and Carson will probably tell you, like, starters come in, maybe you don't have your A stuff, maybe you have your B stuff, but you don't let people know. And to go out there and compete with that, that's what's good about the young guys, is teaching them or learning that to go out with maybe less than what I have in the bullpen and being able to compete. And then they start to realize, hey, I can do this. I can get outs. I can win games, right? Because you don't always.
100%. I mean, this is something me and JP were talking about. I mean, throughout the year, you're going to have 10 starts where you feel like nobody can touch you.
Right.
You're going to have 10 starts where you are the worst pitcher of all time.
Right.
And the 10 starts in between those are what makes you either really good or very average.
Right.
So it's finding the way to be really good in those 10 starts where you have your B to C stuff of, hey, I know I don't have my best stuff, but I still got to go out here and give my team a chance to win.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Obviously, with the defense and everything that we have, makes it a little bit easier. Like, you got Chapman, Adamez, Devers, all those guys. You got Patty and Kiz behind the plate. They're great. So, I mean, it helps. But for us, it's like, hey, don't try to overdo anything, but also know there's certain situations where you kind of got to dig down a little bit. And not
so
make
do you feel like in this park, like I can, like, right, this is like, I can get away with some stuff to maybe the righties. I throw them down, like
100%.
Hit as far as you want to right center.
Especially with
in my
righties.
defense. Yeah, this park.
Yeah, righties, I'm trying to – there's certain times with certain guys I want to go in, but at the same time it's knowing and understanding, hey, the park play is really far right center, so let's try and push a guy that way. If he gets it out, good for him. Right. But with lefties, it's a little different. Got a shorter porch, so it's – I mean, I'm not going to give in to anybody, but at the same time it's understanding how the field plays, how my stuff's playing, what's working, what's not, and what the hitter's really good at and what he's not good at.
You know, between the trade deadline and some recent injuries, we've seen a lot of movement on the pitching staff from AAA up to the majors. Of course, you included in that. And most recently, Yoel Peguero, who was the talk of spring training, is having these outings where he's going multiple innings. He's throwing 102. It's heater. It was the Barney Nugent Award winner, but then didn't hear much about him in AAA until Randy Rodriguez went to the IL. What was it like spending time with him in AAA, and now the fact that he's getting a shot and showing what he's got here?
I mean, it's awesome for him. I mean, he's been waiting for that chance, but, I mean, I'm pretty sure he throws the easiest 102 I've ever seen. Like,
right?
It looks like he's just flicking the ball in there. But, I mean, he's a great dude. Super happy for him. But, I mean, he's going out there, laying it all on the line. I mean, you can't ask for anything better.
And you spent time with Bryce down in AAA. He can play, right? Like,
I mean, he's a baller. I mean, he wants to play the game. He enjoys it. Really good. I mean, dude's 20 years old, playing at AAA. I mean, doing what he's doing. You don't see many 20-year-olds doing that. Can't really complain too much about what he's doing. I mean, there's times he's frustrated, things like that.
Sure.
But at the same time, I mean, he's 20 years old. It's going to happen. I'm the same way. I get mad at myself. I expect more out of myself, and he's the same way. So, I mean, he's going to go out there and lay it all on the line as well.
It's a hard game. There's ups and downs, and to be able to weather those things and get through them, like. But I think this guy is going to be around for a long time because I had a great time with him in the dugout. We talked pitching and hitting. I think he's going to get it. It's experience. Like, you got to get out there. Once you get to the different major league cities and pitch in the ballparks, and they'll realize, like, oh, wow, I can get these guys out. I don't have to be great every day. Just make my pitches. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this guy.
Well, I got to leave you with this one, Carson, and we really appreciate your time as your team's got a nice little 4-game win streak. You're being a big part of that last night. I read that if you could play a sport other than baseball, you would choose football and specifically be a long snapper. A lot of our listeners out there very curious about the 49ers special teams, which was not good last year. I have to ask, why the fascination with long snapper?
First off, you don't have to worry about anything. You just got to snap a ball, and they can't touch you. So I don't have to worry about getting hurt.
Right, they don't put anybody over you.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your NFL team?
So I grew up a Raiders fan.
Raiders?
Okay.
Yeah. Why?
So it's who my dad and my brother always watched. So from a young age, that's who was always on the TV. So grew up watching the Raiders, and don't get me wrong, they're not the best. I know this, but we're definitely getting better.
You excited for Pete Carroll?
I am.
Bad day to be a piece of gum in Las Vegas.
It
as
is.
They say. Yeah.
It is.
All right, so
North Carolina and a Raiders fan. I love that.
I was going to say, with that, I take it that the move from Oakland to Vegas didn't change much for your family's fandom.
No.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense growing up over there. Thank you so much for coming by on
awesome.
Pop and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader, and best of luck the rest of the season. We're really looking forward to watching you play out there.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, Carson.
He is Carson Wizenhunt. We'll get ready to wrap up the show when we come back on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So I'm from North Carolina as well, same as Madbone. We're about 40 minutes apart. His dad was my umpire growing up, so I had some pretty good Madbone stories at a young age, but I didn't know it was his dad till I turned 12 because he would never tell me. He wanted me to figure it out.
That was the voice of Carson Wizenhunt, who just joined us out at the patio. Fantastic conversation we had with him, and we're going to be podcasting that interview, so if you missed it, you got us on YouTube, you got us on Twitch, you got us on Twitter, and you got us on your podcast page, wherever you get them, Apple, Spotify, Amazon, Google. You know the whole drill. Can't even keep up these days with where you can stream certain TV shows and podcasts and all that. I digress. Final 10 minutes or so on Papa and Silver at the patio. Greg Silver, JT Snow hanging out with you, and we're getting ready for the Giants to try to make it, dare I say, 5 in a row.
Sweep.
Oh no, yeah.
It's hard to
Now we got Mary back in. She was kind of, in the middle of a conversation. We say that word, head just turns, locks right back in. But no, I mean, the Giants playing so poorly at home was one of the biggest disappointments of the summer stretch. And now you're starting to see them play a little bit better baseball. There's a lot to do with who you're facing, when you're facing them, expectations versus no expectations. Maybe there is something valuable to Rafael Devers finally settling down a little bit. Willie Adames, another change of scenery guy. Granted, he had the offseason, but he was really slow the first 3 months of the season. Then July comes around, bang, and Elliot Ramos has had his ups and downs, but he got a nice homer on how fast was that pitch last night? That was like 40 miles per hour?
41,
yeah. Something like that. So, no, I mean, you're not going to get nights like last night all the time. But kind of wrapping up our discussion of the day is when you play baseball that is fundamental and clean, yes, you need to infuse talent. And I do believe the Giants need to have a talent infusion in 2026. But you also saw the ways they played up to their competition to this point this year, Brewers, Cubs,
right?
And how when you're playing clean and getting on base, and when you do get on base, maximizing those opportunities, versus when you're just an entire mess, Marlins, White Sox, Pirates, teams you would think of as very winnable games. A lot of it had to do with the Giants playing up to their competition and then sometimes way down and below competition that was inferior to begin with.
Yeah, I think the thing, having been through it, every series, every game, you respect your opponent and you go out and you try and play the game that day. And when I ever took the field, my goal and our goal was to win the game that day. It doesn't matter who you're playing, because we all know in professional sports, anybody can beat anybody on any given day. I don't think I ordered that beer or that.
Might be a Walter beer, but hey, thank you very much.
Might be a Walter beer.
Walter beer.
Thank you for the service out here. It's been incredible.
It's about to be not Walter's beer, by the way. That's going to be yours.
Well, someone's going to have to drink that. No, but we talked about it earlier. And baseball is so crazy. It's a long season, 160 games. You have to treat every opponent the same. I don't care if it's the Dodgers or the Rockies. You take the field, you play the game, you do everything in your power that day to try and win the game. If it's getting a bunt down, getting a guy over, a sac fly, making a play on defense, it all adds up at the end of the year. And then that's what the beauty of baseball is. The best teams that play all season long are in the playoffs. So we talked about earlier, the Giants had a rough patch, month and a half there. It went sideways. And hopefully they learn from that. and that people will go back and delve into it and figure out what happened. I think at this ballpark, you got to pitch and you got to play defense. We all talk about timely hitting, but yeah, that's the beauty of baseball.
And we'll find out what the Giants can do to take advantage of their hot streak tonight. 7 minutes or so here on Papa and Silver, and we didn't get into any football to this point today. We're going to have a lot of football coming your way. JT does have a pretty valid reason for being a fan of the LA Rams, given that his father, played for one and only franchise, and it was those said Rams. And I think about the NFC West, the battles coming ahead. I mean, you were telling me about the Rams' first place schedule that they got to deal with, whereas we have a running bit on our station right now about the 49ers in the last place schedule. Where are you at looking into the season? Because I think the NFC West, I don't know if they're going to be the best division in football, but heading into the season, it's the one with certainly the most question marks, and I would say probably the highest floor, given that Arizona and Seattle, the teams that are more often than not picked to finish last, not bad teams by any means.
It's going to be the wild, wild west. And with all due respect to the Niners fans, you guys do have an easy schedule. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say
you got to earn it.
The Niners they'll be 12-5, 11-6. I think the Rams are they have a tough schedule. So it's all good, but that's why we love the NFL. Every week we tee it up and we battle. But the schedules are a little different. So the Niners got some issues at wide receiver. That's a position my dad played. So I've been tracking that. Brock Purdy, if he can get the ball out. I know they got McCaffrey, Brian Robinson in the backfield. So we'll see. That's why you play. You play it out and see what happens. But Rams got a tough schedule. Niners, not so much.
I would like for the 49ers to channel the spirit of the late Jack Snow, because the Rams are doing okay on the wide receiver front. You've got Devontae Adams, you've got Puka Nacua, Tutu Atwell is a nice solid third guy. 49ers, it's kind of been the talk of the week and really talk of the month of August. Jauan Jennings, major question mark right now. If he plays week 1 and he's not looking so rusty, and the calf issue is much more based around money than it is the calf, I'm feeling okay.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall has had a tremendous camp, but you got to see if he can stay healthy through the first month of the season. Demarcus Robinson suspended those first 3 games, and then Brandon Ayuk not going to be back in all likelihood by the time that they face your Rams the first time on Thursday Night Football, Week 5.
We got to keep Matt Stafford healthy. And know what? Great call. I don't know why anybody plays in the preseason. Don't play anybody. Brock Purdy, great call. Don't play him.
But your dad came from an era where people did play in the preseason all the time.
Yeah, but I think it was 2 games or 3 games.
Okay.
But I don't know. We all know the NFL is a money-making thing, the preseason. But it's like college football, right? They just roll into the week 1. But keep Matt Stafford healthy. Get him out there. He's got some wide receivers. Never underestimate Sean McVay and what he can dial up.
That's fair.
In a game plan and a play. But, I always love the Niners and Rams up here, down there. We'll see.
I will say, for the 49ers, we got into this, JD and I did this week. The model of what the 2023 Rams did, I think, is a vision for the 49ers for what they're looking to do this year, where you had a bunch of guys you were paying premium. We don't need to talk about the Rams reaching the pinnacle and the 49ers falling short. But at some point, you're going to have to offload your roster. You could still have your core, but a lot of players are either going to go into retirement or you're not going to be able to afford to pay them. And then the Rams drafted so well. They had the emergence of someone like a Puka Nacua, where they found their way back into the playoffs and had a 1-point game against the Lions in Detroit in what was one of the best playoff games I've seen in a while here.
Yeah, I think in the NFL, too, unlike baseball, in the NFL, you got to ride your players because the careers are not long. You got to ride them as hard as you can, go as long as you can. I will say that the Rams have won 2 Super Bowls.
All right.
The Niners have won 1. So we won 2. What's the Niners' last one? Like 30 years ago? Like
Yeah. All right. We don't need to get into that. I know.
Let's go.
I opened up the can of worms a little bit too hard.
And we lost to and so I got a great story. We lost to the Patriots, and I was with my dad in Atlanta, and I met him after the game. He's like, it was like they knew every play that was coming, and they were one step ahead of us, and then the whole Spygate thing came out. So I'm just saying. My dad was ahead of it. He actually knew what was going on.
All right, final minute or so here at the patio 58 Social. We got Giants pregame coming up for you in a bit. Logan Webb going against Shota Imanaga. Should be a great pitching matchup on our hands. And the Giants, look, they've homered in 10 straight games. Probably not going to score 12 again. But that being said, they're playing some good baseball, and if you win the first 2 games, already clinch a series win, and then you can trot out Logan Webb, it's a pretty good problem to have.
It's hard to sweep, but they can do it. Logan Webb, I guarantee you today, if they get him 3 runs, they win.
Oh, it's a score 3, not a score 4 kind of day?
Get 3.
Okay. I'm gonna stick with score 4 in honor of Greg Papa, and of course, we're thinking about Papa very much. Got to talk about it at the beginning of the show. And, can't wait till we get to do this at the patio again. And, Jane, I don't know how many drinks you're going to feed him when that time comes, but that is not my responsibility. Walter is even innocent on this one. That's all I got to say as far as that goes. Great show, everybody. JT, really appreciate you getting to do this again.
We love you,
Big round
Greg.
of applause there.
And we love you,
We
Papa.
love our guy, Papa. And a big thank you to Carson Wizenhunt as well for spending that time with us. Giants pregame continues in a bit with your award-winning Diamond Notes coming up on the Sports Leader.